Picking up from the last video, Guan Anfu wanted to be with Ding Xinyuo because she seemed virtuous, gentle, and less troublesome compared to Yang Yidan. After marrying her, he realized he'd been completely fooled by her facade. They often bickered over trivial matters. He only stayed because she was good-looking and had a nice figure, and she was tolerable when she wasn't making a fuss. Another divorce would make it hard for him to remarry, I swear on my honor. I haven't had a single thought about her since the divorce. If we didn't work at the same factory, I'd have practically forgotten her. Guan Anfu stood ramrod straight, raising 3 fingers as if taking an oath. Ding Xinyuo shot him an annoyed glance, though the fire in her heart had mostly subsided. While she often had her petty moods, she knew her limits and understood exactly when to stop. She knew right then that if she kept pushing, Guan Anfu would get angry. From now on, keep your distance when you see her. And as for that He Qingsong, you need to step up your game and outshine him. Are you really going to let some upstart walk all over you? It was fine when she didn't bring it up, but the mere mention of He Qingsong filled him with rage. He's just a department head. Their authority isn't that different. The only thing setting them apart is that extra word deputy in his title. Got it. I need to figure out a way to get him out of here. Guan Anfu sat on the stool beside her, stroking his chin and narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Ding Xinyuo pursed her lips in a spot he didn't notice, then got up and went back to her own room. After the last fight, they didn't even bother pretending to be civil anymore. Whenever they saw each other, their expressions were full of open contempt, often accompanied by a disdainful snort. This made it even easier to tell who had been brought in by Guan Anfu and who had been working at the factory from the start. With the foreman position still vacant, He Qingsong appointed a regular worker as the temporary foreman. Whichever side he turned to, the other would always find something to complain about. In the end, he had to give each one something before they finally settled down. Yang Yidan wasn't in the workshop, so she was spared from getting involved in all that drama. Perfectly content, she stayed in the warehouse, working when there was work and resting when there wasn't. When she got bored, she'd often go borrow books to read. She could get into just about anything, and sometimes she'd even find a couple of newspapers. Auntie his son worked at the newspaper office, so she'd read the papers whenever she felt bored. Last time Yang Yidan went to her to get a new towel, she saw the newspapers on her desk. She had only meant to borrow them. But Auntie he insisted on giving them all to her. I can't read, and my eyes aren't what they used to be at my age. If you like them, you can have them all. He often brings them for me, so I'll save them for you from now on. Just come and get them from me. Auntie he handed her the new towel and asked her to sign the register. Yang Yidan wrote down her name, looked at the small stack of newspapers, and thanked her, saying, I'll bring them back once I've finished reading them. Even though Auntie he wanted to give them to her, she felt it wasn't right to just take them for nothing. After finishing the inventory, she sat on a stool in the warehouse, intending to skim through the newspaper she'd borrowed from Aunt He. She had just opened it and barely glanced at the pages when she saw Guan Anfu approaching with a beaming smile. Guan Anfu's visits were never without purpose, and this time was no exception. I'm here to check if there are any issues with the fabric, he said. Taking the list from Yang Yidan, he discovered that the stock of the poor quality cloth he had instructed her to use hadn't diminished in the slightest. His face immediately flushed with anger. What's the meaning of this? He snapped. Didn't I tell you to use this cloth first? Yang Yidan pulled out one of the bolts of fabric. She waved it in front of him, and with little effort, the fabric tore in her hands. Do you think this fabric is usable? You're trying to ruin this factory, she stated unequivocally. Guan Anfu didn't see a problem. Why wouldn't it be usable? It's just fabric. If you're careful, it's fine. Who goes around tearing their clothes for fun? A whole load of nonsense. Yet he always finds a way to justify himself. Yang Yidan tossed the fabric aside. This is Director Guan's order. He said you should return this material exactly how you got it. The money's already been paid. How are we supposed to get it back? Just use what you have, then switch to mine. Guan Anfu left Yang Yidan no room to refuse. Seeing how flustered he was, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Just how much did you skim off the top here? This fabric is the cheapest, and most of it is defective, usually factory seconds. He obviously picked out the good ones from the bad batch. What do you mean, greedy? Did you see it with your own eyes? If not, shut your mouth. It hit a nerve. Furious and embarrassed, he tore into her with a torrent of abuse. Yang Yidan gave a knowing smile without saying a word. He Chingsong came to the warehouse in the afternoon to check if any fabrics needed restocking for his purchasing trip the next day. She relayed exactly what Guan Anfu had said that morning, adding, "I think you should look into him, having been here for 2 months now." Yang Yidan had developed an attachment to the factory. She had put a lot of effort into it during its early days and didn't want to see it fail because of someone like Guan Anfu. "No rush." He Chingsong noted down all the items that needed restocking and gave her a relaxed smile. She had said all there was to say, the rest was beyond Yang Yidan's control. He Chingsong paused suddenly before leaving. "Do you really plan to stay here forever?" Yang Yidan listened to his words and shook her head. "No, I won't." Watching him leave, Yang Yidan sat on the stool, tilted her head back, and let out a long sigh. She needed to start figuring out a way to get herself back. Ding Xinhuo isn't the class monitor anymore, so whether we go back or not isn't up to her. We warned Guan Anfu multiple times, but he just wouldn't listen. This time, the client directly cancelled their order, and now we're facing compensation. Yang Yidan stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the returned clothes piled up like little mountains. "This is going to cost at least $1,000, and that's just for the fabric. It doesn't even include the labor. I told you to watch out for him. I knew the factory manager would come looking for you," Yang Yidan said with a resigned sigh. They managed to piss off the client on a huge order like that. The whole factory's work for this period has been for nothing. Although He Chingsong's face was grim, his tone remained calm as he said softly, "I'll meet with the client tomorrow." He still had no intention of getting involved. Yang Yidan gave him a curious look. The fact that he could remain so indifferent to the huge commotion Guan Anfu had caused made Yang Yidan think his patience was truly extraordinary. Guan Anfu, who had been sitting in his office happily sipping tea, heard the news that the shipment had been returned. His eyes darted. He quickly downed the rest of his tea and hurried off to the warehouse with the others, hearing the commotion behind them. The two people standing before the mountain of clothes turned around in unison, just in time to see him scurrying over in a frantic hurry. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning ignorance. "What's going on here?" Yang Yidan snorted coldly. "You'll have to ask Deputy Director Guan about that." "What exactly happened? Why did the client return the clothes, citing quality issues? You're not trying to pin this on me, are you?" Guan Anfu caught the implication in her words. Yang Yidan gave a light chuckle and quickly shook her head, adopting an equally innocent tone. "I wouldn't dare, but all the fabric in these returned items was purchased by Deputy Director Guan. It's obvious as day that no one would use this fabric themselves. Any client would send it back in a heartbeat. And that idiot Guan Anfu actually thought he could pull a fast one on everyone. Who knows how many times he's pulled this self-defeating stunt. He's got it down to a fine art. Last time, he used the same trick to brush off He Chingsong, and now he's trying it on another client." Guan Anfu shot a glance at He Chingsong standing nearby and said nervously, "Listen, don't you try to pin this on me. The client's just being unreasonably picky. What's wrong with the quality? The last few batches were perfectly fine. Before we could even ask, he'd already let it slip." Yang Yidan arched a perfectly shaped eyebrow, her voice lilting with a knowing tone. "Oh tilde, so it wasn't a one-time thing. No wonder that client who used to work with us all the time suddenly dropped off the map. That was a week ago. Since Guan Anfu was handling that client, we didn't press for details. Usually, after a delivery, they'd get back in touch for the next order. But ever since Guan Anfu took over, we haven't heard a peep from them. If this keeps up, the factory won't be staying afloat for much longer." Seeing that He Chingsong still had no intention of intervening, Yang Yidan couldn't be bothered to say anything more. "The client is demanding compensation now. What do you propose we do?" Yang Yidan got straight to the point. At the mention of compensation, Guan Anfu jumped up like a scalded cat. "This has nothing to do with me," he exclaimed urgently. "It's his own problem. Or maybe the workshop staff weren't doing their jobs properly. We need to start the investigation in the workshop, in my opinion. We should just deduct the compensation directly from their wages." He Chingsong frowned, completely disagreeing with what he said. There were only 3 people standing here, and 2 of them were in total disagreement. Guan Anfu clicked his tongue, shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of defeat, and said, "Well, I don't have any money anyway. You'll have to figure it out yourselves." He turned to leave this troublesome situation behind. He Chingsong, with one hand in his pocket, said, "Deputy Director, you're awfully quick to run when trouble arises. If the factory director and the others knew you held this position but couldn't accomplish anything, do you think they'd keep you around? Guananfu didn't get this position based on ability. If it were about ability, his only chance would have been to stay at the factory for another decade or so and get it eventually through seniority." He Chingsong gave a derisive chuckle. "I never said you had to pay for it. What's with the rush?" That smile felt anything but friendly to Guananfu. A knot of anxiety tightened in his gut, but he couldn't let it show. Revealing weakness in front of them was out of the question. "Come with me to see the client tomorrow," He Chingsong instructed, his face stern and voice icy. "A proper, sincere apology might just get you off the hook for the cost, then we'll place a new order for the shipment." Guananfu would agree to anything if it meant not having to pay. He nodded vigorously in response. "You'll come along tomorrow." He Chingsong's gaze settled on Yang Yidan. The person lost in thought was startled by his words, letting out an involuntary before catching herself. "Understood," she replied. Although Guananfu was unhappy about bringing Yang Yidan along, he didn't dare voice any objection at the moment. He Chingsong might seem indifferent on the surface, but who knew what underhanded schemes he was brewing in his mind. Guananfu certainly wasn't about to openly cross him. "Director it's a bit awkward for the two of us men to discuss business with her tagging along," Guananfu ventured, rubbing his hands together. He simply couldn't stand Yang Yidan and was determined not to give her a single chance to climb the ladder. Everyone present understood He Chingsong's implication. If Yang Yidan proved exceptionally capable, she would eventually take his place. What's so awkward about it? If you were even remotely competent, we wouldn't have to go apologize to people tomorrow. We're both embarrassed because of you. What more do you want? Yang Yidan retorted sarcastically. After all, I did have feelings for him once. I can tell exactly what is scheming just from the shift in his eyes. Guananfu opened his mouth to argue, but then remembered he was no match for her in a debate, and reluctantly closed it again. The sight of this batch of goods infuriated Yang Yidan, who now had to haul it all back to the workshop and have them dismantled. What's going on here? Why does it all need to be taken apart again? The two acting forewomen looked at the goods in front of them, and their hands already ached. They'd worked overtime to rush it out, only to have to take it all apart by hand in the end. Yang Yidan understood how they felt. "This batch is poor quality, so I'm afraid you'll have to bear with it. Please stack all the fabric properly. The supervisor will arrange to have this shipment returned. We can't just waste the money. If they won't take it back, we'll have to figure something else out." The class monitor instructed everyone to distribute all the clothes. Lin Maimai used a bathroom break as an excuse to find Yang Yidan. After getting the full story, she cursed out Guananfu. "You've all worked hard, let's push through these next few days with some overtime to get it finished." Yang Yidan patted her shoulder and let out a sigh of sympathy. Ding Xinyuo knew he was deliberately excluding her. Angrily, she said, "Director, I don't recall offending you. Why are you always singling me out? Is this because of Yang Yidan?" The person who had remained silent all along inexplicably got dragged into it again. She let out a cold laugh. "You have to drag me into everything. Am I your mother or something? Him having it out for you is his problem. Why do you have to bring me into it? Can't you survive without me? Besides, if not letting you go means his targeting you, then what about all the other people in the factory who didn't go? Is he targeting them too?" Yang Yidan's face darkened, her gaze icy and sharp as she stared coldly at Ding Xinyuo. "You think everyone is like the two of you, petty people who, after getting a taste of power, abuse their authority to bring personal grudges into the workplace? I'm seriously starting to doubt your competence." She didn't give Ding Xinyuo a chance to retort at all. She used to ignore them out of laziness, but since they kept pushing their luck, she decided she'd be more proactive from now on. "Who knows what shady business the two of you have been up to?" she muttered, her voice so soft it was almost lost in the sound of the rain. Yang Yidan, however, had exceptionally sharp hearing and caught every single word, clear as day. "You're the one who's always up to no good, so you see everyone else through that same dirty lens. But sorry to disappoint, I'm not like you. I didn't steal someone else's husband, and I didn't cling to my husband's brother after he passed away." With every word she spoke, the expressions on Ding Xinyuo and Guananfu's faces darkened a shade more, threatening to outdo the gloom of the sky itself. satisfied. If not, I can keep going, or perhaps I should head straight to the broadcast room and announce it over the loudspeaker, so everyone can hear about your little love story. Yang Yidan raised an eyebrow inquisitively when she saw their silence. Ding Xinyuo bit her lower lip, her face flushing and paling with fury. The two of them stood rooted to the spot like wooden posts. Yang Yidan shot them a withering look before turning and walking away. He Qingsong had already had an inkling about their relationship. But hearing the news outright still left him stunned. He shot them a glance, his expression tinged with disgust. He Qingsong quickened his pace to catch up with Yang Yidan, each of them holding their own umbrella. Why are you always following me? Yang Yidan turned her head slightly, a faint frown of confusion on her face as she looked at him. Meeting his complicated gaze, she held his eyes for a few seconds before looking away. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. He Qingsong, who was usually so quick-witted, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. As he listened from the side to her recounting what Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo had done to her, a sudden discomfort washed over him. Perhaps it was because he couldn't stand to see a sincere person get hurt, or to see anyone being bullied. Yang Yidan shrugged indifferently. I wasn't planning to blame you anyway. If I said it out loud, I'm not afraid of people knowing. Besides, it's nothing to be ashamed of. So why should I be scared of others finding out? If anyone should be afraid, it certainly wouldn't be her. He Qingsong nodded in agreement beside her and said, You're right, the one who should feel ashamed is the person who betrayed you, and the one who should be afraid is him. It has nothing to do with you. This all started on a beautiful, sunny morning. He had gone into town to run some errands, and by the time he was done, it was already noon. Just as he stepped off the bus, someone suddenly grabbed his arm, thinking it was a kidnapper. People had been going missing frequently lately. She quickly shook off the hand. Who are you? The person pulling her lost their balance and fell to the ground. Once she saw who it was, Yang Yidan hurried over to help them up. Auntie, is that you? Yang Yidan helped Guan Anfu's mother up from the ground and brushed the dust off her clothes. Trembling, Mrs. Guan steadied herself with Yang Yidan's hand. I came to see my son. I never expected to run into you here. Yidan, have you and Anfu made up? At the thought of the two of them reconciling, Mrs. Guan's face immediately lit up with joy. Yang Yidan had no idea what Guan Anfu had told his parents. She shook her head with a smile and said, No. And there's no chance of us getting back together. But why? You two were perfectly fine before. How could you get divorced so soon after the wedding? Mrs. Guan asked anxiously, just as Yang Yidan was about to explain. A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Guan Anfu hurried over, pulled his mother to his side, shot a glare at Yang Yidan, and said irritably, Mom, didn't I tell you not to come? He was just grateful he'd arrived early, preventing Yang Yidan from filling her head with nonsense. Knowing exactly what he was afraid of, Yang Yidan curled her lip in disdain. You two have your mother-son chat. I'll be heading back now. She had barely taken 2 steps before Guan Anfu caught up to her. Guan Anfu hemmed and hawed, asking about this and that, but never quite getting to the point. It wasn't until he suddenly stood right in front of her, blocking her path, that she finally snapped, What on earth do you want? Could you do me a favor? I haven't explained things properly to my parents yet. Could you just pretend to be back with me for a few days, just long enough to get them to go home? I promise I'll make it up to you. He sounded sincere enough. And it was the first time she'd seen him act so filial. But what did any of this have to do with Yang Yidan? She refused his request without a moment's hesitation. No, call me heartless, call me inhuman, say whatever you want, I'm not putting on an act with you. She preemptively said all the things Guan Anfu was about to scold her with, leaving him momentarily speechless. How can you be like this? My parents have treated you quite well, haven't they? They're getting on in years. How can you bear to let them worry about us? Guan Anfu tried to persuade Yang Yidan by appealing to her sense of morality and conscience. Yang Yidan wasn't having any of it. She wouldn't fall for his tricks. If your parents knew you cheated on your wife, they'd probably be even more worried about you. After all, the future of your Guan family would depend on a child who doesn't share your blood. His words cut deep into Guan Anfu. Yang Yidan, you venomous woman. How could I have been so blind to fall for you? If I'd known you were this kind of person, I never should have wasted my time on you. Hearing his words, Yang Yidan stopped in her tracks, turned her head, and fixed him with an icy stare, she suddenly let out a cold laugh. I'm the one who should be saying that. If I'd known you were such a spineless, incompetent man with no moral character, I never should have wasted my time being with you, throwing his own words right back at him. Yang Yidan refused to waste another second. She simply turned and walked away at a leisurely pace, leaving him with nothing but her retreating back. Furious, Guan Anfu clenched his fists tightly. Ever since she ran into Guan's mother last time, she's been showing up at the factory every other day, telling people she's there to see her son and daughter-in-law. Very few people at the factory knew about the relationship between Guan Anfu and Ding Xinyuo, and the two of them never made a point of telling anyone. When Guan's mother mentioned her daughter-in-law and called out Yang Yidan's name, rumors immediately started flying around the factory. Yang Yidan was running around dealing with the returns and had no idea about the gossip concerning her at the factory. She saw this as an opportunity. Only by resolving this matter could she legitimately return to the workshop. She was so busy she barely touched the ground, collapsing into sleep each night. It wasn't until Lin Maimai came to find her that she learned about the rumors circulating about herself. Guan Anfu is absolutely doing this on purpose. Why else would he have his mother out there spreading nonsense? If it were Guan Anfu or Ding Xinyuo spouting such lies, she would have confronted them long ago, but it had to be a defenseless, frail woman. Yang Yidan sat on the edge of the bed, staring at her bleary-eyed. What nonsense are you talking about? She said you're her daughter-in-law, and that some guy is trying to break up your family. What's worse, he's from our factory. Now everyone's trying to figure out who he is. Lin Maimai plopped down on a stool, huffing and puffing, clearly fuming with anger. There was no need to ask, it was obvious Guan Anfu had said all this. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. Aren't you going to do something about it? Lin Maimai asked curiously, noticing her relaxed demeanor. What could she possibly do? She couldn't just go over and cover the old lady's mouth, nor could she chase her away. Doing that would only make her look guilty. I'll go take a look tomorrow. She was so tired she could barely keep her eyes open. All she wanted now was to sleep. Lin Maimai didn't want to keep her any longer. Listen, she said, you need to get a handle on this, and the sooner the better. Watching her leave, Yang Yidan collapsed into bed. Then, taking 2 steps back to avoid his outstretched hand, she said, don't, whatever you have to say it right here. She raised an eyebrow at Ding Xinyuo. Well, what do you think? Ding Xinyuo was fuming. The old woman refusing to acknowledge her and her son was bad enough. Here she was, the legitimate wife, being made to feel like the other woman. Guan Anfu was no help either. Not only did he fail to support her, but he also stood by and let his mother bully her. Say whatever you have to say right here, she said, shooting a glare at Guan Anfu beside her, her voice icy. Who knows what the two of them might be scheming behind her back. Ding Xinyuo would absolutely not allow them to be alone together. Yang Yidan glanced out of the corner of her eye at the onlookers, then confronted Guan Anfu. I want to know why Deputy Director Guan's mother is out there ruining my reputation. Are you really telling me you knew nothing about it? The news has practically spread throughout the entire factory. As a deputy director, and with the person in question being his own mother, there's no way he wouldn't know, frankly. Few would believe that claim. Just as they were speaking, Mrs. Guan arrived. She hadn't expected to see Yang Yidan again on this visit. Shuffling hurriedly over, she took Yang Yidan's hand in hers. Yidan, she pleaded, her voice trembling, please make up with my son. As luck would have it, He Chingsong arrived just as they were being surrounded by the crowd. What's going on? He had just walked over when the old lady saw him, reached out, and struck him hard. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected her to resort to violence. The old lady hit him while cursing. It's you little beast, who ruined our family. It's all your fault. Yang Yidan was the first to snap out of it. She hurriedly stepped in to stop Guan's mother, saying, Auntie, you've got it all wrong. He Chingsong was completely bewildered. He had absolutely no idea who the old woman in front of him was, let alone her son and daughter-in-law. Who are you? He Chingsong assumed her eyesight was failing in her old age and she had mistaken him for someone else. Guan Anfu stepped forward and pulled He Chingsong aside. I'm sorry, my mother is getting on in years and her mind isn't what it used to be. Please don't take anything she says too seriously. Standing not far from him, Yang Yidan frowned upon hearing such disgusting words. Guan Anfu, What have you been saying? Mother Guan was about to strike again when she saw the woman pinning all the blame on her son. She turned and landed 2 solid punches on her. Despite her age, the old woman packed a surprising punch. Each blow landed right on the bone, making Yang Yidan gasp in pain. He Qingsong stepped forward. Intending to have someone drive her away, the old lady had originally come to persuade Yang Yidan to mend her ways and, by the way, give He Qingsong a warning, but right in front of her son. The two of them were exchanging flirtatious glances. Their sheer audacity left her genuinely shocked. She bent down, picked up a stone from the roadside, and prepared to hurl it at them. I'll kill you 2 shameless bastards. How dare you act so brazenly in front of all these people? I'll teach you to gang up on my son. He Qingsong stepped in front of her. Yang Yidan, having reached her limit, demanded, Guan Anfu, do you have the guts to tell your mother the truth? Guan Anfu had vanished. God knows where. She only spotted him lurking behind the crowd, while Ding Xinyuo stood to the side, enjoying the spectacle. His mother was fighting his battles for him. 2 innocent people were taking the beating, and the one who started it all was hiding like a coward. Enough, I've shown you respect as an elder. And I've tolerated all this because your son deceived me. But a person's patience has its limits. Yang Yidan stepped forward, grabbed the old woman's hand. And with a slight twist of force, the stone fell from her grasp. Mrs. Guan was so furious she was left breathless, gasping for air as she glared at her with pure hatred. Yang Yidan shot a glance at Guan Anfu and let out a short, cold laugh. I offered you a way out, but you refused. Don't blame me for what comes next. Seeing through her icy smile, Guan Anfu's heart clenched. He wanted to step forward to stop her, when suddenly a shadow fell. Looking up slightly, he met He Qingsong's gloomy gaze. He Qingsong stood half a head taller than him, with fresh scrapes from gravel on his face, making his current hostility even more palpable. Principal, I already told you my mother isn't quite right in the head. I'll take her away now. I'm really sorry for the trouble. As he said this, he took a step to the left. For every step he took, He Qingsong matched it. He Qingsong slid one hand into his trouser pocket, a smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? Your mother doesn't look unwell to me. She was so full of life and fighting spirit that 2 young men couldn't hold her back. Guan Anfu knew there was no way he would let her pass. She said awkwardly, I'll take my mother away right now. Please, director, let us through. The man opposite acted as if he hadn't heard her. He turned to look at the 2 of them, his hand gripping his own arm tightly. Let me make this perfectly clear to you. The reason I divorced your son is because he was unfaithful. He didn't dare tell you because he was afraid you'd be angry. Guan's mother didn't believe a word she said, insisting she had dumped her son because she was seeing someone else. Yang Yidan grabbed the hand reaching for her and said angrily, when I get mad, I don't care who you are, I'll hit you all the same. So don't think you can pull rank just because you're older. She turned her head and jerked her chin at Guan Anfu. You tell her the truth. Guan Anfu shook off He Qingsong's hand, strode over to his mother, and tried to pull her away from the scene. Mother Guan refused to leave. Tell me, is what she said actually true? Mom, didn't I already tell you not to come here? What's between us is none of your business. Why won't you just listen? Guan Anfu was also breaking down. He really had told Mother Guan not to come here, precisely to avoid causing trouble. And yet, as if on cue, the very thing he feared came to pass. A mother knows her son best. Seeing his impatient attitude, Mrs. Guan already understood the situation perfectly. She slapped Guan Anfu across the face and pointed at Ding Xinyuo, who was standing by watching the drama. Was it this vixen who seduced you? Following the direction of her finger, Ding Xinyuo dropped her look of gleeful spectatorship and snorted coldly. Watch your mouth, old woman. What do you mean I seduced him? It was your son who came bothering me seeing that this had nothing to do with her. Yang Yidan spoke up first to cut through the family's squabble. I'm not involved in this, right? Don't come looking for trouble with me again in the future. You all understand the principle. I won't provoke anyone if they don't provoke me first. With that, she added very considerately, I won't disturb you 3 discussing family matters. Mother Guan called after her retreating figure twice, but received no response. As He Qingsong left, he also told the onlookers to disperse, saying, Deputy Director Guan, you'd better clean up your own family mess. If this happens again, I will definitely report it to the factory director. After they left, Mother Guan had a huge argument with Ding Xinyor, while Guan Anfu just stood by and watched. While having lunch in the cafeteria, Yang Yidan learned from Xue Di that the old lady was nearly driven to a fit of anger. Guan Anfu is such a piece of work, Lin Maimai said with great annoyance. He always disappears when there's trouble. Only to show his face again once it's all settled. Yang Yidan nodded in strong agreement. I couldn't agree more, Xue Di remarked with a sigh. It's a good thing you divorced him long ago. Bringing a man like that home is just asking for trouble. While the divorce wasn't Yang Yidan's fault, people still had a somewhat resistant attitude towards it. There was no shortage of gossip about the three of them, but most of it no longer centered on Yang Yidan. She didn't think it was a big deal. After all, they already knew the truth of the matter. Besides, everyone gets talked about behind their back. As long as she didn't have to hear it, it was fine. 2 weeks later, they finally managed to arrange a meeting with the client at a small noodle shop in town. Facing the client, Yang Yidan forced a smile and said, "In that case, I'll just have to try making one sample first. If you're satisfied, we can proceed from there. How does that sound?" After some thought, Director Zhong had to agree that this was the only way forward. The four of them had a quick meal. On the way back, Chingsong caught a glimpse of the picture in her hand. "Are you sure you can do this?" "I won't know until I try," Yang Yidan replied, tucking the paper into her pocket. She planned to go through the newspapers Aunt He had given her when she got home, hoping to find some inspiration. The photo is blurry anyway, as long as the overall likeness is close. Making a few minor changes to the details shouldn't be a problem. She had been good at drawing since she was a child. After returning, she sketched a rough outline on paper based on the image, then filled in some details following the newspaper. Lin Maimai sat across from her. "What can you even make out from this?" It was so blurry she could hardly see anything clearly, but this was already the clearest version available. "Not bad, right? What do you think? Does it look like her?" Yang Yidan placed her finished drawing in front of her and invited Xue Di and the others, who were standing nearby, to take a look. After looking, Xue Di nodded repeatedly. "It really does look quite a bit like her. Don't you all think so?" The others chimed in agreement, but Lin Maimai furrowed her brow. I don't know, something feels a bit off to me." Yang Yidan leaned in to carefully compare the two pictures. "What seems off about it?" "Hard to say, the image is way too blurry. I can't make out a thing. Let's just go with your design. They won't know the difference anyway." She took the two images back, shaking her head. "Something does seem off to me too. Is it around the sleeve area?" The image was ambiguous. It looked like it had sleeves, yet it didn't. "Lin Yi, open the door, it's late. And I don't want to argue with you." Afraid of waking up others in the dorm, she kept her voice as low as possible. Still, there was no response. "If you don't open this door, don't blame me for what happens next." She waited a few minutes. Inside the room, she could clearly hear the sound of Lin Yi's footsteps. Yang Yidan set the basin aside, rolled up her sleeves, took 2 steps back, and kicked the door open with a single, forceful blow. When the first kick didn't work, she delivered 2 more before it finally gave way. The noise woke up the neighbors. Lin Yi stared at the door she had broken. Pausing mid-sip of water, he looked at her in horror. "Couldn't you have just called out if the door was stuck? You've completely wrecked it. What are we supposed to do now?" Yang Yidan made a point of checking the door as she entered. After confirming it was locked from the inside, she walked up to her, raising her hand as if to strike, but the blow never landed on her face. Instead, it only knocked the cup from her hand. Reacting on instinct, Lin Yi flinched, pulling her neck in and staring at her in terror. "I was calling for you outside. Didn't you hear me?" Yang Yidan took half a step back, putting some distance between them. It took Lin Yi a long moment to collect herself. She swallowed reflexively. "Your voice was too soft. I didn't hear you. Was that loud enough for you?" Yang Yidan glanced at the door she had kicked in, a wicked grin playing on her lips. Seeing that grin, Lin Yi muttered under her breath, "You're insane." Quite a few people were gathered at the doorway. Yang Yidan turned around and said apologetically, "Sorry for waking you all up just now." They had thought the two were about to come to blows and were debating whether to intervene, but the conflict fizzled out just like that. Watching them leave, Yang Yidan slammed the door shut with force, but still left a crack. She had no choice but to block the door with a stool. Returning to her bed, she glanced under her pillow. The item was still there. Yang Yidan watched her approach step by step, then stop right in front of her, taking her hand with reddened eyes. The other girl said, "Yidan, I'm really sorry. I was just so upset last night that I took it out on you." This whole performance left Yang Yidan blinking in confusion. She shook off the other's hand and said with a wry laugh, "Why are you apologizing to me? Did you actually do something wrong? I know you're still mad at me. Last night was my fault. I really didn't hear you calling me, and I have no idea why the door suddenly wouldn't open." Lin Yi's eyes were filled with panic. She gripped her hand tightly, her words coming out in a frantic, disjointed rush. As she spoke, her gaze kept drifting, almost involuntarily, towards He Qingsong standing behind her. Yang Yidan, noticing the intense stare from behind, shook off her hand once more. "So you're saying you don't know why the door was locked from the outside?" A faint smile touched the corners of her lips. "I understand now. You must have been so upset that you accidentally locked the door without realizing it, and you were so distressed that you didn't even hear me calling." She put on a show of remorse and regret. "It's all my fault. You were going through so much last night, and I failed to understand. I should have stood outside your door all night. This is entirely on me." Lin Yi stood frozen in place, completely stunned by her words, unable to speak for a long while. I didn't mean it like that. I'm genuinely here to apologize, to sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Having regained her composure, Lin Yi adopted a humble and contrite posture. Yang Yidan saw not a shred of remorse in her eyes, and had also caught the smirk she tried to hide. "I genuinely believe I was in the wrong," she replied coldly, then stood up and walked away from her. He Qingsong stood behind them, expressionless, listening to their every word and movement, watching her retreating figure. Lin Yi turned a pleading look to He Qingsong. "Brother Qingsong, it seems Yidan is still upset. Did you really lock her out?" He Qingsong asked with a hint of surprise, one eyebrow slightly raised. Lin Yi looked down, her eyes darting nervously. She fidgeted with the hem of her shirt and stammered, I didn't mean to. The dorm room door just broke on its own. Lying isn't a good habit," he remarked as he passed by her, then walked away. Left alone, Lin Yi dropped her previous fragile demeanor, her eyes filled with a fierce glare as she stared in the direction they had gone. The outcome wasn't what she had in mind. "What a fine spectacle," a mocking voice sounded beside her. Turning her head, she saw Ding Xinyuo sauntering over. "Do you have feelings for Director He?" She hit the nail on the head. Lin Yi shot her a glance, not intending to reply, and turned to leave when the person behind her suddenly called out her name. "Then you'd better be careful. Yang Yidan may not have many other talents, but seducing men is her greatest skill. Knowing someone like her wouldn't say such things for no reason." "What do you mean by that?" Ding Xinyuo approached her again and whispered, "Let's team up to get rid of her. As long as Yang Yidan isn't at this factory, she wouldn't have to live in constant fear, and she'd have more room to grow. Everyone else around her is useless. If they knew what she was planning to do, they'd never dare." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "You want me to be the scapegoat, the fall guy? No way. You deal with her yourself." With that, she walked away without looking back, ignoring the shouts behind her. Halfway there, Yang Yidan sneezed for no apparent reason, assuming it was from catching a chill outside the night before. Back at the warehouse, after taking stock of the goods, she sat on a stool and spread the blueprint out on the wooden tabletop. Guan Anfu walked up to her and tapped the tabletop. "Let me see how much of that fabric batch is left." Yang Yidan took out the list and placed it in front of him. "You'll have to figure out what to do with this batch of fabric yourself." "Of course I know. Who are you to tell me? Who's the deputy director here, you or me?" Yang Yidan stopped bickering with the deputy director and focused all her attention on her own drawings, failing to notice the flash of malice in Guan Anfu's eyes. "Keep all this fabric together. Don't mix it with the others. I'll figure out a way to sell it." Guan Anfu slapped the list down on the table and said, somewhat angrily. His anger came out of nowhere. Yang Yidan ignored him, and after he left, she carefully put the receipt away. Nearly half the warehouse was filled with the shoddy fabric he had bought. This kind of cloth had been reprocessed and was unsellable. Since it couldn't be sold, all the losses would have to be covered by Guan Anfu himself. A miser like him would never pay up. But he also didn't want to lose his job. That night, when Yang Yidan went out to wash up, she saw flames shooting into the sky from the direction of the warehouse in the distance. She stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. After a few seconds, she hurriedly grabbed a basin and ran to the warehouse. It was the warehouse that was on fire, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Yang Edan kept shouting as she used her own basin to fetch water. The commotion she made was so loud that it drew everyone out of the dormitory. What's going on? Lin Mai rushed out in a panic. Watching her figure darting back and forth, she pointed towards the warehouse. The warehouse is on fire. Hurry, put it out. Her shout alerted everyone behind her, and they all grabbed their own buckets to fetch water and run towards the warehouse. It took half an hour to extinguish the fire. Yang Edan's clothes were completely soaked through with sweat and water. She sat on the ground, gasping for air, her hands still gripping the water bucket tightly. The fire was utterly baffling. She had checked everything thoroughly before leaving. There was simply no way it could have started. What on earth happened? Oh my God. How could a fire just break out like this? Has everything inside been destroyed? Guan Anfu arrived late, his shouts and running footsteps preceding him. Yang Edan turned her head and fixed him with a sharp, piercing stare. Noticing her gaze, Guan Anfu didn't look the least bit guilty. Instead, he smiled at her and said, "Edan, how could you be so careless? They didn't even know the cause of the fire yet, and already they were pinning the blame on her. That's a laughable thing for a deputy director to say," Lin Mai retorted sarcastically. "We don't even know what caused the fire, and you're already blaming Edan. What's your evidence for saying that?" Lin Mai said with biting sarcasm. Guan Anfu turned his head and fixed her with a sinister stare. "Then you tell me the cause of the fire. If it wasn't due to her carelessness, what else could it be? Are you suggesting someone set it on purpose?" His words jolted Yang Edan awake. She pushed herself up from the ground, steadying her emotions. Deputy Director Guan seems to know the details quite well. Meeting her gaze, Guan Anfu was suddenly struck with a pang of alarm. He averted his eyes, not daring to look at her again. "Where's the director? How come the director isn't here when something this major has happened?" The words had barely left his mouth when He Chingsong appeared behind him. "Looking for me, Deputy Director Guan." Guan Anfu whirled around, startled, and took several steps back, pointing at the charred and dilapidated warehouse behind him. Guan Anfu said with a hint of schadenfreude, "Director, the warehouse caught fire and everything inside is gone. I'd say it was due to staff negligence." He Chingsong's face darkened as he took in the other man's smug expression. After a few seconds, he said coldly, "Everything's gone, including that worthless cloth the deputy director purchased." Caught off guard by the accurate accusation, Guan Anfu struggled to maintain his composure. "What do you mean by that? Director, you're not suspecting me, are you?" Guan Anfu frowned, appearing genuinely perplexed. After all, Deputy Director Guan is the only one who stands to benefit from this, isn't he? He Chingsong said, his voice lilting upward. He didn't seem angry at all. Saying it was almost as if he was teasing Guan Anfu. Yang Edan stood nearby, her eyes fixed intently on Guan Anfu. He was, by far, the most likely suspect. Noticing everyone's gaze on him, Guan Anfu hurriedly defended himself. "What, am I crazy? Why would I set the warehouse on fire? Unless I actually wanted to get fired, not necessarily," Yang Edan said with a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. "This way, you'd kill two birds with one stone. Get rid of that troublesome batch of fabric asterisk and asterisk pin the blame on me. Someone as clever as you could certainly think of that." Seeing that the two of them were convinced he was the arsonist, Guan Anfu retorted. "Do you have any proof?" Lin Mai said with a sneer. "Now you want evidence. You didn't seem to need any when you were falsely accusing Edan just now. It's too late now, all of you. Go home, I will get to the bottom of this," said He Chingsong. No longer bickering with Guan Anfu, in an instant, only a few people remained in front of the warehouse. Yang Edan walked inside. Everything was burnt to ashes, including the blueprints she had drawn. Lin Mai followed close by her side and said firmly, "This definitely wasn't your fault. Someone must have set the fire on purpose." She deliberately raised her voice on those last four words, making sure Guan Anfu beside her could hear. Guan Anfu couldn't be bothered to respond and remained silent. "My blueprint is gone too. The one the client gave me was burned," Yang Edan said coldly. She couldn't see it clearly before and had wanted to ask the client for a replacement, but they said it was the only copy they had. Getting another one from them now was out of the question. She told He Chingsong about the matter, and he fell into a long silence after hearing it. The longer he remained silent, the more uneasy Yang Yidan felt. Unsure of what to do next, regardless of how you look at it, you're responsible for the warehouse fire. You need to get to the bottom of it. As for the drawing the client provided, I can try to get you another copy, but you have to tell me, are you confident you can produce it? She had already given the client her word. If she backed out now and said it was impossible, the client would be furious. She nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I can." He Ching-song nodded. "I'll look into the warehouse matter. You just focus on the client's requirements. The other areas aren't suitable for you to work in, so you'll stay in my office for now." It wasn't just Guan Anfu who was shocked. Lin Maimai and Lin Yi stared at the two of them, wide-eyed and incredulous. "No need. I can make do with any spot." Yang Yidan had no particular requirements for an office space. It makes no difference to her where she is, however. He Ching-song insisted on proceeding with his own method in the end. "Deputy Director Guan, since this matter involves you as well, we'll need to work together to get to the bottom of it." Guan Anfu thought he was in the clear, but the sudden shout nearly scared the life out of him. His eyes widened in confusion as he said, "How is this my problem? I didn't start the fire. Are you in charge of the warehouse?" He Ching-song cut him off. Guan Anfu was about to argue, but then it dawned on him. Yang Yidan managed the warehouse, and as his subordinate, the responsibility ultimately fell on him. Seeing his silence, He Ching-song patted him on the shoulder and said, "You've had a tough time. I might be away from the factory for a few days on some business, so I'll have to leave the fire incident in your hands." They dumped the whole matter on him before he could even react, and then they were already gone. Guan Anfu shouted at their retreating backs, "What's the meaning of this? Are you just picking on me?" The people walking ahead heard him, but they all tacitly pretended not to have heard a thing. Arriving at the girls' dormitory, Lin Maimai followed Lin Yi inside, leaving the two of them standing outside. "I need to ask you something." He Ching-song called out to stop Yang Yidan. On the surface, he acted as if it were nothing, but this was a serious matter. There was no way he could just let it go. "Who do you think set the fire?" Yang Yidan was taken aback by his question. "You don't suspect me," she said. He Ching-song met her gaze, then after a few seconds, a faint smile appeared. "Did you set the fire?" She couldn't tell if he was being deliberate or just thoughtless. If she really had started the fire, she certainly wouldn't admit it. She shook her head and said in a steady voice, "No. I suspect it was Guan Anfu." Guan Anfu is exactly the type of person who would do something like this. Right now, he's the prime suspect. And he's also the only one who stands to gain from this whole affair. Hearing her words, He Ching-song nodded and said, "I was thinking the same thing. Are you really not going to be at the factory these next few days?" Yang Yidan turned and asked before leaving. When he's around, Guan Anfu is at least somewhat restrained and mindful of him. But if he's gone, Guan would probably get completely carried away with himself. He Ching-song, shrouded in the darkness, gave a slow nod in response to her question. For some reason, Yang Yidan sensed a complex, ineffable emotion settling over him. She asked no further questions and turned back toward the dormitory, just as she had anticipated. Once He Ching-song left the factory, no one could reign in Guan Anfu anymore. He spent the entire morning calling nearly everyone in the workshop over to question them about the warehouse. In the end, only Yang Yidan was left. She was sitting on a desk outside the office when she saw someone from Ding Xinyuo's side approaching. "The deputy director wants to see you." With that, the person immediately walked away. Yang Yidan arrived at Guan Anfu's office door and could hear someone crying inside. A knock on the door instantly silenced the crying inside. Upon opening it, Guan Anfu was seen standing before two female employees. It seemed the earlier sobbing had come from them. "Is there something you need?" Guan Anfu's voice snapped Yang Yidan back to attention. With a puzzled look, she said, "Didn't you just call me in?" As if something had just clicked, Guan Anfu let out a sudden, understanding "oh." He then turned to the two female employees and said, "You two can go now. There's nothing more for you here." The female employees couldn't wait to get out of there. As they left, they breathed a sigh of relief and cast sympathetic glances at Yang Yidan. After the two of them had gone, she remained standing at the doorway, showing no intention of entering. "What do you want? Spit it out." With just the two of them present, Yang Yidan saw no need to spare him any courtesy. Guan Anfu beckoned to her. "Come here. There are some things I need to ask you." Yang Yidan still didn't move. "Whatever it is, make it quick. I'm busy." "Come here, I'm not going to eat you. Are you that scared of me?" he said in a lazy, offhand manner, crossing his legs and leaning back slightly. His tone made Yang Yidan extremely uncomfortable. "You disgust me." Upon hearing her words, Guan Anfu's face instantly darkened, as if he'd been publicly humiliated. He said angrily, "That's not what you said when you liked me. I remember you were crazy about me back then. Even got into a fight with someone just to be with me." Yang Yidan had no memory of the things he mentioned. Frowning, she said, "If you called me here just to spout nonsense, then I'm leaving." Just as she turned to leave, the person behind her called out to her again. Guan Anfu let out a soft sigh and said, utterly perplexed, "I really don't understand why you want a divorce. You loved me so much before. I can't believe your feelings for me just vanished overnight." Yang Yidan frowned deeply, looking at the person before her with utter bewilderment. "You called me here just to say this." Sensing her impatience, Guan Anfu got straight to the point. "Tell me the truth. Did you set the warehouse on fire? If it was you, don't be afraid. For old time's sake, I'll make sure you're protected." She lifted her chin, staring at the hypocrite putting on a show of affection. "It wasn't me." Guan Anfu seemed already convinced she was the arsonist. "I mean every word, just admit it, and I'll guarantee your safety. After all, we did have something once." "Is it you?" Yang Yidan, seeing his earnest expression, could already guess what he was about to say and cut him off directly. Not understanding her meaning, Guan Anfu stopped and looked at her in confusion. She got straight to the point. "Did you set the fire?" He didn't know why she sounded so certain, as if she had been right there watching when the fire was set. Meeting her gaze, Guan Anfu panicked instantly, flatly denying it. "Of course it wasn't me. Why would I do such a thing?" Yang Yidan stared at his flustered expression, a slight smirk curling her lips. "There are plenty of reasons. That batch of fabric alone gives you more than enough motive to set the fire. Stop making baseless accusations. I know you hate me. Is this because you want to help He Chingsong drive me out of the factory? Are the two of you conspiring to frame me? I just don't get it. What does He Chingsong have that I don't? How could you leave me for him?" The more he spoke, the more outrageous he became. Yang Yidan didn't want to waste any more time on him. "Don't assume everyone is like you. You know better than anyone who really started that fire. Instead of slandering us here, you'd be better off finding the actual arsonist." Then, as if remembering something, she added, "I recall the factory director and the others still don't know about that batch of fabric, right? If they were to find out about both matters at once, do you really think the favor owed to Ding Xinyuo's ex-husband would be enough to keep you in your current position?" Guan Anfu's competence might be enough for a junior clerk, but he definitely relied on other means to secure his position as deputy director. Yang Yidan knew exactly how he had managed to become the deputy director. At her reminder, the smile instantly vanished from Guan Anfu's lips. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way." With that, he left, completely ignoring the voice calling after him. After she had gone, Guan Anfu grabbed the nearest object and hurled it at the door. 2 days later, relying solely on her memory, Yang Yidan recreated the painting with almost no deviation. She had no choice but to schedule another meeting with the client to show him her work. "Perfect, just like this," the client said happily, pointing at her drawing. "Get the sample garment made quickly. I'll have our management take a look." Upon returning to the factory, Yang Yidan heard that the arsonist had been found. She followed a staff member to Guan Anfu's office. A male employee stood with his head bowed, enduring the torrent of abuse from Guan Anfu. Sensing the arrival of the two women, Guan Anfu's tirade intensified, his harsh words finally reducing the male employee to tears. "I told the director I'd handle this. After a screw-up this big, there's no place for you in this factory anymore. This time it was just a warehouse. What if you burn down the whole damn place next time?" Guan Anfu grew more and more agitated as he spoke, slamming his fist on the desk until his voice was the only sound filling the entire office. Yang Yidan stared at the male employee in silence, who hunched his shoulders and offered no defense for himself. "You don't need to come in tomorrow. Let's consider this matter closed. From now on, everyone needs to be more careful and attentive in their work, so nothing this serious happens again." With that, Guan Anfu waved his hand dismissively, signaling for everyone waiting in the office to leave. Yang Yidan did not leave. She watched the male employee, who remained rooted to the spot, looking like a child who had done something wrong. What are you still doing standing there? Guan Anfu's remark was directed at Yang Yidan. She turned her gaze toward him. Is director he unable to make it? That's right, I just called him on the factory phone. He can't come for now and has left the decision to me, Guan Anfu said, tilting his head back with a smug expression as if he'd received an imperial decree. Yang Yidan pursed her lips in resignation. She asked the male employee who remained rooted to the spot. Why did you set the warehouse on fire? She found it very strange. The male worker had no grudge against anyone at the factory, and he had always been honest and dutiful in his work. The male worker glanced up briefly at Guan Anfu sitting across from him, then quickly lowered his head again. It was an accident. I never imagined it would start such a big fire. Everything seemed fine when I left, but then the fire just kept growing. Meanwhile, the sample garment was finished. Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai leaned their heads together, carefully examining the dress laid out on the table. Yang Yidan held up the design sketch, looking at it from every angle. Won't this collar be uncomfortable to wear? It's not practical at all. The neckline is far too wide. This skirt is practically see-through with the slightest movement. Wearing it here is just asking for gossip. A little. Yes, maybe we should make some adjustments. Lin Maimai nodded thoughtfully. Just as they put away the sample garment, they saw He Qingsong walk in from outside and greet them both. Has the director been dealing with something these past few days? Lin Maimai asked the person beside her in a low voice. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Yidan glanced over, then returned her gaze to the work in her hands. I'll mark it out for you right here, and you can make the changes based on my marks. She took a piece of chalk and, in a few quick strokes, had finished drawing on the garment. Lin Maimai was about to leave with the clothes when He Qingsong emerged from inside, leading Lin Yi. His face was as dark as if it had been smeared with coal. Lin Yi followed behind him, head slightly bowed, biting her lower lip. She looked utterly tense. You, come with me too. He Qingsong glanced at Yang Yidan, then strode away on his long legs. What's going on? Lin Maimai asked curiously. Yang Yidan shook her head at her, then followed them out. They arrived at He Qingsong's office, which was really just a random empty room. It contained only a small table and a stool, a far cry from Guan Anfu's setup. He Qingsong placed a silk scarf in front of the two women. Yang Yidan recognized it as her own at a glance. Whose is this? One of yours. He had seen it on one of them before, so he went to find them as soon as he picked it up. Lin Yi shook her head and said, It's not mine, it's mine. Why? Yang Yidan hadn't been able to find this scarf for a while. This scarf was a gift from her time dating Guan Anfu. She hasn't touched it since the divorce. Not being able to find her didn't bother him much. Keeping it around wouldn't make her use it anyway. They found this near the warehouse after the fire. He Qing's voice was flat, but a storm raged behind his eyes. Just when he thought the matter was over, it was dragged back into the light a week later. I lost that scarf a while ago. I absolutely did not set the warehouse on fire. Yang Yidan met his gaze calmly and said with certainty. He Qingsong asked Lin Yi to leave first, leaving only the two of them in the office. His tense demeanor from moments ago shifted as he let out a quiet sigh of relief. I believe you about this, he said, but I don't know who reported it to the factory director. The director insists on getting to the bottom of it. That's why he rushed back in such a hurry. To sort this mess out before the factory director blew his top. Didn't Deputy Director Guan already catch the arsonist? Yang Yidan was also puzzled, wondering how her belongings ended up at the scene. He Qingsong said helplessly. Guan Anfu told the director it might have been a misjudgment, so he went to look for the guy, but that male employee is no longer here. Yang Yidan frowned as she listened, pondering for a moment. I see, as long as I get to the bottom of this, I can clear my name, so. This investigation still falls to me, right? No, I'll handle the investigation, you just need to cooperate. She's the prime suspect, so of course she can't be involved in this. She nodded in understanding. Then I'll leave it in your hands. He Qingsong got the full story from her and then followed her outside. Lin Yi was still standing not far from the doorway, as if waiting for someone. Yang Yidan, sensing her unusual feelings for He Qingsong, tactfully said, I'll be going ahead then. As she turned to leave, Lin Yi called out to stop her. She turned back, looking at her with confusion. There's something I need to tell you, Lin Yi said hesitantly. They both turned their gaze to He Qingsong as he walked away from the scene. following Lin Yi to a deserted corner. Lin Yi, or Yang Yidan's voice was low, but the attention of everyone in the workshop was now fixed on them. What exactly are you trying to do? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to order me out of here? Ding Xinyuo detested that commanding tone of hers the most. She stood with her arms crossed, chin tilted up, staring unwaveringly at the person before her. It was almost noon, nearly time to clock out, and Ding Xinyuo ended up following her out in the end. What do you want? Ding Xinyuo asked, frowning with a hint of impatience. Yang Yidan touched her own neck. I lost a scarf recently. Guan Anfu gave it to me a while back. Have you seen it? Hearing her words, Ding Xinyuo's frown deepened. She glared at her angrily. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? She's the one who's Guan Anfu's wife now. Yet she's bringing up their past right in front of me. Of course not, it's just that the scarf went missing all of a sudden, and I thought you might have seen it, Yang Yidan said with an inscrutable smile. Ding Xinyuo snorted coldly. What's the point of looking for that scarf now? Don't tell me you're trying to get back with Guan Anfu. She's definitely not faking it. The scarf has nothing to do with her, Yang Yidan thought to herself. In the end, Lin Yi still hadn't told her the truth. Just as she was about to leave, Ding Xinyuo grabbed her by the arm. You're not going anywhere until you explain yourself clearly, Ding Xinyuo said in a domineering tone. As the two of them were caught in this tug-of-war, Guan Anfu came rushing over from a distance. He had originally gone to look for He Qingsong, but found the office empty. Thinking he might be in the workshop, he instead came upon the two of them. What are you doing? Guan Anfu halted his hurried steps and snapped. He's already swamped with work, and here they are, still bickering. Before Yang Yidan could even go look for him, he showed up on his own. Deputy Director Guan, where are you off to in such a hurry? For some reason, seeing the smile on her lips sent an involuntary shiver down Guan Anfu's spine. Fooling around during work hours. I could dock half a month's wages, you know. Guan Anfu ignored her remark. Yang Yidan paid him no mind either and asked on her own accord, Deputy Director Guan, are you looking for Director He? If I'm not mistaken, it's about the warehouse fire, isn't it? Guan Anfu's impatient heart cooled. What are you getting at? Director He isn't at the factory. Whatever it is, it can wait until he gets back, Yang Yidan replied with a smile. Ding Xinyuo watched the two of them exchanging flirtatious glances right in front of her. She stepped between them and demanded, tell me the truth. Have you two been meeting behind my back? What are you making a fuss about now? Guan Anfu said impatiently. He was already on edge. Terrified that his misdeeds would be discovered, he had no idea who had reported the matter to the factory director. All he could think about was finding a scapegoat to pin it on and get the whole mess over with. To avoid being implicated, he had someone discard the scarf he gave to Yang Yidan in the warehouse before taking action. As it turned out, for some unknown reason, it wasn't discovered that day, so he found another scapegoat, just as he was smugly thinking the matter was over. Someone suddenly claimed the real culprit was someone else, and the factory director ordered them to get to the bottom of it. Fortunately, the scapegoat had already left. And the informant even presented the scarf he had kept to the factory director. What do you mean I'm making a scene? When the two of you were sneaking around behind my back, did you ever stop to think how I'd react? From his attitude towards her, Ding Xinyuo was certain the two of them were hiding something from her. Now that she had found out, he was clearly feeling guilty. I have something urgent to deal with right now. Can you please stop this? Guan Anfu sighed wearily. He stood up to leave but was pulled back by Ding Xinyuo. Stop right there. No one's going anywhere until we get to the bottom of this today. Yang Yidan stood off to the side, watching the two of them as if it were none of her business. What do you want me to say? There's nothing between us. What exactly are you trying to get me to admit? Guan Anfu shouted angrily at the person in front of him. No matter what had happened before, he had never once raised his voice at her. This only made Ding Xinyuo's fury burn even hotter. Where's that scarf you gave her? Ding Xinyuo asked, her voice icy. At her question, Guan Anfu's heart skipped a beat, then began to race. His eyes instinctively darted toward Yang Yidan. She stood to the side, arms crossed, noticing his gaze. She arched a single eyebrow in his direction. Seeing her mischievous grin, Guan Anfu knew she was doing this on purpose. What scarf? I don't remember any scarf, Deputy Director Guan. Your memory seems to be failing you. Would you like me to help you remember? Yang Yidan furrowed her brow slightly. feigning annoyance as she spoke. "I was under the impression that this scarf was a secret between just the two of us. I wonder if Deputy Director Guan has mentioned it to anyone else." But judging by Ding Xinyuo's reaction, it seems she's in the dark. She walked up to Guan Anfu. "I haven't worn that scarf once since our divorce, yet. It mysteriously turned up near the warehouse recently. Does that ring any bells for you, Deputy Director Guan?" Guan Anfu met her gaze and shook his head. "I have no idea you lost your own scarf. Why are you trying to pin this on me? Besides, that was all so many years ago. I've long since forgotten about it." Has Deputy Director Guan really forgotten? If that's the case, then it has nothing to do with you. I'm just curious, though, how did that scarf end up near the warehouse out of the blue? While speaking, Yang Yidan kept stealing glances at the person beside her out of the corner of her eye. As they were talking, Lin Yi walked over and gave him a nod. Whether it was intentional or not, she acted very familiar with Guan Anfu in front of Ding Xinyuo. "What's going on with you and her?" Ding Xinyuo grabbed Guan Anfu by the collar, demanding angrily. She couldn't believe that in such a short time, he was already getting involved with someone else. A throbbing pain shot through Guan Anfu's temples. "I have nothing to do with them. How many times do I have to say it before you believe me?" The two of them had gotten together in the first place because Guan Anfu couldn't resist temptation. There's no cat that doesn't like fish, naturally. She was afraid that Guan Anfu would be lured away by someone else using the same trick. "It's time to clock out. Are you two still hanging around here?" As she said this, Lin Yi glanced a few times. Intentionally or not, in Yang Yidan's direction. Yang Yidan understood what she meant and said with a smile, "I won't get involved in you two lovebirds' business." With that, she and Lin Yi left the place, one after the other. Even from a distance, she could still hear the argument behind her. A faint smile playing on her lips. Rounding the corner, she saw Lin Yi standing with her back turned. Sensing the movement, Lin Yi turned around and raised an eyebrow at Yang Yidan. "Need a hand?" Yang Yidan knew Lin Yi wouldn't help her for nothing. She walked up to her. "What's the catch? Next time you meet with a client, I need you to bring me along," Lin Yi said without a hint of pretense. She felt she was no less capable than Yang Yidan and was confident she could also win the client's favor. Yang Yidan saw right through her thoughts and agreed without hesitation. "Sure." Taken aback by her lack of hesitation, Lin Yi stared at her for a few seconds before asking, "Aren't you afraid?" She shook her head slightly, a bit confused. "Afraid of what? If she's competent, the client will still value her. If she's not, then she deserves it if the client chooses Ding Xinyuo." Ding Xinyuo didn't resort to any underhanded tactics. "What's there to fear about fair competition? It's nothing. Just remember what you promised me." With those words, Lin Yi left. "We thought placing him here would make him behave, but he's caused even more trouble than he did in the city. Let's just use this opportunity to fire him. The others involved just have to chalk it up to bad luck. What else can you expect when you get tangled up in the same mess as Guan Anfu? Was it you?" Director Song's face grew darker and darker as he listened, until it was as gloomy as an impending storm. Guan Anfu quickly shook his head. "It wasn't me. I just thought using cheaper fabric would cut our costs. Who knew the supplier would pull a fast one on me?" Director Song frowned. "I was under the impression all the fabric here came from my factory. Wasn't the cost already as low as it could get?" He had previously served as deputy director at a textile mill, so it was only natural that he knew some cloth merchants. "Who sold you this fabric, and what cut did the two of you take?" Director Song had hit the nail on the head. Guan Anfu was so frantic he was practically ready to kneel. Shaking his head vehemently, "I wouldn't dare do such a thing even if I had the guts of a lion," he insisted. "Who sold you the fabric?" Director Song cut him off, pressing the question once more. Just then, Lin Yi entered the office. Taking in the scene, he remarked coolly, "So, is he admitting it?" Yang Yidan shook her head. "Just go ahead and say it." Lin Yi glanced at the man kneeling on the ground. "He's the one who set the fire, to avoid being discovered. He specifically asked me to get Yang Yidan's scarf for him, which he then discarded by the warehouse. His reason for burning the warehouse was to avoid dealing with that batch of goods. He simply couldn't handle it and had no money for compensation." Guan Anfu was drenched in sweat, wiping his forehead with his sleeve. "It's a joint effort by the two of them to frame me. I absolutely did not do it. I've already found a buyer. The goods were just waiting to be sold." "Oh, really?" Then how do you explain this? Lin Yi took his wristwatch out of his pocket. It was the latest model, the kind even a household with thousands in savings might not own. He was just a lowly deputy department head. How could he possibly afford it? In truth, it was a counterfeit, bought just for show. But it still cost a pretty penny. They couldn't tell the difference, of course. When Director Song saw it, his fury reached its boiling point. When did you take it? Guan Anfu asked. His eyes wide with disbelief. He remembered he had kept it in his pocket the whole time. On the day you set the fire, you only told me to take her scarf. I thought it was because you two were divorced, and you wanted to take back something you'd given her. But then I saw with my own eyes you threw it by the warehouse. Just to frame her. I was afraid that once the truth came out, he would use this to blackmail me. When that happened, I wouldn't be able to talk my way out of it. Even if I had 100 mouths, because I couldn't prove that I didn't know what he intended to do with the scarf. Lin Yi recited exactly what Yang Yidan had said to her the night before, word for word. I was the one who reported it to both of you. Someone else set the fire. And I was also the one who gave you both the scarf. After he left, I took the scarf back. She looked at the two people sitting before her, speaking with her head slightly bowed in guilt. Guan Anfu glared at her fiercely, his gaze shifting from her to Yang Yidan. Did you put her up to this? Still won't admit it. If I had taught her, I would have reported you the very day it happened. Yang Yidan shrugged, her expression blank as she stared at him. Only the two of us knew about the scarf, and I haven't worn it in ages. If it wasn't you, then perhaps you told someone else. But I asked you yesterday, and you said you hadn't told anyone. You're the prime suspect, and there's even a witness. A thought suddenly occurred to Guan Anfu, his eyes shifting. There's one other person who knows. Ding Xinyuo. I told her, too. Yang Yidan stared at the liar before her. Her gaze was like an invisible blade, slicing through Guan Anfu's clothes to reveal his true nature. He's the perfect example of a wolf in sheep's clothing. She had checked with Ding Xinyuo, who was unaware of the scarf's existence. Guan Anfu had never mentioned it to her, and he had probably forgotten about it himself. Only remembering by chance that there was still a scarf with Yang Yidan, Ding Xinyuo was brought over and looked at them, bewildered. What did you need me for? Factory Director Song relayed Guan Anfu's words to her, verbatim. Upon hearing this, she was first utterly shocked, then her gaze slowly settled on Guan Anfu. Her expression a mix of disappointment and anger. I expected her to flat out deny it, but after a few seconds of silence, she lowered her head and admitted. I was indeed aware of the existence of that scarf. This was, in effect, an indirect admission of her involvement in the warehouse fire. Yang Yidan glanced at her with a flicker of surprise, then quickly understood. Were you involved in the warehouse incident? Factory Director Song demanded, his face dark with anger, his voice icy. He had only hired her as a favor to her ex-husband, and now she had gone and done something like this. Ding Xinyuo hung her head in silence, her reaction speaking volumes. Factory Director Song let out a helpless sigh. In the end, it was discovered that Ding Xinyuo and that male employee were the culprits. Both were fired, and they were held responsible for the losses. The real culprit, Guan Anfu, however, faced no punishment whatsoever. Stepping out of the office, Yang Yidan and Lin Maimai walked a few paces before stopping. That Guan Anfu is such a coward. He dares to do the deed but not own up to it, and in the end, he lets his wife take the fall. Lin Maimai spat out the words with utter disgust. Yang Yidan turned her head to watch the couple pass by. Both of their faces were grim. Guan Anfu, hunched over, followed beside Ding Xinyuo, muttering something, likely an apology. The warehouse fire incident was finally over, and the factory was abuzz with rumors about why Ding Xinyuo had set the blaze. Most people believed she was taking the fall for Guan Anfu, reasoning that sacrificing her to protect him was a sound trade-off. Yidan, you were there too. What exactly happened? Tell us about it. Yang Yidan was eating lunch in the cafeteria when someone called her name. She looked up and met the inquisitive eyes of a colleague. She smiled faintly and said, I'm finished. Enjoy the rest of your meal. Carrying her tray, she got up to leave and ran into Lin Yi, who had also just finished eating, without a word. They both placed their trays at the collection point and left together. Back in the dormitory, Yang Yidan sat on a stool and took out the new drawing she had made. Did you draw this? Lin Yi stood behind her, craning his neck for a look, his tone tinged with disbelief. She just doodled it from a picture in the newspaper when she was bored, then tossed it aside. Yang Yidan's sample garment has been mailed to the client, and now we're just waiting for their feedback. Do you remember what you promised me? Lin Yi asked, his gaze never leaving the drawing paper. They'd only just discussed it a few days ago. Her memory wasn't that bad. I remember. Next time, I'll take you to meet Mr. Zhong. Reassured by her words, Lin Yi nodded in relief. Mr. Zhong's reply came 2 days later. There were still a few shortcomings with the sample garment, and all the feedback was written on a single sheet of paper. Yang Yidan sat on a stool in the workshop and didn't even leave for lunch. Only she and Lin Yi remained in the workshop. Seeing her sitting there motionless, Lin Yi walked over curiously. Aren't you going to the cafeteria yet? Hearing her voice, Yang Yidan snapped out of her thoughts, shook her head, and said, I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Before the words had fully left her mouth, Lin Yi was already by her side. Casting a glance at the paper in her hand without saying a word, Manager Zhong was pressing for it, so she had to hurry and finish altering the sample garment. Once she got busy, she wouldn't have time to think about eating. Yang Yidan sat in the spot where Ding Xinyor used to sit, free from any disturbance. After sacrificing several days' worth of lunch breaks, it was finally revised. I'm meeting with Director Zhong tomorrow. Do you want to come? Yang Yidan mentioned this to Lin Yi during the lunch break. I'm in. They rushed back as fast as they could, but they were still a little late. Guan Anfu was waiting for them right at the entrance. You're 5 minutes late. Since you were out meeting a client, I won't dock your pay. Instead, you'll be on toilet cleaning duty for 5 days. He didn't even bother pretending anymore. It was clear he was targeting them. Yang Yidan and Lin Yi exchanged a glance. Neither acknowledged him, treating his words as nothing more than background noise. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Go clean the toilets. Now, since they had humiliated him, he had to get his own back on them. Yang Yidan glanced at him sideways and said in a leisurely tone, What was that? I didn't catch it. Did you hear anything? Lin Yi picked up on her cue, shook her head slightly with a frown, and said, I think, Deputy Director Guan said he's going to clean the toilets. No wonder you're the Deputy Director. Only someone in your position could pull off cleaning the toilets personally. No one else could do it. As she spoke, she gave Guan Anfu a thumbs up. Guan Anfu glared at Yang Yidan with a dark expression. His jaw clenched as he said, I'm telling you two to cut the backtalk. Being late means you face the consequences. Before he could finish, Yang Yidan cut him off, pointing behind him and saying, Ding Xinyor, what are you doing here? He whipped his head around, only to find no one behind him. When he looked back, the two of them were already gone. Watching their retreating figures, Guan Anfu spat on the ground. A tiger at bay is bullied by dogs. Yang Yidan went back and worked through the night to finish the job. She mailed it to Director Zhong once more. This time, he was completely satisfied. The workshop then began mass-producing the garments based on the sample. As soon as Qingsong had sorted out his own affairs, he heard that production had already begun. The foreman position has been vacant. Once this order is finished, I'll speak to the factory manager and have you transferred back. He checked everything over once more, and only felt at ease after confirming there wouldn't be any problems. After what happened the last few times, Guan Anfu wouldn't dare cause any more trouble even if he had 10 times the courage, and he's a timid man to begin with. Yang Yidan had already planned to bring up the matter of coming back with him once this job was finished. Thank you, she said, expressing her gratitude to him once more. Qingsong let out a laugh for no apparent reason, which made the people around him look at him curiously. What's so funny? Yang Yidan thought his sense of humor was rather baffling. He composed his expression, suddenly speaking earnestly. I have a new project here, but it requires you to do the design yourself. Are you interested? Previously, the factory only handled contract manufacturing, taking the designs clients provided and creating sample garments based on the photos. Recognizing Yang Yidan's skill, he thought it could open up a new line of business. Yang Yidan hadn't considered this before. After all, her drawing was just a hobby, and she had never received formal training. Never mind, she thought, it was fine to just doodle for fun, but she wasn't qualified to make a living from it. Qingsong didn't press her. Just let me know anytime if you change your mind. He had already decided to launch this venture and was determined to see it through. The warehouse wasn't ready yet, so they had to make do by temporarily using an empty dorm room as storage. after finishing the inventory. She had just sat down for a rest when she saw Guan Anfu approaching. "I'm just here to have a look. Don't mind me. Just carry on with your work." Such polite words were definitely suspicious. Yang Yidan twirled her pen, propped her chin on one hand, and followed his movements with her eyes. Noticing her gaze, Guan Anfu kept stealing glances at her out of the corner of his eye. "Deputy Director Guan, what are you looking at?" Guan Anfu cleared his throat, walked up to her, and said cautiously, "I treated you quite well when we were together, didn't I? Let's not even talk about after we got married. Just before the wedding, didn't I give you whatever you wanted?" Usually, when he brought up the past, he definitely had an agenda. He probably needed a favor from her, and it was likely no small matter. Yang Yidan ignored him, letting him dredge up the past and take credit for everything good. She finally cut him off when she couldn't take it anymore. "Hold on, when we were together, I seem to recall you only ever gave me that one scarf, and if I remember correctly, didn't I pay for that scarf myself, for that matter? All those clothes and shoes you mentioned, wasn't I the one who made them for you?" Looking back now, he was utterly useless. "I must have been thinking with the wrong head back then." Guan Anfu, thick-skinned and unashamed, cleared his throat lightly. "Well, regardless, there's still some history between us." Yang Yidan, not wanting to waste any more time with him, asked impatiently, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Rubbing his hands together, he stammered, "I know you're on good terms with Director He. Could you talk to him and see about getting Xinyu back?" She leaned back slightly, furrowing her brow as she looked at him. "What on earth are you talking about? I know there's bad blood between you two, and you probably don't want to help her, but could you do this one thing for me? For old time's sake." I don't know how he has the nerve to bring up the past. Yang Yidan really wanted to learn the art of shamelessness from him. If she could just master a fraction of it, that would be enough. For old time's sake. Which times? The times you were cheating, or the times you both framed me? If he had any sense of decency, he wouldn't be asking for her help now. Guan Anfu curled his lip in displeasure. "How can you be so heartless? If you just put in a good word for her with Director He, would owe you a favor. How about it?" "Not interested," Yang Yidan said, shaking her head dismissively. Seeing that he couldn't get through to her, he slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "What will it take for you to help us?" The only person he could turn to was Yang Yidan. He thought they were on good terms, and that a few kind words from her would surely get He Qingsong to agree. Yang Yidan had no desire to get involved in this mess. Anyone with a bit of sense would steer clear. "Quit your job, and I'll put in a good word for her." She knew he'd never agree. She said it on purpose. Having already anticipated his reaction, he shot to his feet, pointing at her, too furious to speak. Yang Yidan tilted her head back, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she stared at his fingers. "What? You won't even do that? I don't think you really like her. Come to think of it, if you truly cared for her, how could you have let her take the fall for you?" If he hadn't pulled Ding Xinyu into this, she'd still be working diligently at the factory. That was the last thing he wanted to bring up. He had no choice. To keep his position as deputy director, he had to sacrifice Ding Xinyu first. After all, she's a woman. Even if she stays at home, no one would point fingers at her. He's a man. He doesn't have that luxury. He has to earn a living and support the family. When you slandered me, you never imagined you'd come begging to me. If the factory director hadn't uncovered the truth and had pinned the blame on me, would you have pleaded on my behalf? Guan Anfu was rendered speechless by her question, unable to utter a single word. Having anticipated his reaction, Yang Yidan curled the corner of her lips. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." She stood up, took the note she had just written, walked to the door, and turned to look at the people in the room. "Is there anything else, Deputy Director?" she asked tentatively, tilting her head slightly. Guan Anfu noticed her move to lock the door. As he walked past her, he let out a heavy, disdainful snort. Only after checking several times to make sure the door was properly locked did she finally leave. When she returned to the workshop, she noticed a new face. "This is the designer brother Qingsong invited. I think is also brother Qingsong's university classmate." Lin Yi noticed her gaze, waved her over, and took the initiative to introduce himself once she was close. Yang Yidan looked at the girl with the serene face before her and felt an inexplicable surge of goodwill. She smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Yang Yidan." The girl clasped her hand in return, Song Fei. Song Fei wasn't particularly tall, but she had regular features and a somewhat dark complexion that gave her a very healthy appearance. Ching Song mentioned you to me. He said you're a great painter. Could I take a look? Song Fei's eyes lit up, clearly very interested in her artwork. Yang Yidan knew the person in front of her was a professional. As an amateur, she didn't want to embarrass herself by showing off in front of an expert. Unable to resist her genuine curiosity, she finally took out her own paintings. After looking at them for a dozen seconds, Song Fei smiled and said, "These are really excellent. Would you be interested in taking lessons? I know a senior who could teach you, really." "Your senior must charge a lot for lessons." Yang Yidan didn't have that kind of money on her. Hearing this, Song Fei smiled even more brightly. "I can take you to meet him first. If you're interested, we can work something out about the fee. If you really don't want to learn from him, and if you don't mind me, I could teach you myself, for free." Deep down, Yang Yidan did want to learn a proper skill. She didn't want to be stuck working in the factory forever. Given the chance, she'd much rather start her own factory or work her way up to the manager's position. However, the latter might take another decade or more, and there's no guarantee the manager's role would even go to her. She remembered that when she was with Guan Anfu, many people around her eventually started their own businesses. As long as you had a skill, you'd never go hungry. If she could open a garment factory or a small clothing store on her own, she might just make a fortune someday. "If I lose the money, the worst that can happen is I go back to working at the factory." "Sounds good, thank you," Yang Yidan said sincerely to Song Fei. Song Fei put away her paper. "I'll go back and have my senior take a look first. If everything's okay, I'll arrange a meeting for the two of you." Yang Yidan watched her leave. No sooner had she stepped out than Lin Maimai sidled up. "Who was that? What were you two talking about? You both looked so happy." She gave a brief summary of the conversation to those around her. "Sure thing, if you make it big someday, remember to look out for me," said Lin Maimai happily, draping an arm over her shoulder. "It's just learning to paint. Can't really make a fortune from it yet, but I do like you wishing me prosperity." Lin Maimai followed her toward their workstations, all sorts of well wishes tumbling from her lips. Song Fei was just visiting today. Her official start date is tomorrow. Before leaving, she made a point of seeing He Ching Song. "I've observed her, and she does have some talent. It all comes down to whether she's willing to put in the hard work and has the stamina for it." She walked over and placed the collected papers in front of him. Without looking up, He Ching Song said with certainty, "She does." He answered a little too quickly. Song Fei raised one eyebrow and let out a low, inscrutable chuckle. "That's up to her. Then, I'll be on my way," with Yang Yidan's painting in hand. She walked out of his office. She ran into Guan Anfu coming the other way and stepped aside to let him pass. Even after walking some distance away, she could still feel an intensely palpable gaze on her back. She turned her head and locked eyes with Guan Anfu. He averted his gaze in a fluster and pushed the door open to enter the office. Song Fei found his behavior odd, furrowed her brow briefly, but didn't dwell on it. Yang Yidan delivered the goods just before the deadline, and Mr. Zhong was reasonably satisfied with this shipment. Not only was no compensation required, but Mr. Zhong even paid nearly double the original commission. He Ching Song reported the matter up the chain. This gave them the perfect justification to transfer her back to the workshop and appoint her as the team leader. Even if some people were unhappy with Director Song's order, no one dared to speak out against it. When Yang Yidan returned to the workshop, only a small minority were resentful. But they still had to be polite to her face. Upon hearing she'd been made team leader, Song Fei came to congratulate her. "Congratulations. When's your next day off? I can arrange for you to meet my senior. I might be a bit tied up lately, but I could do it during the lunch break, if that works for your senior." Song Fei waved her hand dismissively. "No problem, I'll go ask him for you." At noon 3 days later, she took advantage of the lunch break and went with Song Fei to the small shop next to the factory. "This is my senior, Guo Ling. This is Yang Yidan." Song Fei introduced them to each other. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they didn't chat for long before making plans to meet up again. "How about we go to my place? It's not far, and I'm home alone anyway. The three of us can study together." Song Fei linked arms with Yang Yidan, and they both turned their gaze towards Guo Ling. Since none of them had any objections, he naturally didn't either. The three of them settled on the plan and then said their goodbyes. Back at the dorm, she pushed the door open to find Lin Yi sitting on a stool, completely absorbed in the drawing on her scrap paper. Noticing the movement, she looked up and smiled at her. "So, how did it go today? Is Feifei's senior willing to tutor you?" Yang Yidan gave a vague, non-committal She wasn't keen on answering, and there was something off about Lin Yi's tone, too. "Are you really planning to study design?" she asked, walking over to Yang Yidan's bunk and tilting her head up to look at the girl on the top bed. "Do you want to study it too?" Yang Yidan opened her eyes, meeting her gaze directly and laying her thoughts bare. She averted her eyes, let out a derisive snort, and spoke with feigned indifference. "Not a chance. What's the point of studying design? You just end up working in a factory anyway. What a waste of money. Besides, I don't even like design. My real talent is working the sewing machine." She just didn't want people saying she was copying Yang Yidan. If others found out she was studying design too, there would definitely be gossip behind her back. She was sick and tired of living under everyone's scrutiny, always going out of her way to avoid overlapping with anything Yang Yidan did. Yang Yidan's eyes darted across her face for a few seconds. "If you really like it, I can take you to see Guofei, or you can talk to her yourself. Feifei invited me a long time ago, but I turned her down. I don't like it." As she said the last part, perhaps a bit annoyed, she climbed up to the top bunk herself. Her temper always flared up out of nowhere. Yang Yidan was constantly running between the factory and Song Fei's home. It was tiring, but at least it kept her busy and fulfilled. On top of everything, she had to endure Guan Anfu's constant harassment. He was always finding excuses to seek her out, trying to persuade her to speak up for Ding Xinyuo. Yang Yidan knew better than to provoke someone like him. She tried to keep her distance, but he always managed to track her down. "Who told you I was here?" He turned his head and saw him still standing there. "What are you staring at? Don't you care about your wife and child's lives anymore?" Hearing her words, Guan Anfu finally snapped out of it. Nodding, he started running towards the factory. Yang Yidan scooped her up in his arms. "I'll take you to the nearby clinic first." The woman in his arms was in too much pain to utter a single word. All she could do was clutch Yang Yidan's shoulder tightly. "You're just taking this chance to get back at me," Yang Yidan said through gritted teeth. By the time they got her to the infirmary, Guan Anfu arrived very late, only showing up after she was already out of danger. Yang Yidan was standing by the hospital bed. Seeing him arrive, she turned and left. "Did you know your wife is pregnant? She's in a very fragile state right now. That shove of yours nearly caused her to miscarry. You know that." "I always knew he was unreliable, but I never imagined he could be this clueless. He didn't even know his own wife was pregnant. Thankfully, he didn't hit her too hard at the door, or the baby wouldn't have been saved." Ding Xinyuo passed out, and by the time she came to, Yang Yidan had long since left. She looked at Guan Anfu, who was dutifully waiting on her hand and foot, pursed her lips, and said nothing. Yang Yidan returned to the dormitory just as the lunch break was about to end, pushing the door open. The person inside heard the noise and immediately stood up from the chair. Lin Yi instinctively touched the tip of her nose. "You're back already." Her reaction was a bit odd. Closing the door, Yang Yidan glanced at the table in confusion. There was nothing on it except for the drawing she had made. "Did you need something?" Usually when she came back late, she was already asleep, or had just woken up. But the way she looked now, it seemed like she hadn't slept at all. Lin Yi shook her head and said, "No, why do you ask?" Yang Yidan walked over and neatly gathered up her scattered drawings. "If you're interested in my work, you can just ask. I don't mind you looking." She placed the stack of drawing paper in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced down at them dismissively and scoffed. "Who'd want to see these? Drawn like that? You should just give it up now." She didn't argue or talk back, just gave a slight nod. "Understood." Her attitude made Lin Yi think she was definitely brewing up something major, but in the end, she just put her things away without another word. After a solid month of studying, Yang Yidan's painting skills had noticeably improved. "You've come a long way, Yidan," Song Fei said. Looking at her painting and giving her a thumbs up, Guoling nodded in agreement beside her. "You do have a bit of a knack for drawing, but you still need to put in the work," Yang Yidan, pleased by their praise, affirmed. "Since I've decided to learn, I'll definitely give it my all. By the way, I have a freelance gig on the side. A friend of mine runs a small clothing shop and needs a batch of garments designed. Could you help her out? Song Fei set down the drawing paper in her hands and looked at her hesitantly, sensing her hesitation. I added, just give it a try. Think of it as practice. I'm not so sure. I've only been learning for a month, taking on freelance work. Forget about the quality of the work for a moment. If people at the factory find out, I could easily lose my job. Song Fei waved a hand dismissively. If you're worried about director don't be, as long as you don't go overboard. He usually turns a blind eye to this sort of thing. And if you're afraid of what the other workers might say, why let them bother you? If you're worried your work won't be good enough, don't sweat it. My friend's place is just a small operation anyway. Yang Yidan thought Song Fei made a very good point. Taking on a few side gigs, as long as it didn't interfere with her main job, wasn't a big deal. She didn't have to worry about the factory workers either. They wouldn't find out, and even if they did, she wouldn't let it affect her. Most importantly, this was a great opportunity to gain experience. They just had to break the ice between them. But the peace lasted less than a minute before they started arguing again. Don't think I don't know you still have feelings for Guan Anfu. As long as I don't divorce him, the two of you can forget about getting back together. Hearing her words, Yang Yidan suddenly stopped, his gaze burning as he fixed it on her. For a few seconds, she was so delighted she nearly burst into applause. You absolutely must not divorce him, she said. Don't let him go off and ruin some other poor girl's life. Ding Xinhuo had thought she was just speaking in anger. But looking at her now, that didn't seem to be the case. Not wanting to waste any more time on her, Yang Yidan walked right past. That afternoon when work started, Qing Song came over to her workstation. How's it going with Song Fei? Yang Yidan set aside her work for a moment, looked up at the person in front of her, and said, not bad. Hearing her reply, Qing Song nodded and said, perfect timing. I have a project here that needs your design. Don't feel too much pressure. Just treat it as practice. This is also Director Liang's idea. If you perform well, I can put in a good word for you with Director Song. I don't think I can take it on. Yang Yidan had already promised Song Fei, given her current capacity, she could only handle one project with her full attention. Qing Song raised his eyebrows in surprise. Are you saying, you're going to pass up this opportunity? Actually, I already took on some freelance work at lunch. It's a job for a friend of Song Fei's. It was such a relief, to be honest. Keeping it a secret felt like having your heart slowly fried in a pan over a low flame, without even a drop of oil. Utterly agonizing. There was no response for a while, and Yang Yidan stole a glance at his expression, with his eyes lowered. He stared intently at her. After 2 seconds, he asked again in a low voice, are you giving up this opportunity? He only needed a simple yes or no. Yang Yidan nodded, yes. I've already promised her, so I can't break my word. Qing Song stared into her eyes, then turned and left without a word. After he left, Lin Mai found her. You two weren't just having an argument, were you? No, not at all. It was more like she had provoked Qing Song all on her own. For a moment, she'd almost thought he was going to fire her. He didn't say a word in the end. Yang Yidan watched his retreating figure and actually felt a wave of relief. Lin Mai was itching to gossip some more, but Yang Yidan pushed her back into her seat. Ever since she had unilaterally angered Qing Song in the workshop that last time, the two of them had rarely crossed paths in the factory. Yang Yidan had actually intended to apologize to him, as she was the one who had taken on the side job first. I kept thinking I'd mention it to him the next time we met, but he's been coming to the factory very little lately, so naturally, the chance never came up. Following Xiaoxin's request, she designed 2 different outfits in just 3 days. Is this a new design? You haven't sold it to anyone else, right? Xiaoxin was quite pleased with her work. She didn't want to sell the same clothes as everyone else, which is why she paid to have them custom designed. Yang Yidan shook her head and said, I haven't designed it for anyone else. But didn't you say that only Xiaoxin knew about that design? Seeing her aggressive demeanor, Yang Yidan knew something had definitely gone wrong. This design was indeed newly drawn by me, and it's true that only she has seen it. Guo Fei looked at her resolute gaze, fell silent for a long moment, then let out a sigh, suppressing the anger in her heart. Xiaoxin is my friend, and I was the one who introduced you to her. This situation puts me in a very difficult position. What's going on? Tell me, maybe I can help. Yang Yidan frowned, her tone sharp with concern. He Chingsong emerged from the office and, sensing the tense atmosphere between the two women, stopped in his tracks. Your design is strikingly similar to someone else's, only the colors and some of the patterns are different, but it's clearly the work of the same designer, Guofei said, her voice icy. Yang Yidan's eyes widened instantly upon hearing her words. That's absolutely impossible. I swear, only Xiao Xin and I have seen this design. The issue isn't whether we believe you or not. It's about what we do next. Xiao Xin specifically wanted to create clothes that were different from everyone else's. Now that an identical design has surfaced, how can she possibly proceed with production based on this blueprint? After listening carefully to the whole story from the side, He Chingsong said, I've seen your sample garments, and I've also seen that identical design. His voice snapped them both out of their thoughts. The moment Yang Yidan saw him, she immediately thought of someone else. Where did you see that picture? She was desperate for an answer now. He Chingsong pondered for a moment. I can't tell you just yet. Once I've clarified things, I'll explain everything to you. So we still have to wait. Just tell us whatever you know. Guofei was also growing impatient. Now she was caught in the middle, feeling like a villain no matter which way she turned. It was only because she trusted Yang Yidan that she introduced Xiaoshan to her. And yet this is what happened, He Chingsong said with a grave expression. I will give you a proper explanation. With that, he walked away from between the two of them. Yang Yidan's emotions gradually settled. I think I'll figure out what happened very soon. Please help me explain to Xiaoshan. I'll redesign it for her and do my best to minimize the loss. She finished speaking these words at a rapid pace and immediately followed He Chingsong out. Song Fei called out a few times at their retreating figures as they hurried away, but there was no response. Yang Yidan quietly trailed behind until she saw him meet with Lin Yi. After hearing what he said, Lin Yi's eyes flickered. She feigned nonchalance and asked, Where did you see it? Chingsong. Who painted it? It was me. Before He Chingsong could speak, Yang Yidan emerged from the corner and raised an eyebrow at Lin Yi. Knowing he had seen a similar image, she had guessed it would be Lin Yi. Hearing their conversation only confirmed her suspicion. When Lin Yi saw her, he froze in place, as if struck by lightning. I was baffled. I hadn't shown the design to anyone else, so how could it be such a coincidence that someone came up with an identical design? He stopped about 5 paces away from her, and Yang Yidan stared at her with a thin, insincere smile. The other person rolled their eyes, planning to play dumb. I have no idea what you're talking about. She tried to push past Yang Yidan and leave, but her forearm was seized in a tight grip. Frowning with displeasure, she looked back at her. The last trace of a smile vanished from the corners of her eyes. Her face darkened as she fixed the other woman with a cold, piercing stare. We're not done here. Explain yourself before you leave. Lin Yu swiftly shook off her hand. Why on earth should I listen to you? He Chingsong stepped between them, creating a barrier. Let's just clear the air now, he said, to avoid any misunderstandings later. Lin Yi stared at him in disbelief. In her heart, she had been certain He Chingsong would take her side. He was undoubtedly closer to him than to Yang Yidan. Yet now, over such a trivial matter, he was siding with someone else. Chingsong, you don't believe me? Yang Yidan stepped out from behind He Chingsong, crossing her arms. She wasn't the one in the wrong, nor was she the one who had plagiarized. Beating He Chingsong to it, she said, I don't believe you. I'm curious. I thought you weren't interested in design. Didn't you swear up and down in the dorm that you hated drawing more than anything? Lin Yi's back was slightly arched, her eyes brimming with fury as she stared unblinkingly at her. So what if I am? She retorted, raising an eyebrow and tilting her chin up, her demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant, meeting her fearless gaze. Yang Yidan couldn't help but let out a laugh. It's not so what? If you have a problem with me, just say it to my face. There's no need for these underhanded tricks, and you do know that plagiarism is wrong, right? Plagiarists are no different from thieves. If word gets out that you've stolen someone else's hard work, you'll be publicly condemned. Yang Yidan shrugged, explaining in a tone of utter innocence. She had sensed Lin Yi's subtle hostility toward her for a while. At first, she didn't pay it much mind, but the longer they spent together, the more pronounced that animosity became. If you claim you didn't, then prove it. Design a new piece yourself, for example. Seeing her remain silent, Yang Yidan's eyes darted around. Lin Yi stiffened her neck and retorted angrily, Who says I have to redesign it just because you told me to? So you're admitting you stole my painting. I'll have to warn everyone to watch out for a thief. Who knows what you'll take next? Before she could finish, He Chingsong, who had been standing by, frowned and chided her softly. Yang Yidan, that's enough. Your words are too harsh. If there's a misunderstanding, clear it up. Whoever's in the wrong should apologize. It's not that big of a deal. Yang Yidan had been suppressing the fury in her chest, considering Lin Yi's background. She had already chosen her words carefully. His words shattered the dam holding back her fury. Rage erupted from her chest, coursing through her veins and setting her entire body ablaze. Not a big deal. So director, he thinks stealing from others isn't a big deal. Then why did you fire Brother Zhong? He was just ahead of his time. If he did it today, you'd probably say it was not a big deal either. Yang Yidan shot him a scornful look and snorted derisively, suddenly remembering something. She turned her gaze back to Lin Yi, her eyes now filled with curiosity. Come to think of it, you were involved with Brother Zhong's situation, you were part of the warehouse fire incident, and now this plagiarism mess. You really do get around, don't you? He Chingsong stepped in front of her, his face dark as he glared at the man before him. That's enough, he said, I'll get to the bottom of this. Hearing this, Yang Yidan found it even more laughable. Don't bother, you, investigate. You've been a factory director, a department head. Did you ever properly resolve a single case during your entire tenure? Forget about these recent incidents. You haven't even been at the plant as long as Guan Anfu, who just transferred here a month ago, and you think you can handle the investigation? As she spoke, she swept a contemptuous glance over the two of them. Before they could react, he strode past them and walked away. Yang Yidan didn't return to the workshop. Instead, she went to her dormitory, plopped down on a stool, and took deep, heavy breaths. Still seething with anger, she slammed her palm on the table, the impact sending a numbing shock up her forearm, and only then did her breathing begin to steady. The fact that she managed to hold back from hitting them just now was a testament to her considerable self-control. Recalling their attitudes, Yang Yidan finally understood why Lin Yi was so brazen. Glancing at the discarded sketches on her desk, the fruit of 3 sleepless days of work, she felt a fresh sting. Her design had been silently plagiarized, and yet someone was still defending the thief. The anger she had just quelled threatened to flare up again. She took a deep breath, then let it out in a heavy sigh. So what if it was plagiarized? It's not the end of the world, just consider it stolen, and start over from scratch. She followed Song Fei to meet Xiaoxin again, who wore a cold expression the entire time. It was understandable. If she were in Xiaoxin's shoes, she might have been even angrier. It was my fault for not taking better care of my work. I can forego the payment this time. But please give me a chance to make it right, Yang Yidan said with sincere earnestness. Xiaoxin had already put on a stern front, but upon hearing this, her mouth fell open slightly in surprise. Song Fei hadn't expected it either, even if you only want half. You can't just refuse it altogether, Song Fei whispered beside her, tugging gently at her sleeve. Yang Yidan never took on the job for the money in the first place, she just wanted to challenge herself. Xiaoxin cleared her throat. All right, I've heard about this from Fei Fei, I'll deduct the losses from your payment. But you'll still get what's owed. The final amount will depend on what's left after covering the damages. Without any hesitation, she nodded and said, thank you. I'll give you 3 more days. Since autumn is just around the corner, I've decided against short sleeves. I need you to design a long-sleeved shirt for me. Keep it simple, not too flashy, but it should have character. Something unique that won't be seen on every street corner. Yang Yidan carefully noted down Xiaoxin's requests one by one before closing her notebook. It contained many important notes and various client requirements, even though she only had 2 clients so far. She was sure this notebook would be completely filled one day. Don't let anything go wrong this time, Xiaoxin urged her repeatedly before leaving. Yang Yidan had learned her lesson and nodded eagerly in assurance. Don't worry, I've learned from my mistake. After seeing Xiaoxin off, she walked back to the factory with Song Fei. I'm sorry for my attitude this morning, Song Fei said. Hearing this, Yang Yidan shook her head with a smile and said, it's all right, I didn't take it to heart. I've been through something similar. Our school organized a competition, and I formed a team with a few classmates. Someone stole our design, But no one believed us no matter how much we explained. They submitted their entry just a bit earlier than we did. If we had turned ours in right after finishing, maybe this wouldn't have happened. In the end, we were disqualified. Song Fei's face was expressionless as she brought this up, but you could still hear the lingering regret in her tone. However, she stared, wide-eyed, at the old man before her. "If you don't give me the money, I'll make you pay for this," bellowed Mr. Guan. I thought Guan Anfu was just putting on an act, but it turns out he's a natural. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, a crooked branch bears crooked fruit. Yang Yidan dodged his attack and, seizing the moment when Guan Yaohui was distracted, yanked him closer. "Old man, you're being completely unreasonable," Yang Yidan said with a resigned sigh. The moment Guan Yaohui was handed over to her, he started screaming and yelling. The noise was practically deafening. Song Fei ran to find Guan Anfu, only to discover he wasn't in his office. In her haste to run out, she bumped right into He Qingsong. Ever since Yang Yidan chewed him out last time, he'd been spending a lot more time at the factory, learning the ropes of how to manage the whole place. "What's the rush? Where are you off to in such a hurry?" He Qingsong asked, puzzled as he saw her face glistening with sweat from running. Song Fei grabbed his sleeve and pulled him toward the exit. "No time to explain. Someone's looking to cause trouble for Yidan." Hearing this, He Qingsong replied with surprise. "Someone dares to pick a fight with her temper. She's more likely to make others cry than the other way around." Still unclear about the bad blood between them, Song Fei explained as she ran. "That man came on strong, seemed to be Deputy Director Guan's father, and he had a child with him. I was afraid they might go after Yidan." The moment the words left her mouth, she felt her hand go empty. Turning to look, there was no one behind her anymore. "What are you standing around for? Where is he?" He Qingsong had somehow already run ahead of her. He asked a couple of times but got no response. Turning his head, he saw her frozen in place. The door. Song Fei scratched her head in confusion, shouting at his retreating back. When she reached the door, she saw Yang Yidan holding Guan Yaohui. Old man Guan stood frozen in fear. "Let the child go first. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my grandson, I'll fight you to the death, Grandpa." Guan Yaohui called out to the old man in a pitiful voice. Yang Yidan was now starting to suspect that Guan Yaohui was actually Guan Anfu's son. She hadn't even put in any real effort. He was just as good at putting on an act as his father. "Your grandson. Where is he? I don't see him anywhere," she said, glancing around as she spoke. Suddenly, as if a light bulb had gone off, she pointed at the child in front of her. "Don't tell me it's him, old man. I have to say, I'm truly in awe of your selfless spirit, passing off someone else's grandson as your own." If she didn't have to keep a grip on Guan Yaohui, she'd be clapping and cheering right now. It's clear that Father Guan was deceived by them. I suppose that was the only way they could get him to accept Ding Xinyuo and Guan Yaohui. "What are you implying?" Father Guan's cheek twitched as he looked at the mocking smile on her lips. Yang Yidan pinched Guan Yaohui's chin, forcing him to look up. "Take a good look. Does he really look like your son? Don't you think he resembles someone else more, Grandpa?" "Don't listen to her nonsense. I am your grandson. My father is Guan Anfu." Yaohui was a clever boy too. He knew this was the only way to get through to them. The only way to make the person opposite him take him seriously. Yidan was certain no one had put those words in his mouth. She had seen firsthand just how cunning and how wicked this child could be. "Let go of my grandson, now. I won't listen to an outsider like you trying to stir up trouble." With a dismissive wave of his hand, the boy's father dismissed her words as lies. She offered no explanation. "Old man, as long as you don't make a scene, I won't lay a finger on your grandson." Song Fei arrived to find He Qingsong standing off to the side, watching the scene unfold with no intention of stepping in. "What are you just standing there for? Go help Yidan, quick," she said, but just as she moved to step forward, someone stopped her. He Qingsong gave a faint smile and tilted his chin toward the scene. "Do you really think she needs our help?" It certainly didn't look like she did. Song Fei stayed put and stood beside him. "I need to make this clear to you. Even if you don't want to hear it, you're going to have to listen." She didn't watch her step and trod right on a loose stone, nearly tumbling to the ground. "Look out!" Song Fei and He Qingsong shouted in unison as they saw Guan Yaohui make his move. He Qingsong rushed to her side, his hand outstretched to steady her, only to find she had already righted herself. Just as Yang Yidan turned around to confront Guan Yaohui, his father stepped forward and raised his hand to strike her. He quickly moved to block the blow. The slap landed squarely on He Qingsong's body. Fortunately, he had turned his head, so it didn't hit his face. Her eyes widened in shock for a second before her expression darkened. She grabbed the old man's hand and snapped. "What are you doing?" If she hadn't dodged in time, that slap would have landed on her. "You really think I won't do it, don't you?" Yang Yidan was absolutely furious. She had made herself perfectly clear, if he kept pushing, she definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. She forcefully shook off Guanfu's hand. Losing her balance, he ended up squarely planted on the ground. He was probably stunned, never expecting Yang Yidan would actually resort to force. It wasn't until Guan Yaohui ran to his side, wiping away tears, that he finally snapped out of it. Old man Guan clutched his waist, wailing in pain from the sidelines. "Ouch, my back, help, I'm being assaulted." No matter how much he shouted, nobody in the vicinity came to his aid. He was just wasting his breath. Song Fei, who had been watching the whole scene clearly from the side, said, "Stop yelling, no one's coming, no matter how much you shout. Besides, you're the one in the wrong here." Old Guan looked at the three men standing before him. They were all in it together. Then he glanced at his own side. Only two people. They were no match for them at all. Hurriedly scrambling up from the ground, he spat, "You just wait. How dare you bully my son and grandson? I won't let you get away with this." That line sounded familiar. Before Yang Yidan could even speak, he had already left with his men. Watching their retreating figures, she let out a long sigh of relief. When she turned her head, she saw He Qingsong and Song Fei staring at her. Unblinking, she asked He Qingsong, "Are you okay?" He Qingsong shook his head and turned to walk back into the factory. The atmosphere between the two of them was really strange. Song Fei, walking beside Yang Yidan, asked, "Did you two have a fight?" "Why?" Yang Yidan wasn't sure how to explain it for a moment. "It's nothing," she said. "Let's head back first." After returning, she plunged right back into her old routine of working around the clock. Lin Yi hadn't been back to the dorm for several days now, much to Yang Yidan's relief, as she was enjoying the peace and quiet. The design drafts were submitted on time this round. Xiaoxin was very pleased upon seeing them. "We shouldn't run into the same problems as last time." Right, the previous incident had left her with a lingering sense of dread, not to mention the significant financial loss. Her clothing store was brand new, and she had already taken a loss before even starting to turn a profit. Yang Yidan said with great certainty this time, "Don't worry. What happened before absolutely will not happen again." As she spoke, she pulled the previous design draft from her pocket. "I went back and redesigned it. This version shouldn't be identical to the last one. If you still want it, I'll give it to you." She didn't want the design she had worked so hard on to be treated like a worthless scrap of paper. Xiaoxin took the paper from her and carefully examined the illustration to see how it differed from the previous version. She had made adjustments to some minor details and had completely changed the pattern. It was indeed quite different from before. "Is this really okay?" Xiaoxin asked hesitantly, holding the paper. She couldn't just accept the design draft as a gift for no reason. Otherwise, "Let me buy this one too." Seeing the two of them start to decline, Song Fei quickly interjected, "Since I'm the one who introduced you two, just listen to me this time. Yidan, you put in the work, so you should take the payment she's offering. Besides, didn't she already deduct the losses from your fee?" With Song Fei there, the matter was settled quite happily. Back at the factory, Yang Yidan didn't even make it to her dormitory. She was still carrying the money on her. Afraid of losing it, she tucked it into her inner pocket and didn't give it another thought, even after returning to the workshop. "Where have you been? What took you so long?" Lin Maimai walked over to her side and asked in a hushed, cautious voice. Something was clearly off about her. Yang Yidan looked at her strangely. "What's wrong with your voice?" Lin Maimai waved a hand dismissively. "You should be more worried about yourself." Just as Yang Yidan was puzzling over the situation, Guan Anfu arrived at the workshop entrance and called out to her. The person beside her hesitated, wanting to explain but now out of time. They could only pat her shoulder, leaving her to fend for herself. Yang Yidan gave her a bewildered look, then stood up and walked out. "What do you need?" she asked, frowning at the person before her. She recalled how his father had made a scene with her at the door 2 days ago. They must have told him about it afterward. Yet he hadn't shown the slightest reaction. A faint, smug smile inadvertently crossed Guan Anfu's lips. Director Song needs to see you, taking in his unmistakably gloating look. Yang Yidan couldn't shake the feeling he was somehow involved in this whole mess. Why does Director Song want to see me? She asked, following him outside with a puzzled frown. Guan Anfu shrugged. Looking completely detached. Well, you'd have to ask yourself what you did. Seeing the confusion on Yang Yidan's face, he offered an explanation. Remember how you treated my father? Upon hearing his words, it clicked for her instantly, and she broke into a laugh. Who would have thought old man Guan would actually go and complain to Director Song? It's hard to say whether that was clever or just plain foolish. She wasn't the least bit nervous. After all, she wasn't the one in the wrong. Perfect. I actually have something to discuss with Director Song. With that, she walked ahead of Guan Anfu with a light, brisk step. Seeing her completely unafraid demeanor, Guan Anfu was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. But the people were already waiting in the office. He couldn't just send them all away. Before heading to the office, Yang Yidan made a point of calling Song Fei in as well. Why did you call her? Guan Anfu asked, glancing at Song Fei beside him with a puzzled look. Didn't you say Director Song wanted to see me about your father? She was there that day too. Oh, right. And Director he. As she spoke, a thought suddenly occurred to her, and she turned to go back and fetch He Chingsong as well. Sensing her intention, Song Fei quickly stopped her. Don't bother. My father has already taken Director he there. Realizing she hadn't corrected her form of address in time, Song Fei promptly closed her mouth, her eyes darting between the two of them. Yang Yidan didn't seem overly surprised by the way she had referred to him, but Guan Anfu's eyes widened. You're Director Song's daughter. You're already this grown up. Since the cat was out of the bag, Song Fei saw no point in hiding it. What's the matter? Don't I look the part? Guan Anfu's expression shifted from surprise to sycophancy as he said with a grin, Not at all. The moment I saw you, I thought you looked just like Director Song. Sensing his implication, Song Fei let out a cold snort and fell silent. The two women walked ahead, while Guan Anfu trailed behind, his heart filled with unease. He never expected Song Fei to be the factory director's daughter, now that she was involved in the incident from the day before yesterday. What had once seemed a sure thing now felt far less certain. Pushing open the door to the director's office, Song Fei walked in obediently. Only 3 people were in the office, Director Song, Mr. Guan, and He Chingsong. Hearing the commotion outside the door, all 3 of them turned their heads to look. Dad, why did you call me here all of a sudden? Song Fei walked up to Director Song and addressed him with the utmost respect. Clearly, Mr. Guan hadn't expected that the young girl who had been with Yang Yidan was the factory director's daughter. What are you doing here? I called for Yang Yidan, didn't I? Director Song glanced at his daughter and asked in a low, steady voice. Song Fei, still holding his arm, settled into the seat beside him. I know why you called for her. I was there too. If there's anything you're unclear about, you can ask me. Yang Yidan walked up to them and gave a slight bow. Director Song. Director Song ignored his daughter and fixed his gaze on Yang Yidan. You must have guessed on your way here why I asked to see you. Yang Yidan nodded obediently. I understand. Please give me a moment to explain the situation clearly. He gestured with his hand for her to continue. That day, I was returning to the factory with Song Fei when he and his grandson stopped us at the gate. They both falsely accused me and demanded compensation. I refused, and they threatened to get physical. When I tried to avoid them, he accidentally fell. Then he swore he wouldn't let me get away with it. After she finished speaking, Song Fei nodded beside her and said, exactly as she said, they really did get physical back then. They slapped Director he. Song Fei knew her father was quite fond of He Chingsong, so she deliberately brought this matter up. Factory Director Song raised an eyebrow. Oh, Chingsong, did he really hit you? When He Chingsong arrived, he had already been briefed on everything. At the time, he said nothing, only instructing Guan Anfu to summon Yang Yidan. Yes, he nodded, noticing their gazes. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on old Guan's forehead. Factory Director Song's previously gloomy expression shifted as he said with a light laugh, Uncle Guan, I hope it's all right for me to call you that. Though old Guan dared to throw his weight around in front of the others, he wouldn't dare say a word against Director Song. You may call me whatever you like. he replied. Is what my employee said completely true? Director Song's voice rose at the end. Laced with pressure, the man on the stool didn't dare say anything more, only nodding. That's true, but this is a personal grudge between her and me. There's a lot of messy history there that Miss Song couldn't possibly know about. It's also possible Miss Song has been listening to gossip. I know she's kind-hearted. But that woman is no good, I can tell you that. Song Fei frowned, visibly annoyed by his words. Are you suggesting I'm an adult with no ability to think for myself, is that it? I know perfectly well who's good and who's not. I don't need some disrespectful old fool to lecture me. Director Song shot her a mock-stern look. Is that any way to speak to your elders? At your age, you should be calling him grandpa. Hearing this, Song Fei let out an even more displeased snort. My own grandfather would never bully someone just because he's older, and he's a reasonable man. Mr. Guan didn't dare say a word, only bowing and scraping on the side. Miss Song is absolutely right. I could never hope to compare to your esteemed father, Guan Anfu. This is your family affair, and strictly speaking, it's not my place to intervene, but as a deputy director, if you can't even handle your own matters properly, I'm beginning to seriously doubt your ability to manage this factory. Director Song ignored Mr. Guan's father. He had been looking for an opportunity to strip Guan Anfu of his title as deputy director. If it weren't for the sake of Ding Xinyuo's late husband, he would have long lost patience with Guan Anfu's conduct. Director, please give me another chance. I promise I can handle this. It was my mistake. But who doesn't make mistakes? Guan Anfu said anxiously. Picking up on the implied meaning in Director Song's words, Mr. Guan never expected that his complaint would not only fail to make Yang Yidan pay a price, but nearly cost his own son his official position. He nodded in agreement from the side and said, this is indeed a family matter. We will definitely handle it properly and will absolutely not let it interfere with work. He Chingsong snorted coldly, cutting off Mr. Guan's words. This isn't the first or second time for Deputy Director Guan, is it? Hearing his words, Yang Yidan looked up at him and then understood his signal. It's not that he's just following Guan Anfu's lead, he insisted, it's this adulterous pair. She even tried to kill your son back then. If it weren't for me, you might not be seeing your son's face today. Yang Yidan stared expressionlessly at the two people before her. Old man, how can you be so advanced in years and still spew lies like this? Don't you want to accumulate any good karma for the afterlife? Knowing he was no match for her in an argument, Guan's father snorted coldly and fell silent. Yang Yidan, he is still your elder. After all, show some respect when you speak to him. Guan Anfu couldn't stand anyone disrespecting his parents. Or perhaps he couldn't stand Yang Yidan's haughty demeanor. He felt that since she had been married to him, she ought to show the utmost respect to his parents. Yang Yidan crossed her arms, looking coldly at the person before her. If you want me to be polite, fine. How about you get down on your knees and beg me? Or you could kneel and apologize to me. Apologize for what your parents did. Guan Anfu was already seething over his demotion, and hearing her words now, he took 2 large strides forward, intent on laying hands on her. Seeing this, He Chingsong immediately stepped in front of her. What kind of man picks on a young girl? He was only acting this way because Yang Yidan was a young girl. If she were as strong as He Chingsong, he wouldn't have dared. Yang Yidan had already seen right through him and shook her head sadly. If you want to fight me, fine. But you'd better have the compensation money ready first, or I'll go straight to the village broadcast station and tell everyone. You were the one who cheated first, then you sent your parents to harass me, and in the end, you even laid hands on me. If everyone in the village finds out about these things, their whole family won't be able to hold their heads up here anymore. You can try moving somewhere else, but no matter where you go, I'll make sure everyone knows what you did. I'll make you famous, Yang Yidan said gleefully. She didn't mind people knowing she was divorced anyway. She had no intention of getting married again. Even if she did remarry, it wouldn't be anytime soon. In a few years, everyone would probably have forgotten about it. By then, if she had money, that's all anyone would see. Who would care about her past? How dare you, Mr. Guan straightened his back and shouted angrily. Yang Yidan shrugged indifferently. Old man. You can see for yourself if I dare or not. By the time Guan Anfu, or rather, Song Fei, had seen Director Song off and returned, only the two of them were left in the office. She had half a mind to give Guan Anfu and his father another piece of her mind. She had never met anyone with such sheer audacity. Today had certainly been an eye-opener. Thankfully, her father hadn't taken Guan's father's side, or else Yang Yidan would have had to swallow this injustice in silence. Why is it just the two of you left? Did the others leave? Song Fei sensed something was off in the air. She knew they had argued before, but she didn't know the reason. She had assumed they'd made up these past few days. Only now did it dawn on her that they hadn't even seen each other these last 2 days. How could they have possibly reconciled? Are you two really okay? Song Fei asked, her gaze tinged with hesitation. Yang Yidan snapped back to reality and shook her head at her, forcing a faint smile. What could possibly be going on between the two of us? I still have some work to finish up. I'll head out first, you two chat. With that, she pushed the door open and strode away purposefully. When Yang Yidan returned to the workshop, all eyes were on her, with Lin Meimei's gaze being the most conspicuous. Noticing their gazes, she knew immediately they must have heard about it. What are you looking at? Is all your work finished? She asked in a light tone. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yidan, are you okay? We've all heard about it. Xue Di spoke up boldly from the side. Everyone was curious, but no one dared to bring it up. Yang Yidan played dumb, saying, what could possibly be wrong with me? What have you all heard? We all know Deputy Director Guan's father brought his child to harass you at the gate. And then they even complained to the factory director. The director didn't punish you, did he? Hearing this, Yang Yidan waved her hand dismissively with a smile. Of course not. The director is a reasonable man. It wasn't my fault to begin with. He's no longer the deputy director now. Just a regular worker like the rest of you. As soon as she finished speaking, the workshop erupted in cheers. Everyone had suffered under Guan Anfu's bullying, out of respect for his position as deputy director. No one dared to cross him, so they had to swallow their pride and endure it. Now, justice has finally been served. He's no longer their superior, and they're all on equal footing. It's time for some payback. Sensing their thoughts, Yang Yidan chimed in. All right, enough celebrating. Hurry up and finish your work. Or none of you are going to lunch. And let me remind you, Director, he made it clear that there's to be no more fighting. Have you all forgotten about the pay deductions? If she hadn't brought it up, the whole group would have nearly forgotten. Qingsong hadn't actually docked their pay, but just the thought of it was enough to make them panic. And if another fight breaks out, it's uncertain whether he'll just get a warning like last time. At lunchtime, heading to the cafeteria, Lin Meimei went ahead with Xue Di and the others. Yidan, hurry up, we'll save you a seat, because of that trip to the office. Yang Yidan fell behind on some work and had to catch up during her lunch break. You guys go ahead, don't worry about me. I might skip the cafeteria. She figured by the time she got there, they'd probably be finished eating. Lin Meimei watched her bustling about. How about I stay and keep you company? With both of us working, we might even finish a bit faster. No need, you all go ahead and eat. I didn't leave much for myself anyway. Just save me a steamed bun for later, Yang Yidan said. Her hands never pausing in her work, she couldn't win the argument with Yang Yidan and could only sigh in resignation. All right, I understand. We'll head off first. After they left, she was the only one left in the workshop. Just as she was about to finish her work, Lin Yi suddenly appeared. You're still here. Lin Yi was clearly taken aback to find someone else in the workshop. I didn't expect anyone to be here, she said, sounding surprised, noticing the commotion. Yang Yidan lifted her eyelids briefly before letting them fall again. Why are you so afraid of me? Don't tell me you've gone behind my back and done something to wrong me again. Don't flatter yourself, Lin Yi retorted with a disdainful snort, before taking her seat. After waiting a moment and seeing no sign of her leaving, Lin Yi asked, so, when exactly are you planning to go? Yang Yidan was almost finished and was about to leave when, upon hearing her words, she sat back down. Is this workshop yours? I'll sit here as long as I please. What's the rush? Got something to hide? It wasn't that Yang Yidan was being overly cautious, she'd just been burned by her too many times before. So many things had happened because of her, so caution was absolutely necessary. Lin Yi turned her head away, refusing to look at her. The two of them sat quietly in their respective seats. When Qingsong entered and saw the two of them, he paused mid-step. What are you both doing here? He asked, sounding somewhat surprised. Seeing his figure, Yang Yidan nodded in sudden understanding. No wonder Lin Yi had been so eager to shoo her out earlier. With good sense, she decided not to disturb the two of them any longer. I'm finished here, I'll be on my way, you two talk. She tidied up the work she had completed, double-checked for any mistakes, and only then did she leave. When she reached the door, she found it blocked. He Qingsong showed no intention of moving aside. She looked up at him, puzzled. Excuse me, I need to get by. He Qingsong looked down at the top of her head, hesitating for a moment before saying, there's something I need to tell you. She took 2 steps back, putting distance between them, and said with a light laugh, I have nothing to say to you. It didn't take a genius to figure out it was about Lin Yi. There hadn't been any recent conflict between them, so it had to be about that plagiarism incident from before. She had already moved on from all that and let it go, yet the two of them were still nitpicking over every little thing. I wanted to apologize to you, He Qingsong said, seemingly having read her mind as he stated his purpose. Yang Yidan frowned slightly, studying his eyes, and saw genuine remorse in them. Just an apology, she asked, raising an eyebrow, her voice lilting upward. He seemed taken aback by her response. Pausing for a moment before the meaning sank in, he turned to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi. She now realizes what she did was wrong, so, we both want to sincerely apologize to you. That won't be necessary, I don't accept it, Yang Yidan said softly, a trace of a smile still lingering in her eyes. She had already shouldered all the losses herself, there was no need for their hollow apology now. The two people across from her were completely dumbfounded. They had assumed she would forgive them once they apologized. Yang Yidan saw their reaction and guessed what they were thinking. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way. Not long after she walked away, He Qingsong caught up with her again. I genuinely want to apologize to you. Yang Yidan nodded in understanding, and I genuinely do not forgive you. Is there a problem with that? He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly took 2 quick steps to block her path. What will it take for you to forgive us? Why should I have to forgive you? I bore all the losses you caused. And I'm the one who has to live with the reputation you ruined. Yang Yidan found it strange. There was no rule written anywhere that said she had to accept an apology just because someone offered one. Besides, she was genuinely hurt. Forgiving them with just a few words would make it seem like she deserved everything she went through. She completely stumped He Qingsong, giving him several seconds to respond, but he remained silent. Please stop bothering me, Yang Yidan said with a polite smile. Her tone a clear warning. When I got to the cafeteria, most people had already left, and I spotted Lin Mai right away. She noticed Yang Yidan too, raising a hand to wave at her. I was just about to leave. What took you so long? Lin Mai said, sliding the meal she'd saved over to her. She'd been thinking that if Yang Yidan didn't show up soon, she'd take the food and go find her in the workshop. Yang Yidan was so hungry she was seeing stars. She buried her head in her food, wolfing it down without a second thought for what the other woman was saying. After they had eaten their fill, the two of them walked back to the dormitory together. Guan Anfu was just dismissed. He's definitely going to hold a grudge against you. You need to be careful. Given Guan Anfu's petty and vindictive nature, he would absolutely try to trip her up. Yang Yidan had considered it too, but this time it really wasn't her fault. It was him and old man Guan. They brought this on themselves. Those who live by the sword, die by the sword. If they hadn't been so dead set on driving her out of the factory, they wouldn't have provoked Director Song's displeasure, and he wouldn't have seized this opportunity. He'll definitely lay low for a while, Yang Yidan said with certainty. Even if Guan Anfu were a complete fool, he wouldn't dare cause trouble at a time like this. Her dorm room was still on the 1st floor, close to the entrance, so it was just a short walk inside. Xue Di asked me to tell you to be careful around Lin Yi. Lin Mai whispered, glancing toward the dorm room door and lowering her voice so only the two of them could hear. I know you don't want to hear this, but I have to say it. Lin Yi isn't as innocent as she seems. This time, Yang Yidan didn't argue or show any sign of annoyance. She just gave a calm, quiet nod. Lin Mai found her obedient attitude quite surprising. How come you're actually listening to me this time? Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yi walked out of the dormitory carrying a basin, running right into them. The smile instantly vanished from Lin Mei's face, and Yang Yidan's words remained unspoken. I'm heading back to the dorm. You should get some rest too. Lin Mai patted her shoulder, her gaze drifting pointedly towards Lin Yi as she spoke. After she left, Yang Yidan acted as if she didn't see anyone else. Walking right past Lin Yi suddenly called out to her. But she didn't hear a thing and slammed the door shut. Ever since she admitted to copying her design, Yang Yidan hasn't given her the time of day, after what happened last time. Yang Yidan no longer leaves her design drafts in the dorm, nor dares to keep them in the workshop, and has to find a separate place to stash them away. She even found a quiet spot in the factory where she could paint. Whenever she had free time, she would take her things there. If she wasn't in the mood to paint, she'd just sit quietly, lost in thought. No matter how restless her mind was, sitting there would slowly calm her down. Just as she climbed into bed, a sound came from the door. "Open the door, I can't get in." Yang Yidan frowned in confusion, not wanting to engage with her, but the person outside the door kept talking. "I didn't lock it, you can open it from the outside yourself," she said, sitting up in bed with a resigned sigh. Lin Yi tried it and then added, "It still won't open. Is the door broken again?" Ever since Yang Yidan kicked it open, the door had been broken for a while. It simply wouldn't stay shut. They couldn't just leave it wide open all the time, so Yang Yidan tried to fix it herself following the instructions in the book, but it ended up causing frequent issues. She had to get out of bed again to open the door for the person outside, but she didn't step aside. "Didn't you say the door was locked?" Yang Yidan leaned against the doorframe. Her other hand braced against the opposite side, blocking the way in. Meeting Lin Yi's puzzled gaze, a faint smile played on her lips as she softly countered, showing not a hint of shame. Lin Yi blinked her large, dewy eyes. "It's just broken, and you should know better than I do how that happened." With an equally unflinching look, Yang Yidan replied, "I certainly don't. Why don't you refresh my memory? Remind me why I had to kick the door in the first place." She made a move to push Yang Yidan away. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick. Just as the hand was about to land on her, she sidestepped to avoid the other person's grasp. Back in bed, she had just managed to close her eyes and settle down to sleep when a sound echoed through the room again. "What did you and brother Chingsong talk about outside?" Lin Yi asked with her back turned, her expression hidden, but her tone clearly conveyed her displeasure. Yang Yidan pretended to be asleep and ignored her, so she didn't press the matter any further. The afternoon break was over. When I hurried to the workshop, Lin Yi was nowhere to be seen. She hadn't asked for leave either. As the team leader, Yang Yidan needed to know where she was. She's not a 3-year-old, how could a grown woman just go missing? Xue Di muttered under her breath, watching her leader's anxious expression. "Actually, it's possible. Things haven't been safe in the village lately. I heard a gang has arrived, specializing in kidnapping women to sell into the mountains." "Come on, don't try to scare squad leader Yang. Hasn't she been mysteriously disappearing and quietly reappearing these past few days? If you ask me, she's just trying to slack off and avoid work." They were all chattering away, but Yang Yidan didn't take in a single word. After waiting for over an hour, there was still no sign of Lin Yi. Even if they didn't get along, she wouldn't just vanish without a word. Yang Yidan was worried she might get into trouble, which would make him partly responsible. My, you keep an eye on things here. I'm going to look for her. If I really can't find her, I'll go report it to Director He." After leaving the workshop, she circled the entire factory but didn't see Lin Yi. Instead, she ended up exchanging a few angry words with Guan Anfu. Just as she suspected, he held a grudge against her. Even though he was no longer the deputy director, deep down he still believed he was superior to Yang Yidan. No idea where he got that sense of superiority from. Yang Yidan was in a hurry to find someone and couldn't be bothered with him. "Have you seen Lin Yi?" Before leaving, she glanced out of the corner of her eye at Guan Anfu, who was doing the heavy labor. Guan Anfu shook his head. "Haven't seen her. Do you need her for something?" Without answering the busybody's question, Yang Yidan was about to leave when she suddenly caught sight of Lin Yi's figure. Noticing her gaze, Guan Anfu instinctively moved to block her view. But it was already too late. She had seen. "Get out of the way," Yang Yidan shouted angrily. Perhaps because he no longer held any position, he was being remarkably obedient. He immediately stepped aside to clear a path. Letting her pass by, Lin Yi was led to the most desolate corner of the factory. A pile of bricks was stacked against the wall, which wasn't very high. With just a slight jump from the bricks, one could easily scale it. Fields stretched out before them, a gateway to anywhere they wished to go. "Why did you bring me here?" Lin Yi asked, frowning at the man before her with clear displeasure. She hadn't expected that following him would lead to this place. The man gazed at the person before him with a smile, his eyes holding an ineffable, ambiguous tenderness. Lin Yi, I've actually always liked you, haven't you noticed? The man stammered, sounding quite sincere. Lin Yi tilted her head slightly, then dropped her cold demeanor and said softly, I don't like you. With that, she made as if to turn and leave, but the man suddenly lost his composure. Before she could fully turn away, he grabbed her arm tightly. Why don't you like me? Haven't I been good to you? Just say you'll be with me, and I'll give you anything you want. The man's expression was somewhat frenzied, frightening Lin Yi so much that she wanted to back away, but he had her pinned, making it impossible for her to move. Yang Yidan, watching from behind, sensed the situation was turning bad. She had initially planned to observe a bit longer before intervening. Seeing Lin Yi's futile attempts to struggle free, she stepped forward to help her break away from the man's grip. What do you think you're doing? Yang Yidan shielded the girl behind her and shouted in reprimand. The man seemed taken aback that they could be discovered here. After a few seconds of panic, he quickly composed himself. I have something important to discuss with her. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself, he said, pointing to Lin Yi behind her. Yang Yidan glanced back at the girl hiding behind her, head bowed and silent. His earlier outburst seemed to have frightened her badly. I saw it perfectly clearly. She told you straight up she's not interested. How can you still have the nerve to keep pestering her? Something in those words must have hit a nerve. The man shouted angrily, I don't believe it. If she doesn't like me, why does she always bat her eyes at me in the cafeteria? Lin Yi flatly denied it. That's a lie. My conscience is clear. Don't you dare try to ruin my reputation. I don't even know who you are. How could I possibly be batting my eyes at you? The three of them were arguing in this secluded corner when Qingsong finally arrived, fashionably late, stepping between them. What's all this arguing about? You three? Yang Yidan recounted everything she had seen to him, her eyes glinting coldly at the man. Director, don't listen to her nonsense. That's not how it happened. Qingsong ignored him, his gaze passing over Yang Yidan to the person behind her. You tell me. Lin Yi's eyes were red-rimmed as she nodded, her voice thick with grievance. It's just as squad leader Yang said. I didn't agree to it, so he kept harassing me. Thank goodness the squad leader was there. Knowing he couldn't hide the truth, the man immediately dropped to his knees. Director, I truly know I was wrong. I'll never dare do it again. I lost my head for a moment. Yang Yidan let out a laugh. If I lost my head for a moment and killed you, then apologize to your family. Do you think they'd be willing to forgive me? The man stared at her in horror, never expecting such words to come from a woman's mouth. How can a woman like you talk so casually about killing? And you're just twisting my words. I never said I was going to kill her. Seeing not a shred of remorse in his eyes, Yang Yidan took 2 steps forward and raised her hand to strike him. Suddenly, she sensed something was off and glanced over her shoulder at Lin Yi, who was hiding behind. After a moment's thought, she lowered her hand. How you'll be disciplined is up to the director. Instead of arguing with me here, you'd better think about how to beg to keep your position. She had found the person she was looking for, knowing they were safe was enough. So she turned and left the place. Guananfu didn't dare to approach, so he could only hide to the side, craning his neck to get a look. He was either too engrossed in watching, or his angle blocked Yang Yidan's departure, for he didn't even notice her walking right up to him. What are you looking at? Startled by her voice, he quickly turned around, and only relaxed after he saw clearly who it was. He patted his chest, still shaken. Are you okay? Yang Yidan followed his gaze. Do you know that guy? What guy? I know everyone in this factory. After saying it, he caught himself, cleared his throat, straightened up, and said with a smug look, not understanding what he was so proud of. She pressed on. Lin Yi betrayed you before. Don't you hate her? Guananfu was thoroughly confused by her question. What exactly are you trying to say? Is this little performance of yours meant for me, or for Qingsong? Yang Yidan didn't beat around the bush. Cutting straight to the point, it was all just too coincidental. Lin Yi had been missing for over an hour, and of all times, she had to stumble upon this scene right when she went looking for her. She was simply curious about the purpose of their 3-person act, and she wanted to know just what the man stood to gain that he'd dare go along with their charade. Guananfu averted his eyes. I have no idea what you're talking about. His guilt was sometimes painfully obvious. Especially when she had just called him out and was staring him down. Go home and read more books, Yang Yidan said, leaving those words behind as she walked away. Back in the workshop, they were still worried about Lin Yi and came over to ask about her whereabouts. Some are genuinely concerned, others are just here for the show. She was discussing the order with Director He and forgot to tell me. Don't go prying into it, just focus on your own work. After listening, they returned to their seats. A day after the incident, Yang Yidan saw the man in the cafeteria. Not only had he not been fired, but he looked positively radiant, suggesting his punishment must have been light. When he spotted Yang Yidan, he shot her a provocative eyebrow raise. She felt nothing inside, not even a ripple. If anything, she found him rather pathetic, pretending as if nothing had happened. She simply averted her gaze. Yang Yidan had no idea how they ultimately handled it, but it was none of her business anyway. While in the dorm, Lin Yi even went out of his way to thank her for this matter. Not only that, but he also sincerely apologized to her for his plagiarism. I'm sorry, I know what I did was wrong, I'll never do it again, can you forgive me? She spoke with sincerity. Standing before Yang Yidan with her head bowed like a child who had done something wrong, looking utterly pitiful, Yang Yidan's attitude remained unchanged from before. She would absolutely not forgive them. There's no need for that. She had originally intended to go to sleep, but just as she got into bed, she saw Lin Yi standing below. From her vantage point, she had a perfect view of Lin Yi's aggrieved and wronged expression. Are you still mad at me? Lin Yi looked up, her eyes still puffy, as if she'd been crying hard. Yang Yidan checked the time. She could still squeeze in another half hour of sleep and didn't want to get dragged into a long conversation. So, she just went along with it. Yeah, got a problem with that. Why shouldn't I be mad at you? And I don't owe you any forgiveness. Lin Yi knew she was blunt, but she hadn't expected her to be *that blunt. It left Lin Yi momentarily speechless. Unsure how to respond. While Lin Yi was still wrestling with her thoughts, Yang Yidan had already burrowed under the covers to catch up on her sleep. Waking up to find her still standing in the same spot, she was startled and bolted upright in bed. If it weren't for the daylight, she would have thought she was seeing a ghost. Recognizing it was Lin Yi, she let out a sigh of relief, her nerves still frayed, and asked impatiently, "What do you want? I genuinely want to apologize to you. Why won't you accept it?" Lin Yi's commanding tone made Yang Yidan extremely uncomfortable, and she frowned slightly. This pointless back and forth won't solve anything, and she's already made herself perfectly clear. Yang Yidan got out of bed on her own, put on her shoes, and left, pulling the car door shut behind her. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yi stamped her foot in frustration, but in the end, she said nothing. That afternoon, factory manager Song made a surprise inspection. While the hygiene standards were all met, there was a quality issue with one batch of clothing. "This batch is unacceptable, we need a complete replacement," he stated in a tone that brooked no argument. Yang Yidan followed alongside, diligently noting down every issue he pointed out. As they saw him off, he suddenly turned and glanced at Yang Yidan. "The factory still needs a deputy director. Chingsong, keep an eye out and let me know if you find a suitable candidate." Noticing his gaze, Chingsong also looked at Yang Yidan, then nodded in understanding. Understood. Everyone was on edge, their backs ramrod straight until Director Song disappeared from view. Only then did they finally relax. Song Fei, however, wasn't nervous at all. She linked arms with Yang Yidan and stared at her with wide-eyed surprise. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Her gaze was so intense that Yang Yidan simply couldn't pretend not to notice. She leaned close to Yang Yidan's ear and whispered, "My father wants you to be the deputy director." Yang Yidan had no idea where she got that rumor from, but seeing how excited she was, she held back from dampening her spirits. Her response was surprisingly flat. Song Fei asked, puzzled, "Aren't you happy? Don't you want to be the deputy director?" For some reason, she always felt that Yang Yidan should have been thrilled by this news, which was why she told her in advance, "Of course I like it, if you were made deputy director. Wouldn't you be happy?" Yang Yidan shifted her gaze from herself to her. Song Fei didn't dwell on her reaction any further. She shook her head and said, "Not a fan." Her heart wasn't in it. She was only working here to gain some experience and had no intention of staying long. "You two, stop chatting and come with me." Chingsong called out to them several times, but it was as if they hadn't heard him. Still engrossed in their conversation, coming to their senses, they followed He Ching-song back. This is a major order assigned by Director Song. The client is quite demanding and has strict standards. Here are his requirements. Both of you, take a look and have it ready in a week. He Ching-song handed them a sheet of paper. Song Fei blinked, her eyes scanning the cryptic text. Then, she tossed the paper in front of him. What is all this? What are the requirements? Can't you read? He Ching-song carefully repositioned the paper in front of them. If he hadn't looked so dead serious, Song Fei would have thought he was messing with them. Yang Yidan gave it a quick glance. It was written like a poem, but a far cry from the ones she had read. What's with all this like moonlight, like lake water, like a gentle breeze? What kind of descriptions are these? Are you sure you're not joking? Seeing her reaction, both Yang Yidan and He Ching-song couldn't help but laugh. Already irritated, their laughter made her blood boil. What's so funny? She snapped. This is quite poetic. Give it some thought, and come find me if you need help, said He Ching-song as he handed each of them a sheet of paper. The handwriting on the two sheets was completely different. Yang Yidan immediately recognized that the one in her hand was written by him, while the other was from the client. She looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she regarded the person before her. The other person seemed completely oblivious to her gaze, merely tilting their chin to gesture for them to leave. Yang Yidan walked out, listening to Song Fei's complaints the entire way. It's like solving a riddle, Song Fei said with a heavy sigh, holding the piece of paper. Well, give it a try, see if you can guess the riddle. Yang Yidan, however, didn't seem as surprised as Song Fei. The two of them parted ways. When Yang Yidan returned to the workshop, she saw them looking at her with such excitement that a vague sense of foreboding crept over her. Why are you all staring at me like that? Their gazes sent a chill down her spine. Xue Di was just about to speak when Lin Mai shot her a warning glare. No one said another word. It wasn't until the break that Yang Yidan found out someone had leaked the news about Director Song's intention to make her deputy director. Everyone thought it was true and was already planning to celebrate with her. After hearing Lin Mei's words, Yang Yidan replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. That's not true at all. If I were becoming deputy director, wouldn't I know about it? Besides, I haven't been here that long. How could it happen so quickly? Her words echoed what some others were thinking. They acknowledged Yang Yidan's competence. But that didn't mean she could become deputy director so soon, seeing how pessimistic she was. Lin Mai tried to console her, saying, why not give it a chance? What if it's true? Dwelling on this is pointless. I'd be better off figuring out what this riddle from our big client actually means. Those words were all she could think about while she worked. She could have recited them backwards and forwards, even broken down every character stroke by stroke. Our riddle? Lin Mai asked, confused, as she was still in the dark. Yang Yidan was confident she wouldn't tell anyone, and besides, sharing these few sentences wouldn't cause any trouble. She placed the piece of paper in front of her. See if you can figure it out. After reading the words clearly, Lin Mei's reaction was the same as Song Fei's. What does all this even mean? Did the client give you this hint and ask you to design something only after solving the riddle? It wasn't entirely accurate, but that was the gist of it. Yang Yidan nodded at her. My head is about to explode from thinking about it. Well, I think you could go ask director. Isn't he a university graduate? He might know. Yang Yidan had no intention of asking He Ching-song. He had clearly seen it in the office but said nothing, making it obvious he wouldn't tell them. I'll think about it some more myself. She put the paper away. After lunch, she didn't go back to the dorm to rest. Instead, she sat by the small river, staring at the shimmering water in front of her, pondering the riddle. A sudden flash of insight struck her. She abruptly sat up straight, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the water's surface. And then she suddenly laughed, lost in her thoughts. She failed to notice the movement behind her. As she stood up and turned around, she was startled by the sudden appearance of He Ching-song. Her foot slipped, nearly sending her tumbling into the river. But he reached out and caught her just in time. If there's something troubling you, you can talk to me. Death isn't the solution to any problem, He Ching-song said, panting and looking at her with a shaken expression. When he arrived and saw her back facing the river, he thought she was about to jump. He didn't dare call out. Afraid that startling her might push her over the edge, Yang Yidan never expected that simply sitting by the river would make someone think she was suicidal. She took a few steps forward, putting some distance between herself and the riverbank. Only when she was sure she couldn't slip and fall in did she feel at ease. Placing one hand on her hip and patting her chest with the other, she said, "Are you okay? I'm perfectly fine. Why would I want to die, if it weren't for you? I wouldn't have almost fallen in just now." Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, He Chingsong let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Good, you don't want to die, that's good." Yang Yidan shot him a glance. "What are you doing here?" She recalled that she had run into him several times here. Even when they hadn't met face to face, she had often caught sight of his figure. "I have some business here. What about you? If you're not here to jump in the river, then why are you just sitting here?" Following her gaze, He Chingsong saw nothing but an ordinary, unremarkable landscape. Every time he passed by, the same view greeted him. "I have something to do, too." Yang Yidan wanted to jot down her thoughts. She turned to leave, and He Chingsong followed closely by her side. No matter which way she went, he followed. "Where exactly are you going? I need to talk to you." Seeing her impatience, He Chingsong got straight to the point. Yang Yidan stopped in her tracks and stood facing him. "Go on," she said. He was taken aback for a moment. Thinking she didn't want to listen, he quickly added, "About what happened before, I'm sorry." He bowed. "I misunderstood you without getting the full picture. I know you don't want to forgive me, and I'm not here to ask for your forgiveness. I just want to sincerely apologize for what I did wrong." He bowed twice in a row, startling Yang Yidan into taking 2 steps back. Her words came out in a stammer. What are you doing?" He Chingsong straightened up, looked her in the eye, and said, "Apologize." It was the first time Yang Yidan had received such a formal apology. She waved a hand dismissively. "Let's just forget it, and don't apologize for it again." "Really?" A faint, wry smile tugged at the corner of He Chingsong's mouth. She nodded, stepping aside. "Really, really." Back at the dorm, the moment she opened the door, she saw Lin Yi standing not far from the entrance. Yang Yidan was so startled she nearly jumped out of her skin, and it took her a full 3 seconds to regain her composure. She gently closed the door, found a piece of paper, and began to write down her thoughts. After finishing, she looked up and found Lin Yi still rooted to the same spot, staring at her with a resentful gaze. "Looking for me?" Yang Yidan pointed at herself, asking tentatively. Lin Yi pulled over a stool and sat down opposite her. "Where did you just go?" Her tone was accusatory, as if she were Yang Yidan's elder. Frowning with displeasure, Yang Yidan retorted, "What's it to you? Are you with Chingsong right now?" Her voice suddenly rose sharply. Not giving Yang Yidan a chance to answer, she declared with certainty, "I knew you were seeing him behind my back. Don't even try to deny it. I just saw you myself." Amused, Yang Yidan replied with a laugh, "If you already saw, why bother asking? Fine, think whatever you want, anyway." She never listens to explanations. It's better to use that time for something else. Lin Yi couldn't tell she was just resigned. He thought she was too guilty to argue back. "I like Chingsong Ji," she announced. Legs crossed, arms folded, and chin tilted up in a tone that brooked no argument. Yang Yidan listened, nodded, and simply said, "Oh." Lin Yi was deeply displeased with her reaction. "You have fun on your own. I'm out of here," Yang Yidan said, taking the paper and leaving the dorm. A week was enough time for them to sketch out a preliminary design and present something to the client. While studying at Song Fei's house, Yang Yidan shared her idea with the two of them. "Where on earth are you going to find that kind of fabric you mentioned?" Song Fei asked. Puzzled, Yang Yidan originally wanted to use a fabric to mimic the moonlight shimmering on the water's surface. "There should be one," Yang Yidan said, sounding rather uncertain. "This kind of fabric definitely exists. It's just rare and not easy to find." Song Fei rapped the table. "Then let's proceed with the creation based on your idea. Something is better than nothing. If the client isn't happy, they can always make changes." Yang Yidan shared her ideas with her, and the two of them got down to work. Guoling watched them busily working, feeling a bit awkward as he asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" "No," Song Fei said bluntly. No one noticed his awkward expression. "I spent the entire lunch break on it, and I still haven't even sketched out a proper draft. Let's just leave it with you for now." Yang Yidan was always worried about another plagiarism incident. Once bitten, twice shy. She had no desire to get caught up in that kind of trouble again. Song Fei naturally had no objections. I'm taking the afternoon off for some personal matters. Here's a spare key to my place. Feel free to drop by anytime. Aren't you afraid I'll steal your things? Yang Yidan said, clutching the key in her hand. She was quite generous and trusted Yang Yidan. She shook her head nonchalantly. If I were to just hand you the key, I'd be a fool, wouldn't I? Don't worry, she gave me her key too. There's nothing worth stealing in her place. Guoling took the key from his pocket and dangled it in front of Yang Yidan. Only then did she feel reassured enough to accept the key. On the way back to the factory, he ran into He Qingsong. He had wanted to greet her, but worried about the gossip from onlookers. He simply gave her a nod. Yang Yidan watched as he was surrounded by a crowd, including a girl. The girl seemed rather shy, only daring to steal glances at him. The scene felt oddly familiar. Like a matchmaking session, the people around them could have been family members from both sides, and perhaps a matchmaker. The girl noticed her gaze, looked up, and offered her a faint smile. Yang Yidan reacted quickly, nodding to the girl as well before averting his gaze and unconsciously quickening his pace. I think both of these kids are quite nice. Why don't we take things a step further and have a chat? He Qingsong looked at the girl, who remained silent, and said with a smile, isn't this a bit too fast? We haven't even gotten to know each other yet. What's there to know? Xiao Run is a proper girl from a good family. Honest, virtuous, and pretty. Weren't you two just making eyes at each other a moment ago? The flustered woman was clearly the matchmaker. He Qingsong glanced at Xiao Run, who lowered her head even further, the blush on her cheeks deepening. Auntie, marriage is a lifelong commitment. As a man, I don't mind, but she's a young woman. Isn't rushing into it a bit improper? He Qingsong was handsome, a university graduate, and fairly well off in these parts. People were eager to curry favor with him and wouldn't dare offend him. Besides, he had a good temper, so the matchmaker naturally had no reason to be upset. The matchmaker gestured for Xiao Run to say a few words, catching her signal. He Qingsong turned his gaze to Xiao Run. What do you think? Xiao Run was nudged by the person beside her. She looked up and met his smiling eyes, flustered for a moment, unsure of what to say, and could only nod repeatedly. You see, the young lady agrees. He Qingsong seized the opportunity. The matchmaker sighed in resignation, shooting a glance at the hopeless Xiao Run. All right then, just give me a straight answer. How many days would be appropriate for you two to get to know each other? Well, I can't really say for sure, He Qingsong mumbled evasively. I just remembered there's something I need to take care of at the factory. I'd better be going. You two take your time, not giving them a chance to react. He Qingsong vanished in the blink of an eye. After he left, the matchmaker pointed at Xiao Run and said, why on earth did you just nod? I thought you liked him. Having her thoughts laid bare so bluntly, Xiao Run felt a bit embarrassed and touched the tip of her nose. He's clearly unwilling, isn't he? I don't think we should force anyone. Although Xiao Run liked him, she could sense he felt nothing for her. She knew that being too eager never worked out. And she didn't like that approach anyway. Having arranged so many matches, the matchmaker had never seen anyone like Xiao Run before. Left speechless, mouth agape for the longest time. You're running so fast, is someone chasing you? He Qingsong jogged to catch up with Yang Yidan, hearing his voice. Yang Yidan didn't slow her pace. Aren't you supposed to be on a blind date? She glanced back in the direction he came from, but she was too far away to see the group of people. So you did see me. I thought you hadn't noticed. He had waved to her earlier, but she hadn't responded. The deadline is in 2 days. Have you two finished? Yang Yidan said confidently. With me here, it'll definitely get done. Amused by her confidence, He Qingsong relaxed and said, all right then. I'll be looking forward to your masterpiece. If those words had come from Guananfu's mouth, she would have definitely taken it as a challenge. Yet, there wasn't a hint of sarcasm in He Qingsong's tone. Thanks for your confidence, Yang Yidan said as she walked into the workshop. To avoid disrupting their work, she and Song Fei rescheduled their lessons to twice a week, sacrificing 2 lunch breaks. They would have lunch at Song Fei's place, which Guoling usually prepared, every time the two of them went over. The meal was already prepared. This always made Yang Yidan feel terribly guilty, so she planned to buy them both a gift once she got her paycheck this month. She felt it wasn't right to keep freeloading off others, having contributed neither money nor effort. I heard from Guoling that Song Fei's birthday is at the beginning of next month. Is that right? The thought of a gift suddenly gave Yang Idan an idea. I suppose so. Are you planning to get her a gift? Yang Idan nodded. That's the idea. The person beside her suddenly perked up. Great, we can go to her birthday party together then. Us, she gestured between the two of them. Raising one eyebrow with a skeptical, upward inflection, she still didn't know if Song Fei would invite her, and even if she did, she wasn't sure she'd go with him. Yeah, you're off this Saturday, right? I'll take you into town to pick out a gift. It was perfect timing. As she needed to pick out gifts for Song Fei and Guoling anyway, so she could catch a ride with him. Sure, tomorrow's Saturday, let's do it then. Seeing her agree, He Chingsong's eyes crinkled into a smile. Great. It's settled then. I'll wait for you at the entrance tomorrow morning. Not long after, they went their separate ways. Yang Idan hadn't even set foot inside the workshop before someone pulled her back out. Yang Idan forcefully shook off her hand and rotated her own wrist. I thought you weren't interested in He Chingsong. What are you doing alone with him again? Lin Yi, noticing she hadn't returned to the dorm, guessed something was up, and sure enough, found the two of them alone together. She was waiting for Yang Idan in the workshop and pulled her out before she could even step inside. Pinned against the wall, Yang Idan let out a laugh at her words. What's the deal between you two, and what am I to you? Why should I listen to you? Besides, it's not just me who's been alone with him. Plenty of people at the factory have, including Guan Anfu. Are you suggesting they're also involved? She couldn't just cut off all contact with him and never speak to him again. All because Lin Yi had a thing for He Chingsong. What did their business have to do with her? Besides, He Chingsong was the factory director. Was she supposed to quit her job as foreman over this? Lin Yi was left speechless by her words. There really was no way to argue back. After all, everything she said was true. Instead of staring at me here, you'd be better off figuring out how to be with him. I saw him on a blind date when I arrived, Yang Idan reminded her in a low voice. Seeing the comrade approaching, she gave Lin Yi a pat on the shoulder. She clearly had no idea He Chingsong was on a blind date, otherwise, her mind wouldn't have been so fixated on Yang Idan. He Chingsong chuckled and nodded in agreement. Once in the city, they headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. A large one that had everything you could possibly need. Yang Idan had originally intended to buy a hairpin for Song Fei, but after looking around, she couldn't find a suitable one. Finally, her gaze settled on one of the last remaining black polka dot hairbands. She thought it would match one of Song Fei's dresses perfectly. Just as her hand reached for it, another hand grabbed the same hairband. Excuse me, I saw it first, Yang Idan said, turning her head to look at the other person. The man looked to be in his 30s. With a firm tug, she pulled the hairband free, and it landed in her hand. Young lady, please let me have this hairband. My daughter has her heart set on this exact one. She cried all evening yesterday because we didn't buy it, so I made a special trip here first thing this morning. The man spoke with genuine sincerity. Yang Idan hesitated, wondering if she should just let him have it. After all, she could always find another gift. Sure, I can let you have it. But do you have the money to pay for it? He Chingsong had appeared behind them at some point. The man, hearing this, said angrily, Who do you think you're looking down on? He Chingsong then reached right into the man's pocket and, using his index and middle fingers, pulled out a 10-yuan bill. Is this money even yours? He asked the man, raising an eyebrow. Yang Idan immediately realized what had happened and patted her pocket. The 10 yuan inside was gone. She realized in an instant what was going on, something she hadn't noticed before. Seizing the moment while the man was stunned, she snatched the hair ribbon right out of his hand. The man reached out to snatch the money from He Chingsong's grasp, but he pulled his hand back, evading the man's grab, before he could even speak. Yang Idan yanked him behind her. You stole my money, and you have the nerve to ask me to give you the item. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, stealing from me. Of all people, just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson. The man, seeing she was just a woman, wasn't the least bit intimidated. He rolled up his own sleeves, ready to take her on. He Chingsong saw things were turning ugly and moved to help her, but before he could, she grabbed the man, lifted him up, and slammed him to the ground. The man clearly hadn't expected a woman to be that strong. He lay on the ground, stunned for a good 3 seconds, before scrambling to his feet and running off. Staring at his retreating back, Yang Idan let out a contemptuous snort. What a loser. She turned her head to see He Chingsong looking at her, his eyes crinkled into a gentle smile. That smile sent a chill down her spine. "You." Before she could finish, the person standing behind He Chingsong started to urge him on. "Hey, kid. If you're not moving, could you at least get out of the way?" He Chingsong's smile vanished as he quickly stepped aside. He handed the money back to Yang Yidan. "It's quite crowded and a bit chaotic here. There are always opportunists in a crowd, so keep an eye on your things." Yang Yidan had already picked out her gift. She hadn't brought much money with her, but after a quick mental calculation, she figured she could still afford one for Guoling. Unsure of what to get him, she wandered around for a while before finally settling on a set of paintbrushes. She remembered that Guoling was almost out of paintbrushes. "You're getting her 2 gifts?" He Chingsong asked curiously, watching her pick out 2 items. Yang Yidan held the wrapped gifts. "No, the paintbrushes are for Guoling. What are you getting for him?" He Chingsong's reaction was sharp, his tone tinged with displeasure. His reaction was a bit off. Yang Yidan gave him a puzzled look. "I'm always eating the meals he cooks. I'd feel bad if I didn't get him a gift." He Chingsong nodded in understanding, but he still looked visibly unhappy. She didn't think much of it and went along with him as he browsed, but he couldn't find a gift he was satisfied with. Before they knew it, morning had turned to noon. This place had the best selection in the whole city. If they couldn't find it here, they probably wouldn't find it anywhere else. "You've been looking for ages and still can't find anything suitable." Yang Yidan followed beside him. After wandering around for what felt like forever, he was still empty-handed. He Chingsong stood in front of the accessories, stroking his chin. "I was actually planning to give her a hair ribbon, but since you've already picked that, we can't both give her the same thing." Hearing his words, Yang Yidan had to fight the urge to roll her eyes. He couldn't have decided earlier. He just had to wait until after she'd made her choice. "Oh, my apologies then." Yang Yidan shrugged, her tone not sounding particularly sorry. He Chingsong watched her reaction, gave a light chuckle, and cleared his throat. "Why don't you help me pick one out? We can say it's a joint gift from both of us." She shook the gift in her hand. "But I already have one." "Alright, consider it 2 gifts then. Come on, let's go, help me pick one out." "Thank you." For some reason, his tone when he said that felt softer than usual. In Yang Yidan's mind, a voice was screaming no, but what came out of her mouth was okay. "How about this heart-shaped hair clip?" She picked up the clip placed in the center, which had 2 small, connected red hearts on the side. He shook his head, looking rather dissatisfied. She asked about a few more, and in the end, she picked out a rather plain-looking hair clip. "Are you sure you want to give this one?" The hair clip with the heavy pink bow. He Chingsong nodded firmly this time. "Don't you all love bows the most?" Yang Yidan was at a loss for words for a moment. Even though they spent a lot of time together, she had no idea what Song Fei actually liked. "Let's go with this one." She placed the hair clip in his hand. "Wait for me outside. I'll find you after I pay." He Chingsong took the hair clip to the counter to pay. Yang Yidan stood at the entrance, watching the people come and go. She suddenly thought of heading to a nearby factory, where she might find the right fabric. She had her fabric ration coupons with her when she went out, but she hadn't brought much money. Just as she was hesitating about whether to go in, she saw He Chingsong coming out of the supply and marketing cooperative. "Let's get something to eat first," said He Chingsong, tucking the hairpin into his pocket. The 2 of them found a noodle shop at random. Yang Yidan hadn't brought any money, so of course, she had to let him cover the bill. "Could you lend me a little more? I'll pay you back as soon as I get home," Yang Yidan said after a long hesitation. She rarely borrowed money, and even saying the words left her breathless. He Chingsong didn't think much of it and readily agreed. "Sure, what do you need the money for? Didn't we already buy the gifts? I need to go look at some fabric, just in case there's something suitable, but I didn't bring enough cash, though I do have my fabric ration coupons." She pulled the tightly clutched fabric ration coupons from her own pocket and placed them before him. "The factory should cover this expense," said He Chingsong, picking up the coupons and leading her outside. Reassured by his words, Yang Yidan replied, "All right then, I won't have to borrow from you." He Chingsong's gaze lowered, his eyes fixed intently on Yang Yidan walking ahead of him. His hand in his pocket tightening around the hairpin he had just bought, he quickened his pace to walk beside her. Holding the hairpin out to her, with a light, cheerful tone, he said, "This is for you. A little thank you for helping me pick out a gift." Yang Edan looked at the object in his palm. It was the heart-shaped hairpin she had just chosen. "Why are you giving this to me all of a sudden?" she asked. Lifting her eyes to gaze at him with a puzzled expression, she had actually intended for him to give this hairpin to Song Fei. Ching Song shook the item in his hand. "Didn't I just say? Thanks for helping me pick out a gift. I can't let you do all that work for nothing. Right, just take it, please. If you don't, then this hair clip I bought will just go to waste." Yang Edan accepted the hair clip he offered. "Thank you, I'll get you something in return someday." He neither agreed nor refused, simply offering a smile in response. The two of them had visited nearly every factory in the city, but still couldn't find the specific fabric Yang Edan was looking for. "What kind of fabric are you looking for? I might have a way to get it for you." Seeing her troubled expression, Ching Song asked curiously. Yang Edan explained her idea to him. The deadline for the submission was only 2 days away. "The good news is, I should be able to finish the sketches in the next couple of days. It's just that making the sample garment will take a bit more time. I can talk to the client for you and ask if we can push back the sample delivery deadline by a few days." After hearing about the specific fabric she wanted, Ching Song realized it would be genuinely difficult to source. "I have a few friends who work at factories in other provinces. I can reach out to them and ask around for you." Yang Edan was overjoyed to hear his words. "That's wonderful, thank you so much." She had already said thank you so many times that morning, it was impossible to keep count. "No need to thank me. You're doing this for the factory too, as the director. I can't just sit back and let the staff handle everything." The two of them had planned to head back after shopping, but after spending the whole afternoon touring the textile mill, just as they were about to leave, the sky suddenly turned overcast. No one expected the weather to change so abruptly. One moment the sky was clear and bright, and the next, it was completely overcast. People on the street began packing up their things, getting ready to head home, before they could find any shelter. The rain came down in torrents, drenching them both from head to toe. With no other choice, they had to head back to the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. At least it offered some cover from the rain, but with the wind blowing, the rain was getting inside, so the shopkeeper kindly let them in. He even brought them 2 cups of hot water. "It's just a passing shower. It should stop before long," said Ching Song. Looking out from the doorway, Yang Edan sat on the stool. She took a sip of the hot water and only then felt a bit of warmth. "You two don't look like you're from around here. Where did you come from?" Since it was raining, there weren't many customers in the supply and marketing cooperative. Feeling a bit bored, the owner struck up a conversation with them. Ching Song leaned against the doorframe. "We're from a village nearby. Didn't expect the rain to come on so suddenly. The rainy season is almost here. You'd better carry an umbrella when you go out from now on," the owner said with a chuckle. "Boss, I'll buy 2 towels from you. Thank you for letting us take shelter from the rain here." Ching Song went inside the supply and marketing cooperative, picked out 2 clean towels, paid for them, and handed one to Yang Edan. When he passed by, he noticed this place also sold clothes, but he didn't have enough cash on him. "Boss, how about I leave my watch with you as collateral? Could you let me take a coat? I'll come back with the money later. I didn't bring enough cash when I left." Yang Edan watched as water still dripped from his clothes. She had gotten much less soaked than he had. The boss followed the direction of his finger, then glanced at the watch he was holding out. Few people wear watches these days, and those who do usually come from fairly comfortable backgrounds. "All right, go ahead and get it then," the boss said cheerfully, putting away his watch. Ching Song walked over to the rack, casually picked up a floral patterned jacket, and handed it to Yang Edan. "Put this on for now. If I take your jacket, what will you wear?" Yang Edan said hesitantly, looking at the item he offered. "Just take it. My watch isn't worth much anyway. It's only good for covering the cost of this jacket. Besides, I have no interest in wearing your flowery little thing." Yang Edan licked her lips, thanked him, then took the garment and draped it over her shoulders. The rain stopped soon after. Just as predicted, Ching Song wrung the water out of his jacket and put it back on. "We should hurry up and go, before it starts again." Yang Edan glanced back toward the supply and marketing cooperative. That watch must have been very important to him. As he handed the watch over to the supply and marketing cooperative's manager, he could see a complex mix of emotions in the man's eyes. "What are you going to do about that watch?" Yang Edan asked softly. keeping pace beside him. After all, he had pawned his watch to buy her clothes, and she felt deeply grateful to him. He Ching-song, oblivious to the expression on the person behind him, said casually, "Let it stay with him for now, I'll find time to redeem it after we get back." By the time we got back to the factory by car, it was already night, and the damp scent of earth still hung in the air. "What took you so long?" Lin Mai must have been waiting for quite a while. For her to have waited this long, something must be wrong. Yang Yidan sensed trouble immediately. "What's the matter?" Lin Yi and Song Fei had a big argument this afternoon, and now Song Fei is nowhere to be found. They'd only been gone for a day, and the factory was already in an uproar again. Why? Yang Yidan was utterly baffled. There was no bad blood between the two of them. If anyone were going to argue, it was far more likely to be Xue Di and Lin Yi. Lin Mai shook her head. "I don't know either. They were both in the workshop. When I went back to get something, I heard them arguing. Then Song Fei ran out of the workshop, and no one saw her for the rest of the afternoon. With both the class monitor and the director absent, she had no choice but to ask her other friends who were off duty to help search. No matter how many times they asked Lin Yi, she kept her mouth shut and didn't say a word." After getting a quick understanding, Yang Yidan nodded. "All right. I get it now. You head back first. I'll go out with the director to look for her." She knew where Song Fei lived and planned to check her home first. If she wasn't there, then she'd probably have to go find Guoling. "You're both soaked through. If you don't change out of those wet clothes, you'll catch a cold." In her haste, Lin Mai didn't even notice what she was wearing. "It's fine. You check around the factory for Song Fei, and I'll go look for her at home." As Yang Yidan was leaving, Lin Mai handed her the umbrella she was holding. "If it starts raining again, they'll definitely get sick if they get soaked one more time." Yang Yidan followed He Ching-song to Song Fei's house, seeing the lights on inside. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Upon entering, they saw Song Fei complaining bitterly to Guoling. With her back to the door, she was so engrossed in her rant that she didn't notice the commotion behind her. "What gives her the right to say that about me? When I was at the factory, I never used my father's status to get any special treatment. I always just focused on doing my own job to the best of my ability." The more Song Fei talked, the angrier she felt. This situation was just as infuriating as when they entered a competition, had their work plagiarized, and then the organizers turned around and accused them of copying. It was the same feeling of being falsely accused. Just thinking about it made her blood boil. Guoling saw the people behind her and was about to speak up, but they both waved their hands at him, signaling for him to stay quiet. "There's no need to get angry with her. You don't even like her, do you? You said yourself you wouldn't listen to anyone you dislike." Guoling averted his gaze, his tone flat. Hearing this, Song Fei widened her eyes in exasperation. "If you don't know how to comfort someone, you really don't have to force it." He Ching-song, standing behind them, cleared his throat. Song Fei turned her head and, seeing him, felt a surge of irritation. "What are you doing here?" she snapped. "Heard you got into a fight. I came by to have a good laugh at you," He Ching-song said. Arms crossed and a smirk playing on his lips, Song Fei let out a disdainful snort at his words. "Looks to me like you're here to mock me on behalf of your sweetheart," she said scornfully. Her baffling remark left He Ching-song utterly confused, and the smile vanished from his face in an instant. "What sweetheart? Did you get hit in the head during that fight?" Ignoring his words, Song Fei stood up and pulled Yang Yidan to her side. "Yidan," she advised, "you should probably spend less time with him. It might save you from earning someone's resentment." He Ching-song's expression suddenly turned serious. "Explain yourself. What someone? Who would resent her?" With her nose in the air and chin lifted, she said coldly, "Don't pretend you don't see how Lin Yi feels about you. If you're so fond of her, could you please make things clear with her? Tell her to stop taking her issues out on everyone else." That afternoon, Song Fei was unaware that Yang Yidan was off duty. Nor did she know she had gone out with He Ching-song. "I was actually planning to discuss the design drawings with her, but then I ran into Lin Yi right there in the workshop," she asked Lin Yi politely, and he could have just ignored her if he didn't want to talk, but instead, he started making sarcastic remarks. That would have been bad enough, but to make matters worse, Lin Yi was always bad-mouthing Yang Yidan behind her back. Song Fei knew the two of them had gone out together, and she didn't think much of it at first, but the way Lin Yi was talking didn't sound right. So, they started arguing after just a few words. Later, Lin Yi even accused her of using connections, saying she could only rely on director Song, not wanting to deal with the lunatic in front of her. Song Fei turned and left in a huff, only to bump into Lin Mai, who was just coming back to get her things. After learning the whole story, Song Fei gave He Qingsong a cold snort. Director He, please keep your distance from us in the future. To avoid any misunderstandings, He Qingsong actually has a pretty good temper. It's rare to see him get angry when you're around him, but now his face was dark, and an aura of keep your distance radiated from his entire being. Guo Ling tugged at Song Fei's sleeve and, with a keen sense of the situation, said, maybe you should tone it down a bit. Picking up on his cue, Song Fei glanced at He Qingsong sitting nearby and let the matter drop. So, where have you two been? She asked, changing the subject. Yang Yidan had planned to give her the gift on her birthday, but she'd already found it. She quickly handed everything over. This is what we both planned to give you for your birthday. It just got caught in the rain. Song Fei's eyes lit up as she looked at the hairband and hairpins. These are so beautiful. Did you two go into the city to pick out a gift for me? Yeah, as long as you like it. Yang Yidan nodded. I love it so much. If the hairband weren't still wet, Song Fei would have put it on right then and there. Noticing there was still a hair clip, she picked it up and examined it. Is this for me too? Having put everything together for convenience, Yang Yidan looked at the heart-shaped hair clip in her hand and smiled apologetically. That one's mine. He Qingsong had assumed she would be generous enough to give away this hairpin as well. Song Fei, not noticing her slightly awkward expression, handed her the heart-shaped hairpin. This hairpin suits you so well. It's really lovely. It would be perfect with a scarf. If she hadn't mentioned it, Yang Yidan wouldn't have even noticed her scarf was missing. Feeling her bare neck, Yang Yidan slapped her thigh in dismay. Oh no. My scarf must have fallen off when I was taking shelter from the rain. No wonder she felt a cool sensation on her neck at the time. She had thought it was just from getting caught in the rain. Let's go back and look for it now. He Qingsong stood up to leave but was stopped by the person beside him. They've been back for a while now. Going back would take more time. And even if we did go, there's no guarantee we'd find it. It's pitch black out. Where would we even look? It's just a scarf, after all. Worst case, we can always buy another one later. It's just that Yang Yidan loved this scarf so much, she was even willing to go hungry to buy it. Forget it, it's just a scarf. No need to go to any trouble. Even as she said this, she felt her heart was bleeding. If only I had worn it more often after buying it, then I wouldn't feel so bad about losing it. He Qingsong caught the fleeting sadness in her eyes, sat back down, and said nothing. Should you two change your clothes? Song Fei, who had been too busy complaining, only now noticed their clothes were still wet. Guo Ling's place was nearby. He stood up and said to He Qingsong, come with me to get changed. I was only focused on finding her quickly before. Now that I have, I'm starting to feel a bit cold. Yang Yidan followed her into the bedroom, where Song Fei helped find some clothes. We're about the same height and build. These should fit you. After handing her the clothes, Song Fei closed the door and stood guard outside. How did a simple trip to town to buy a gift take the two of you all day? Song Fei hadn't dared to ask earlier while He Qingsong was present. Deep down, she was still a bit afraid of He Qingsong. After spending enough time with him, you'd realize he wasn't as easy to get along with as he first appeared, and when he truly got angry, it was terrifying, even though she had never witnessed it firsthand, sensing the gossipy tone in her voice. Yang Yidan gave a helpless smile. We went to the textile mill in the city, hoping to find the fabric I was looking for, but after looking around, we didn't find anything suitable. Hearing the earnestness in her tone, Song Fei couldn't help but believe her. Let me ask my university classmates for you. I should still be able to get in touch with them. Great, Director, he said we can discuss with the client about pushing back the sample garment deadline by a few days. Yang Yidan had already returned the clothes and came out, holding her own dirty laundry in her hands. Only that small floral print jacket was held in her other hand. Let me find something to pack your clothes in. You can just return them to me tomorrow, Song Fei said, handing her the cloth bag. Song Fei had intended to take her coat as well, but she didn't let her. This one is clean. I'll just put it on, Yang Yidan said, slipping on the coat and sitting down on the stool. Staring at the clothes she was wearing, Song Fei was puzzled for a couple of seconds before her attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. Their heads were close together as they looked at the design draft Song Fei and Guoling had laid out on the table. It was pretty much what Yang Yidan had imagined. But this draft was even better than she'd pictured. With excellent attention to detail, Guoling made all these changes. He was actually planning to study design abroad, but for some reason, he never went. At this point, Song Fei seemed to catch herself, as if realizing she'd said too much, and quickly changed the subject. Sensing her reluctance to discuss it, Yang Yidan didn't press the matter. Those who can study design usually come from families that are financially comfortable, otherwise, they wouldn't choose such a field. Just being able to attend university already puts them in a better position than many others. Yang Yidan had some schooling too, but she never took the college entrance exam, partly due to financial constraints, and partly because she herself couldn't continue. She just wanted to start earning money as soon as possible. Even after all this hard work, her savings weren't exactly substantial, but they weren't insignificant either. Thankfully, she was given a second chance at life and didn't squander all her savings on Guan'anfu. What's taking them so long just to change clothes? Song Fei propped her chin on her hand, glanced toward the door, but saw no sign of anyone. He Qingsong followed Guoling through an alley, passing a few more houses before finally arriving at Guoling's home. Other people used to live in his house, but eventually, he was the only one left. "Can you do me a favor?" He Qingsong asked abruptly as he took the clothes being handed to him. Guoling leaned against the doorframe and replied without hesitation, "No," seeing him refuse outright without even hearing what the favor was. He Qingsong gave a wry smile. "You're really something. After all those times I brought you food in college." Once he started talking about college, he'd go on and on. Even though he'd only just graduated, he acted like he'd aged straight from youth to old age, always reminiscing about the past. "I'm swamped at the moment," Guoling explained hastily, as if afraid of him. "If you want me to design something for you, you'll have to wait for an opening in my schedule." He Qingsong smoothly changed his clothes. "That's fine, I'm in no rush. It's not too late for you to help me with my design after you've finished Song Fei's birthday gift." Guoling looked at him in surprise. "How did you know I was designing a gift for her?" He raised an eyebrow smugly. "I know a lot of things. Would you like to hear more?" Guoling's face went blank again as he stared at the sly grin at the corner of the other man's mouth. "No, I don't want to. You studied design for a semester too. Sketching a scarf pattern should be a piece of cake for you. Why do you have to bother me with it?" As the two of them walked outside, Guoling asked curiously. He Qingsong's eyes darkened, though his tone remained just as breezy. "Because you're better than me, Master Designer Guo. I'm counting on you." Without a word, they were subtly undermining each other. They exchanged a glance, shared a quiet laugh, and said nothing, as they neared Song Fei's home. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. They quickened their pace but stopped just outside the door, not going in. "Yidan, why don't you stay at my place tonight? The roads are slippery with the rain," Song Fei suggested from the courtyard to the two figures at the gate. He Qingsong slung an arm around the person beside him. "Great. Then I'll be staying at your place tonight." Guoling's brow twitched, a sudden, uneasy premonition washed over him, and he opened his mouth to refuse. "If you turn me down," he whispered into Guoling's ear, "then I'll just stay at Song Fei's. Uncle Song already said it's fine." Standing at a distance, with the rain drumming on her umbrella, Song Fei could only see the two of them huddled together, unable to make out their words. Guoling glanced at him sideways before agreeing. "You two get some rest, Guoling, and I will be heading off now," He Qingsong said, patting him on the shoulder before the two of them turned to leave. Song Fei boiled some water for her and fetched a fresh set of clothes. "My bed is big enough for the two of us." By the time Yang Yidan finished her shower, she had already made the bed. The rain grew heavier than before, with only a single candle lit in the room. The two of them lay in bed, their shoulders touching. For some reason, sleep just wouldn't come. "How did you meet the two of them?" Yang Yidan suddenly became very curious about the relationship between the three of them. "Guoling and I grew up together. He Qingsong was his high school classmate and shared a dorm room with him. Later, by some twist of fate, we all ended up at the same university and were even assigned to the same dorm again. I only got to know He Qingsong because of Guoling. We often hung out together at events during our freshman year, and we just naturally became close over time." Recalling her university days, Song Fei's eyes lit up. Given the chance, she'd go back to freshman year and do it all over again. Yang Yidan listened to her words and asked, "Is Director He from the same major as you?" At first, Song Fei didn't say anything, but later, perhaps as the conversation flowed more naturally, she let it slip. He only studied design for 1 semester. In the middle of it, he took a month-long leave of absence. When he came back, he changed his major. At the time, it was like he was a completely different person. None of us knew what had happened to him. No matter how we asked, he wouldn't say. Eventually, everyone forgot about the whole thing. And he went back to his old self. Even now, when Song Fei brings this up, she still finds it strange. Sometimes she feels that Guoling and He Qingsong are keeping something from her. But she has no desire to ask. Yang Yidan nodded in understanding. Is college fun? It's great. You can make a lot of friends in college. There are all kinds of regular events and parties where you can hang out with your friends. Just hearing her description made Yang Yidan a bit envious. But she didn't regret not taking that path herself. Deep down, she knew that if she went down this path, she would find nothing but pain, exhausted by her own words. Song Fei murmured to herself and drifted off to sleep. Yang Yidan listened to the steady breathing beside her. She turned on her side, turning her back to the other person, and stared out the window into the vast, dark night. It looks like this rain won't let up tonight. Hopefully, it'll clear by morning. Listening to the sound of the rain and lost in her thoughts, she drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. Guoling's home. Guoling tossed a clean quilt at him. "You're on the floor tonight." "It's pouring outside," He Qingsong said, pointing towards the window, "and you want me to sleep on the floor on a freezing night like this?" Seeing his shocked expression, Guoling sighed helplessly. "What do you want, young master He? Surely you don't expect the 2 of us grown men to share a bed?" Hearing this, He Qingsong chuckled. "It's not like it never happened back in university." Guoling shot him a look of disdain and silently went to close the window in the room. Rain, blown in by the wind, had dampened the papers on the desk by the window. He carefully gathered them up. "Is this the birthday gift you got for Song Fei?" He Qingsong lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand. He closed the window, then turned off the light in the room, plunging it into instant darkness. "You should get some sleep. If the rain didn't let up, she would just have to keep waiting." Song Fei placed the design draft on the table and turned her head, following her gaze. "My birthday is the day after tomorrow. You should be free to come, right?" She suddenly sat up, as if she had just remembered. The next day, Yang Yidan specifically swapped shifts with a friend. "I'm free, don't worry, I've already got it all planned out." Hearing her reply, Song Fei relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. "Guoling, where were you all day? Why didn't you come over?" Song Fei called out to him from inside the room, spotting his figure from the doorway. Guoling was just passing by. Hearing his name, he stopped in his tracks and turned to look toward her house. "Got a moment? Were you looking for me?" He stopped at the doorway, showing no intention of stepping inside. If it was evening, he usually wouldn't go in, preferring to wait outside. "No, I just didn't see your things and thought you'd left early." Song Fei couldn't quite explain why she'd suddenly asked him that. She just hadn't seen his belongings and felt a pang of disappointment. Guoling nodded and didn't say anything more. "It's my birthday the day after tomorrow. You'll come, won't you?" Song Fei looked at him with a hint of hope in her eyes. He opened his mouth, but after a long silence, he still hadn't answered her question. The way the 2 of them were acting made Yang Yidan sense something was off. "Forget it. If you don't have time, don't bother coming. Your own matters are more important," said Song Fei, her tone deliberately light. Guoling's grip on the umbrella tightened slightly. He clenched his jaw, but before he could speak, He Qingsong slung an arm over his shoulder. "Fine, I'll go," he declared with a smug, self-satisfied tone. Song Fei scoffed dismissively at his words. "Who even wanted you here?" He Qingsong tried to lighten the mood with a resigned smile. "I just gave you a gift yesterday, and today you're already turning your back on me." Yang Yidan glanced at the time. "I have to get going, it's getting late." "Are you sure you'll be all right on your own?" Song Fei stood up as well, picking up the umbrella beside her, her voice laced with concern, while there was still a sliver of light before complete darkness fell, allowing her to find her way home. She didn't want to impose on Song Fei by staying another night. "Why not let Qingsong walk you back? He's heading that way anyway." Guoling gave the man beside her a slight push forward, using the motion to slip free from his arm draped over her shoulder. Song Fei met his glance and immediately caught on. Right, let director he see you home. Yang Yidan had intended to say she could do it too, but he Qingsong beat her to it. Let's go, I was just about to head back myself, he said, taking the umbrella from Guoling. The two of them walked side by side, each under their own umbrella, disappearing from Song Fei and Guoling's view. This is our design draft, thought Yang Yidan, planning to give it to him tomorrow morning. We can hand it over now. It's not like we have to worry about any more trouble. He Qingsong took it from her hand. I've already contacted others about the fabric you mentioned, but we'll need to go and take a look in person. That's fine with me. I can go check it out during my day off. He shook his head. We'll have to take the train. He's in the neighboring province. Yang Yidan had never even left the province, let alone dealt with clients from outside it. I'll let you know ahead of time. Get ready. And I'll take you and Song Fei there. Noticing her nervous expression, He Qingsong said gently. Song Fei's place wasn't far from the factory. As they walked and discussed work, they arrived in no time. On the day of Song Fei's birthday, Yang Yidan slept in and didn't get up until almost noon. She put on the same clothes she had worn to the city that day, then slipped on the floral patterned jacket over them, after washing the clothes Song Fei had lent her. She packed them into a cloth bag to bring over. Song Fei had originally planned to book a restaurant, but in the end, she decided to host the gathering at her own home. By the time Yang Yidan arrived, almost all the other members were already there. They were all classmates from the neighborhood, and Song Fei introduced them to her one by one. She was seated next to Song Fei. The food, which had been ordered from a restaurant, was already laid out on the table, along with a large cake. Everyone was chatting and playing games, finally getting together for Song Fei's birthday. They talked about life after graduation and reminisced about their university days. Yang Yidan noticed Song Fei seemed distracted, barely responding even when called a couple of times. Gently patting her shoulder, she asked, "What's wrong?" Snapping back to reality, Song Fei shook her head. "Why aren't they here yet?" Yang Yidan knew exactly which two people she was referring to without her having to spell it out. "Yidan, did you see He Qingsong at the factory when you arrived?" Song Fei asked with a frown, her tone tinged with displeasure. Realizing she was running late, Yang Yidan had rushed straight here without a second thought. She hadn't paid any attention to He Qingsong at all. "I don't know, they might have been held up by something. Maybe you should wait a little longer." Seeing the food was getting cold, Song Fei stood up and said, "Let's not wait, we should start eating." After the meal, everyone gathered around to play games and chat. And it wasn't until the afternoon that they finally dispersed. The other students wanted to help Song Fei clean up the trash, but she insisted on doing it herself. Unable to change her mind, they had to let her handle it. Yang Yidan had nothing to do back home anyway. She had noticed Song Fei's low spirits from the start and guessed it had something to do with those two. She offered to stay and keep her company, and the two of them tidied up the place together. "Are you free tonight? Let's work on revising the client's feedback together." Yang Yidan had no objections. "But don't you have dinner plans with your family tonight?" "I'm not hungry." "Work comes first," Song Fei said indifferently. With her saying that, Yang Yidan couldn't very well argue. That evening, the two of them simply reheated the leftovers from lunch. They sat at the table in silence. Yang Yidan stole glances at the person across from her. She's been distracted all day. And Yang Yidan can't shake the feeling she's worried about something. "Are you worried about the two of them?" Rather than guessing, it was better to just come out and ask. Song Fei's train of thought was broken by her voice. She looked at her, puzzled. Why would I be worried about them? She was being stubborn, refusing to admit it. "You two are eating already." He Qingsong arrived late, beads of sweat on his forehead and slightly out of breath, clearly having run over. Seeing him, Song Fei let out an annoyed huff. "Why didn't you just wait until after my birthday to show up?" She glanced behind him, and not spotting Guoling, her mouth turned down again. "Why is it just you?" He Qingsong pulled out the stool beside Yang Yidan. She handed him the water glass by her side, the one she had just poured for herself and hadn't had a chance to drink from yet. He took the water she offered and drank it all in one go. "You know he usually doesn't come for your birthday." Wiping the water from the corner of his mouth, he grabbed a clean pair of chopsticks and stuffed a bite of food into his mouth. Song Fei had thought this year would be an exception. You coming on his behalf is fine, let's eat. There was definitely a secret among the three of them. But Yang Yidan didn't want to know, she had no desire to pry into others' privacy. After the meal, He Chingsong wasn't in a hurry to leave, he sat to the side, watching the two of them, noticing his gaze. Yang Yidan suddenly looked up. You're still here. He was so tired his eyelids were drooping, slumped on the sofa and forcing himself to stay awake. At her question, he lifted his chin slightly. I'm waiting for Guoling. He should be coming today. Song Fei gave him a skeptical glance, then understood in an instant. Propping her chin in her hand, she looked between the two of them. I don't think you're really waiting for Guoling, are you? Seeing the mischievous glint in her eyes, He Chingsong fixed her with a warning stare. If you don't want him to come, I'll let him know. With that, he stood up to leave, but Song Fei stopped him with a resigned sigh. They waited at her place until late into the night, but Guoling never showed up. She watched the clock on the wall, helpless as the minutes ticked by, until the hands finally met at midnight. Her birthday was over. Yang Yidan was also feeling a bit sleepy. I'm heading off now, you should get some rest soon too. They had worked through the night. Though exhausted, they had managed to revise the design draft one more time. I'm off too. Tomorrow, I'll join you in giving him a piece of our mind. Before leaving, He Chingsong made sure to badmouth Guoling together with her. Just as Yang Yidan and He Chingsong stepped out of the alleyway, they bumped into Guoling, who was rushing over. He was all dirty, probably from taking a tumble. The rain only stopped yesterday, so there were still puddles and mud on the road. What's going on with you two? Guoling stopped in his tracks upon seeing them, eyeing them curiously. Seeing that he still had the mind to worry about them, He Chingsong urged. You should go find Song Fei first. You'd better figure out how to apologize to her. She's been waiting for you since this morning. If you don't clear things up with her, you can expect her to give you an earful. True to form, Guoling paid them no further mind. He hastily bid them farewell and jogged over to Song Fei's house. Watching his retreating figure, He Chingsong chuckled. Don't take it personally. Guoling has been afraid of Song Fei since they were kids. I reckon they'll be in a huff for a few days before they make up again. Yang Yidan reached into her pocket and pulled out the paintbrushes she had intended to give Guoling. Last time, she was so focused on delivering the items to Song Fei that she completely forgot about the brushes. She saw them when leaving in the morning and thought to give them to him, but he never showed up. Could you give this set of paintbrushes to him for me? He Chingsong glanced down at the items in her hand. Sure. Do you have a message for him? I can pass that along too. Yang Yidan was a bit puzzled. She blinked at him, and seeing how earnest he looked, she gave it some serious thought. Just tell him thank you for being willing to teach me design. He gave a knowing nod, after dropping her off at the factory again. This time he didn't head home but turned back the way he came, arriving at Song Fei's doorstep. He saw Guoling standing there alone, looking as if he was facing a wall in penitent contemplation. I warned you it was best to come early. Her birthday's already passed. What's the point of you showing up now? He walked over to Guoling's side and looked at the necklace held in his hand. Guoling lowered his eyes, his voice hoarse as he said, Something came up and held me back. Tell me exactly what happened. What's with all this dirt on you? Guoling kept his mouth shut, even if He Chingsong tortured him. He wouldn't say a word. Then you can just stand there by yourself. I was actually planning to put in a good word for you, He Chingsong said with a sigh, his hands clasped behind his back. He had thought Guoling might at least say something, but the man coldly replied, I never asked for your help. He Chingsong was so furious he just stared at him for the longest time, unable to utter a single word. I already know without you saying it, but do you really think it's right to keep so much from her? If you like her, I think you should tell her. Keeping her in the dark like this. Forget about her liking you back or your relationship progressing. At this rate, I doubt you'll even stay friends. He Chingsong was pleading with him earnestly. They were probably his most important friends. He didn't want to see them fall out over something so unnecessary. Guoling seemed genuinely unfazed. I can handle it. He could handle it, whether it meant they couldn't be together or couldn't even remain friends. Hearing this, He Chingsong began to clap. How very cavalier of you. Do you think you're some kind of movie star? Let me give you some advice. Don't do anything you'll regret. Guoling turned and stared straight at him, then let out a cold laugh. I never have regrets. When I saw him at the entrance of the alley, I was in such a rush that I didn't notice the injuries on his face. It was only when he turned his head that I saw it. His left lip was swollen, and there was a bruise on his cheekbone. What happened to you? Chingsong's expression turned serious immediately. His tone grave. He understood without Guoling having to explain. She did this again. I could overlook it when you were kids, but you're grown now. How dare she still lay a hand on you? You too. Before, you couldn't fight back, but now you've grown so tall. How are you still letting her push you around? Seeing how worked up he was, Guoling quickly straightened her head. It's fine. I'm used to it anyway. Chingsong let out a heavy sigh. Don't let me see her again, or I swear I'll hit her. He didn't care if the other person was a man or a woman. He just didn't want his friend to be bullied. Seeing him so indignant, Guoling chuckled. You've graduated now. It's best not to go looking for trouble. Unpleasant memories resurfaced, and the smiles vanished from both their faces in an instant, the atmosphere growing heavy. We'll come see her tomorrow, Guoling said, watching the light in her bedroom go out before turning to walk home. Chingsong didn't follow. He stood there, staring at his retreating figure. He had no idea how much time passed before he finally left. Watching their exaggerated reactions, Yang Yidan asked with a puzzled look. Is it really that shocking? Lin Maimai chimed in from the side. Don't mind them. Make sure you pack enough clothes for your trip. You really don't want to catch a cold. The weather's been all over the place lately. Hearing this, Yang Yidan nodded with a smile. Got it. You'll be acting class monitor while I'm away. She felt completely at ease leaving everything in Lin Maimai's hands. After all, they'd worked together before, and she knew just how reliable Lin Maimai was. Back in the dorm, Yang Yidan pulled out the suitcase that had been gathering dust for 2 months. She didn't have many clothes. A small suitcase was enough to hold them all. Could you keep it down? It's not just you in this dorm. Lin Yi suddenly shouted from the top bunk. Yang Yidan's hand froze mid-air. She had been trying so hard to be quiet, barely making a sound. She didn't pay much mind to what Lin Yi had just shouted, and made her movements even gentler, just as she picked up the suitcase from the floor. Lin Yi suddenly sat up. It's too loud. How am I supposed to sleep with you making all that noise? Couldn't you have waited until I was awake to pack? Or are you doing this on purpose? Packing right when I'm trying to sleep, just to show off to me, realizing she was just picking a fight. Yang Yidan deliberately made her own suitcase clatter loudly. She tilted her head back slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the person in the bed. If something's bothering you, I really think you should just say it. Keeping it all bottled up inside can't feel good, right? Lin Yi just wanted to pick a fight with her, a way to vent the pent-up frustration that had nowhere else to go, but Yang Yidan had no intention of being her punching bag. What on earth did you do to get brother Chingsong to take you? Why wouldn't he take me instead? Just as I thought, it must be because of this. Yang Yidan chimed in, playing along. Yeah, why on earth didn't he take you? You really should give him a piece of your mind about that. With that, she kicked off her shoes, got into bed, closed her eyes, and was fast asleep in no time. In the afternoon, Yang Yidan arrived at Chingsong's office, carrying a suitcase. They planned to head into the city today and catch their train at the station tomorrow. Song Fei is waiting at her place. Let's head over there first. Chingsong was ready too, carrying just a backpack. I stuffed everything I needed into my backpack. Yang Yidan saw her floral jacket and thought of his watch. His wrist was bare. He'd been at the factory all these days, so he probably hadn't had the chance to get it back from the pawn shop. Wait for me a moment. Will you? I just remembered I forgot to grab something. Seeing how anxious she was, Chingsong sat back down on the stool. Go get it then. I'll pack up and wait for you by the door. Carrying the suitcase, she ran back to the dormitory to fetch some money. She wasn't sure if it would be enough, so she decided to take as much as she could. Since the clothes were meant for her, it was only right that she should be the one to redeem the watch. When she arrived at Song Fei's house, Guoling was there too. He was sitting on a stool, watching her pack her things. Why are you just standing there? Give her a hand with the tidying up. Chingsong walked into the room and shot Guoling a meaningful look. Guoling shrugged helplessly, palms upturned. I don't need his help, just give me a few more minutes, I'm almost done. Song Fei was still upset. Yang Yidan sat on the stool. No rush, take your time. She could tell the two of them must have had a fight, and it was easy to guess it was about the birthday. Guoling held the pen in his hand, as if struck by a thought. Thank you for the paintbrushes you gave me. They work really well. He nodded gratefully to Yang Yidan. It was her way of thanking him for his help in the first place. I'm glad you like them. Yang Yidan glanced over at Song Fei, who was still packing. She was clearly upset, as the movements of her tidying were rather forceful. Guoling wore an awkward expression. He set down the pen in his hand, walked over, and crouched beside her. Let me help you, he offered. The moment his hand brushed against the clothes, Song Fei immediately snatched them up. No need, she said curtly. I have two perfectly good hands to pack my own things. With that, she forcefully shut the suitcase and zipped it up. Why don't we take a break before we go on? Suggested He Qingsong, an idea forming in his mind as he watched Guoling's flustered state, picking up on his cue. Yang Yidan nodded and said, sure, I'm actually a bit tired from the run over here anyway. Song Fei could clearly see what they were up to, but she chose not to comment. Guoling poured a glass of water for each of them and settled back into his previous seat. Where are you going? He had tried asking Song Fei, but she remained silent. We're going to find Da Fei. His uncle owns a factory and is always sourcing materials from all over. Right, maybe he's got the fabric we're looking for. He Qingsong had been thirsty for a while, but the atmosphere had been off, so he hadn't mentioned it. Why don't you come with us? It's not like you have anything better to do here, he said, tilting his chin toward Guoling. This conflict between them feels far more serious than the previous ones. It was clear to everyone present that he intended to help them break the ice. No, I have other things to attend to. Guoling refused without hesitation. He Qingsong immediately understood. All right. That works. It's not like we're going for fun anyway. We'll take you next time we go for a proper outing. They didn't rest for long. It was already late to begin with. Yang Yidan followed Song Fei at the front, while the two of them trailed behind. Tell me everything when I get back, He Qingsong suddenly said to the person beside him. Guoling paused for a split second, then chuckled softly. Nothing to worry about, just be careful out there. He saw them off to the mouth of the alley. Guoling stood there, watching their retreating figures until they vanished from sight. Once in the car, Song Fei leaned against He Qingsong. What were you two whispering about behind my back? Playing dumb, He Qingsong said. When have we ever kept anything from you? You're always the first to know about our little secrets. Aware that their bond was stronger than her own, Song Fei had learned not to pry. If she sensed a secret between them, she wouldn't ask unless they volunteered it. She snorted coldly, settled back into her seat, and said nothing more. Yang Yidan watched the two of them from the side. Song Fei was no fool. The way they were making eyes at each other, even a simpleton could tell something was going on. Noticing her gaze, He Qingsong raised an eyebrow at her. By the time they reached the city, night had fallen completely, so they found an inn to stay at. You two will share a room. I'll be right next door. Just call if you need anything, He Qingsong reminded them. His tone edged with concern as they prepared to part ways. Song Fei had already returned to her room, and Yang Yidan gave her a nod. After putting her luggage back in the room, she planned to go out. What are you doing going out so late? Song Fei asked, noticing her movements with concern. Yang Yidan clutched the money in her hand. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. You can't go out alone. I'm worried. I'll come with you. Song Fei tossed her luggage aside. She was about to refuse when Song Fei said, I can't sleep anyway. If you don't take me with you, I'll tell He Qingsong. As the director, it was his responsibility to ensure their safety once they were out. At this late hour, there was no way he'd let them leave. Yang Yidan let out a resigned sigh. Fine, you can come with me. With her permission granted, Song Fei happily linked arms with her. Where are you going with all that money? I'm going to redeem something. Relying on her memory, Yang Yidan wound through the streets until she finally found the supply and marketing cooperative. There were still people on the street at this hour. Only one door of the supply and marketing cooperative was open. She pushed aside the door curtain and went inside. The shopkeeper still remembered her. Seeing Song Fei accompanying her, he sensed something was off. Don't worry, the watch can definitely be fixed. We'll find a place to ask about it tomorrow. From the moment Yang Yidan saw the watch, the atmosphere around her shifted. So, Song Fei guessed she was afraid of not knowing how to explain things to He Qingsong. Along with her worry, there was a vague, indescribable feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. Back at the hostel, she washed her face and lay down on the bed. while Song Fei sorted out the clothes she planned to wear the next day. Was this watch really that important to him? If it was truly so important, why did he even take it out, now that it's been smashed to pieces like this? How am I supposed to explain it to him? He traded this watch for a floral print jacket, and she even wore that same jacket when she went to redeem it. She just couldn't live with herself if she didn't help him get it fixed. I remember the summer of our junior year, the three of us went on a trip. He thought he'd lost his watch and spent the whole night searching the place. It wasn't until we got back that we realized Guo Ling had put it away for him. We were all having too much fun and completely forgot about it. No matter what happened after that, he always kept the watch hidden on his person, for someone who would even wince at a speck of dust landing on it. This watch must have held immense significance for him. As Yang Yidan listened to Song Fei's account, a sinking feeling of dread grew stronger with every word. She glanced at the watchbox on the table, buried her face in the pillow, and felt the bed beside her sink down. Song Fei removed the pillow from her face. Don't worry too much. Maybe that watch isn't so important to him anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it as collateral. Her words of comfort didn't help, but Yang Yidan thanked her anyway. After racking her brains all night, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Yang Yidan glanced at the sky outside the window and let out a yawn. She got up, washed her face, changed her clothes, and carefully left the room, carrying the watchbox. Before leaving, she made a point of looking at the person in the bed. Seeing they were still asleep, she felt relieved. I left the inn, asking around as I went, looking for a place that might repair watches. Watches were quite rare, so there weren't many shops that sold or serviced them. After searching high and low, I finally found one tucked away in a quiet corner. Hello, I was wondering, can you fix a watch that's been dropped like this? Yang Yidan took out the watch. An elderly man, wearing reading glasses with silver hair, squinted as he examined the watch closely. His expression grew serious, a frown creasing his brow as he sighed softly. How did it get so badly damaged? To fix this, I'd likely have to replace all the internal components, and the dial would need a new one too. Listening to him, Yang Yidan sensed another meaning in his words. It could be repaired. But it would take considerable time and likely cost a fair bit of money. In her eyes, as long as it could be fixed, that was all that mattered. How long will the repair take? Roughly, she was worried that if it dragged on too long, He Chingsong would remember to redeem his watch only to find it broken. A month at the very least. Are you in a hurry? I'll need to have a friend bring the necessary parts from abroad. The old man adjusted his reading glasses, looked up, and spoke in a measured tone. Yang Yidan had been about to press him further, but upon hearing his words, she shook her head and said, "A month it is." Then, "Please do your best to hurry." She paid a portion of the money first, just as they returned to the inn. They ran into He Chingsong coming to call for them. "When did you two head out?" He Chingsong glanced at the closed door in front of him, then turned to look at her. Yang Yidan held the steamed buns she had just bought. "I went out to grab some breakfast. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Would you like some?" He woke them up so early because he wanted to grab some breakfast with them before heading to the station. "No thanks, you two go ahead and eat. Let's meet at the entrance in half an hour." Yang Yidan nodded to him, and he walked away from her side, pushing the door open. She found Song Fei already awake, sitting on the bed and staring blankly ahead. Hearing her movement, Song Fei looked up. "You're up so early. Did you not sleep at all last night?" She had actually heard the movement beside her in the morning, but she was too sleepy to open her eyes. Yang Yidan placed the breakfast on the table nearby. "That's about right. We only have half an hour to eat." Upon hearing her, Song Fei immediately jumped out of bed. After a quick face wash, she stuffed a steamed bun into her mouth, took a sip of water, and considered herself full. When the two of them went out with their suitcases, He Chingsong was already waiting at the door. Spotting the two of them, I gave a wave. "Have you both eaten enough?" Yang Yidan nodded. "Let's go." They had agreed to meet in the afternoon, but with any further delay, they might not even see each other by evening. They boarded the train, and all the seats were packed. He Chingsong had the two of them take the innermost seats, while he sat on the outside. "It'll probably take about 2 hours to get there. If you're tired, you two can get some rest." He was about to pull out his watch to check the time when it suddenly occurred to him that his watch was still at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Yang Yidan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the gesture. She averted her gaze, pretending not to have noticed. 2 hours later, they walked out of the train station. Ching Song, over here. Following the voice, they looked toward its source and saw a tall, burly man with a rather endearing face, waving at them. Ching Song turned to the person beside him. "This is my friend," leading them both over to Dafei. "How did you get here? Weren't we supposed to meet at the factory? It's been ages since we graduated, and I've missed you. How have you been? You look so radiant. Are you engaged or something?" Dafei slung an arm over his shoulder, leaning in conspiratorially and whispering a question in his ear. Ching Song shoved him away forcefully. "Since when did you get so nosy? I remember back in school, saying more than 2 words was like pulling teeth for you." Dafei sighed helplessly. "What can I do? It's all for a living. If I don't speak up, how am I supposed to earn my keep?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the 2 figures standing behind Ching Song. He waved to the 2 of them. "Hello. I'm a friend of Ching Song's. You can just call me Dafei." The 2 of them introduced themselves, and then all 4 got into the car and drove away. Upon arriving at the factory, Dafei first showed them the temporary living quarters. "My place is right next door. If you need anything, just come and find me." Dafei suddenly thought of something. "Why are you the only one who came? Where's Guoling? He had something to take care of and couldn't make it. Besides, I'm here on business. I'll bring him along next time we hang out." Ching Song set his luggage down on the floor and let his gaze sweep around the room. Dafei didn't say anything more. A young woman emerged from inside the house. "Dafei, are these the friends you mentioned?" Hearing the noise, they all turned to look behind them. "Yes. Let me introduce you to my wife, Xiaoyan." He gestured to the man beside him, Ching Song, and said, "This is the friend I was telling you about." He then introduced Yang Yidan and Song Fei to Xiaoyan. Ching Song stared wide-eyed in disbelief and asked, "When did you get married? Why didn't you tell me?" He hadn't even prepared a red envelope. Fei scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "It wasn't long ago, just a couple of days back. You've been so busy, so I didn't want to bother you. How about you all come over to my place for dinner tonight? I'll make sure you're well taken care of." Ching Song nodded in agreement and looked over at Yang Yidan and Song Fei. Naturally, the 2 women had no objections either. "You must be tired after the train journey. I'll take you to the factory to meet my uncle tomorrow." Dafei told the 3 of them to rest first, then left with Xiaoyan to prepare dinner. Song Fei went to bed too late last night and got up too early this morning. She didn't sleep well on the train either, so she had already gone back to her room to sleep. Yang Yidan watched Ching Song about to leave as well. After hesitating for a long moment, she finally decided to tell him about the watch. She had been wrestling with the decision on the train, originally planning to tell him only after the watch was repaired, yet she didn't want to deceive him either, and he would know at a glance that the new watch was different from the original as soon as he got it. "There's something I need to tell you," she called out just in time to stop Ching Song. He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and stared at the person before him with a puzzled expression. Seeing her troubled look, with lips pressed together as if struggling to find the words, he asked, "What did you want to say?" She took a deep breath. "Let's go somewhere else. The doorway isn't the place for this conversation." Yang Yidan led Ching Song to a quiet spot. "Your watch, the supply and marketing cooperative owner's child broke it," she said it cautiously. Her eyes darting sideways to steal glances at Ching Song's reaction. Seeing his expression falter for a split second, she quickly added, "But don't worry, I've already sent it out to be fixed. The shopkeeper said it'll be fixed in a month. It's just that some internal parts and the watch face need to be replaced." Ching Song's expression shifted from surprise to anger, and finally to a flicker of understanding. All within a matter of seconds, he unclenched his tightly balled fist. "So you went to get the watch repaired this morning, is that it? No wonder she looked so guilty when she ran into me. I thought I was just seeing things." Yang Yidan nodded. "I didn't mean to keep it from you on purpose, it's just that the watch is really important to you. So I thought I'd tell you after it was fixed." Ching Song stared at the top of her head, leaning against the wall behind him, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly. "Then why are you telling me now? Because I don't really want to lie to you, and you'd definitely find out once you got the repaired watch anyway. It's better to tell you now." Hearing her words, Ching Song nodded and said thoughtfully, "I am a little upset, actually." Yang Yidan jerked her head up to look at the person before her. but she couldn't detect a trace of anger in his expression. He was nothing like this when he was angry. Just moments ago, she had caught the fiery glint in his eyes. It's not like you broke the watch. You were kind enough to take it for repairs. So I should be thanking you, not getting angry with you, and you don't need to feel guilty. I was the one who willingly pawned the watch at the supply and marketing cooperative. Whatever the consequences, I should bear them myself. After carefully considering her unusual behavior over the past few days, Ching-song could easily guess what she was thinking. He didn't intend to blame Yang Yidan. If anyone was to blame, it was his own bad luck. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way either. A pang of guilt washed over her again, along with another emotion that spread through her heart, sour and a little painful. But didn't Song Fei say that watch was really important to you? Once it's repaired, it won't be the same watch anymore. Everything inside has been replaced. It's as good as new, and its meaning to him is different now. Ching-song's gaze dimmed, his eyelashes lowering slightly. My grandfather gave me that watch just before he passed away. When I was a kid, my parents didn't care for me. I only lived with my grandfather. After he died, they took me back in. It was very important to me. But now, this watch holds a different meaning. It was given to me by someone important. Yang Yidan stared blankly at the smile on his face. It was like the breeze of early March, carrying a hint of warmth within the chill. Her throat tightened instinctively. Ching-song looked at her without speaking, averted his gaze, and brought a loosely clenched fist to his mouth, giving a light, deliberate cough, coming back to her senses. Yang Yidan realized her lapse in composure and offered him an apologetic smile. Once it's repaired, I'll go get it back for you. Suddenly at a loss for words, she steered the conversation back to the watch. Ching-song was amused by her reaction. All right, he chuckled, just let me know when the time comes, and I'll go with you. He wasn't angry after learning the truth, which lifted a huge weight off Yang Yidan's chest. When evening came, Da Fei finished cooking and called the three of them to eat. Come on, try my wife's cooking. I'm telling you, her food is way better than anything you'd get in a restaurant. Da Fei showered Xiaoyan with compliments, never repeating a single word. Xiaoyan, feeling a bit bashful, smiled at them and then nudged the person beside her with her elbow, prompting Da Fei to stop. He just loves to exaggerate. Please, go ahead and try it. I hope you'll forgive me if it's not to your taste. Yang Yidan looked at the large, red double happiness character pasted on the room's window. Nearly everything in the house was red, and each item was also adorned with the same auspicious symbol. They really do look like newlyweds. She took a bite of the dish. This is delicious. Song Fei hadn't eaten much on the train at noon, and after sleeping all afternoon, her stomach was completely empty. Tasting Xiaoyan's cooking, her eyes lit up. This is absolutely delicious. Honestly, even better than restaurant food. Ching-song nodded beside them. That's really good. Seeing them so appreciative, Xiaoyan was modest in her words, but her smile was so wide you could barely see her eyes. The whole meal was a pleasant affair, with Da Fei and Ching-song doing most of the talking while the others simply listened. After the meal, the three of them took the initiative to wash the dishes and clean up. This won't do at all. You three are our guests. We can't possibly let guests do the work. Xiaoyan turned to Da Fei beside her, waiting for him to speak up. Just relax. You four, I'll take care of the cleanup. Da Fei took the bowls from their hands and headed into the kitchen. Xiaoyan waved them over to the stools and explained, at home, he does the dishes and I do the cooking. Just leave it to him. Song Fei propped her chin on her hand, looking tipsy despite not having drunk much. So, how did you two meet? We were set up by a matchmaker, and it wasn't until we met that we realized we were in the same class in elementary school. Xiaoyan's face lit up with a radiant smile whenever she mentioned the two of them. She had to start working before finishing elementary school, and with no money at home, her marriage was put off indefinitely. Ching-song had been lost in thought, only snapping out of it when she started talking about primary school. Did you have short hair when you were little? Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and asked curiously, how did you know? They didn't live in the same place, so naturally, they couldn't have attended the same elementary school. Besides, back then, not many people had the chance to go to school, so I still remember it clearly. She had no recollection of a classmate named Ching-song. Ching-song jerked his chin toward Da Fei, who was squatting by the water pipe in the courtyard. This kid's always talking about you. He thought you were pretty back in elementary school, and he still hasn't gotten over it even in college. Xiaoyan clearly had no idea, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she gave an awkward smile. He never told me, Xiaoyan said with a hint of playful reproach. Dafei came in from outside. Still unaware of what was happening, he put away the bowls and sat down next to Xiaoyan. How long are you planning to stay? If you're free, I can show you around. This area has really developed nicely. He Qing-song thought for a moment. About a week, I suppose. We can't be away for too long. This isn't a vacation, after all. With that reminder, Da Fei suddenly remembered. Oh, right, that fabric you mentioned. We might actually have some in stock. It'll definitely be a bit pricier than the usual, though. Ghosts are no big deal for them. They'll just raise the costs later and work something out with the clients. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Yang Yidan broke the silence. Dafei glanced at her. All right, I'll take you to see it tomorrow. If you like it, then I'll take you all to meet my uncle. After briefly finishing their discussion about work, they sat down together and started chatting again. Yang Yidan stayed up so late that she could barely keep her eyes open. I didn't sleep a wink last night and only managed a short nap on the train, so holding out until now is pretty impressive. It wasn't just her. He Qing-song was also so drowsy his eyelids kept drooping shut. The only ones still lively were the endlessly chattering Dafei and Song Fei, who had slept the whole afternoon. Let's pick this up tomorrow. Everyone looks pretty beat. Dafei glanced around the room and finally stopped talking. The three of them, so tired they could barely stand, nodded immediately. Dafei got up to see them out. You should go get some sleep. I'll take care of the rest. Before Yang Yidan left, she heard Dafei turn his head and whisper to Xiaoyan, who was standing behind him. Unable to contain her curiosity, she glanced back and saw the couple gazing affectionately into each other's eyes. She snapped back to reality in an instant and quickly averted her gaze, reflecting on her previous failed marriage. She realized Guan Anfu had never looked at her that way, and his tone had never been even a fraction as tender as Dafei's. I was too caught up in the moment to see it then. But now that I'm out of it, I can see the problems everywhere. It's clear from every angle that Guan Anfu wasn't serious about this relationship. Yang Yidan shook her head at her own foolishness and suddenly bumped into something. Probably a pillar, rubbing her forehead. She then remembered there hadn't been a pillar there when she arrived. He Qing-song's eyes crinkled slightly as he asked with a soft laugh, "What's on your mind?" He was the one standing there like a post. He'd been walking ahead and called out to her a few times with no response, so he stopped in his tracks and could only watch as she walked right into him. Yang Yidan snapped her wandering mind back to the present. Noticing they were standing a bit too close, she subtly took 2 steps back to create some distance. Why did you stop all of a sudden? The bump itself didn't hurt, but when she looked up and saw the laughter in his eyes, she was instantly reminded of the affectionate, gentle look in Dafei's eyes whenever he gazed at Xiaoyan. He Qing-song tilted his head slightly, held her gaze for a couple of seconds, and then looked away. Get some rest early. You have to wake up early tomorrow. With those words, he walked past her. Yang Yidan then realized she had walked too far. She turned and followed behind him. The person ahead suddenly stopped, and she halted about 5 steps away. He Qing-song turned halfway, giving her a meaningful look. She sensed he had something to say to her, noticing his lips part slightly, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say it, only telling her to get some rest. Watching his retreating figure in bewilderment, the wooden door closed, severing their line of sight. He Qing-song immediately understood her meaning. Outwardly, he remained calm, but inwardly, he was extremely tense. He crossed his arms and asked in confusion, "What exactly did you notice?" Seeing him still stubbornly refusing to admit it, Song Fei stiffened her neck, but kept her voice very low, afraid of being overheard. "I saw everything. You like Yidan, don't you? Don't even try to lie to me. You were staring at her so hard you couldn't look away. When have you ever made a face like that?" Just talking about this made Song Fei inexplicably excited. He'd not only gotten some juicy gossip, but he'd also uncovered He Qing-song's secret. "You're so tedious." After a long, stifled silence, He Qing-song felt any further words would be pointless. He tossed out this remark and walked past her. Song Fei watched his flustered, retreating figure and let out a short, derisive laugh. After breakfast, once Dafei had finished washing the dishes, the group of them headed to the factory together. "The factory isn't far from here. And it won't take them long to walk there. Yang Yidan followed Dafei to the warehouse. The specific fabric she needed was stored in a separate, smaller storeroom. The material was like cool moonlight, overlaid with a layer of silver gauze. Under the light, it shimmered with a rainbow of colors. The rippling folds resembled the surface of water stirred by the wind. We sourced this fabric from another province. Because the material is quite expensive, it's also more troublesome to store properly. Don't handle it roughly, keep it away from damp places, and definitely don't leave it in direct sunlight, standing in the dimly lit warehouse. Yang Yidan looked at the fabric in her hands with satisfaction and said happily, "This is the one." Then go out and ask Qingsong. If he's willing, he can discuss it with my uncle. Hearing that both of them had no issues with it, Qingsong nodded in agreement. You guys wait here. I'll go check with my uncle and then come back for you. Since it wasn't clear yet whether the two of them would be working together, Dafei hadn't mentioned it to his uncle beforehand. He had his people arrange seats for them to wait, then hurried off. Song Fei had been waiting outside and still hadn't seen the fabric. Is it really exactly as you described? Yang Yidan met her gaze with unwavering certainty and nodded. Truly, even more beautiful than I imagined. Her words only deepened Song Fei's curiosity, but she'd find out soon enough. 10 minutes later, Dafei came running over, drenched in sweat, with a troubled look on his face. Qingsong stepped forward to steady him. What's wrong? Dafei took a long time to catch his breath. My uncle, he's not in the office. I don't think he'll be coming in at all today. Maybe I can ask him for you tomorrow. He ran into some trouble and probably won't be back until then. Anyway, he was only planning to stay for 7 days. The person who had just stayed behind was the one who had come looking for Dafei earlier. Hello, I'm Qingfeng. I'm here to show you around the area. They had pretty much seen everything they wanted to. The three of them exchanged a glance, then waved Qingfeng off. No need, you go ahead with what you're doing. Qingsong led the two of them outside. Where are we going now? We're not heading back already, are we? Song Fei, ever perceptive, followed close behind. He glanced back at the person behind him, only to see her raise an eyebrow at him with a smug smile. He pretended not to see, calmly averting his gaze. If you don't want to go back, you can go out and explore on your own, but don't blame me if you get lost, Qingsong said flatly. Song Fei has a terrible sense of direction. She's practically guaranteed to get lost whenever she goes out. Don't underestimate me, she said, linking arms with Yang Yidan. Yidan, do you want to go out with me? Noticing the two pairs of eyes on her, Yang Yidan glanced at them. The two of them were subtly competing again. Without a word being said, Yang Yidan thought for a moment. How about I take you out this afternoon instead? She got up a bit too early this morning and didn't sleep well last night, so she figured she'd head back for a quick nap to recharge before having fun. Song Fei naturally had no objections. Linking arms with Yang Yidan, she tilted her chin at Qingsong and said, "All right, let's head back." She led Yang Yidan away, leaving Qingsong standing there by himself, watching the two of them walk away. He could only let out a helpless, exasperated sigh. Yang Yidan had a nap and didn't wake up until noon. When she did, the aroma of a cooked meal greeted her. She got up and went out. Finding Xiaoyan bustling about in the kitchen, spotting her, Xiaoyan immediately waved her over. As she walked over, her empty stomach growled, "Why are you the only one here? Where is everyone else?" They were the only two in the entire courtyard. Dafei and Qingsong have gone out, while Song Fei is playing with the kids at the entrance of the alley. Xiaoyan dished the stir-fry from the wok onto a plate. Today's meal is noticeably more abundant than yesterday's, probably because they were coming. Xiaoyan and Dafei ordered extra dishes and meat to treat them properly. "You've prepared so much," Yang Yidan said in surprise as she walked into the kitchen. Rolling up her sleeves to help and seeing the spread of food, with a smile on her face, Xiaoyan said happily, "Is it a lot? With so many of us, we'll definitely finish it all." Understanding her meaning, Yang Yidan gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. It really was a bit too much trouble for their third brother to come all this way. For the two of them, "Thank you so much," said Yang Yidan as she helped carry the served dishes to the table. Xiaoyan waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks at all, of course, and since you're Dafei's classmate, it's only natural to be a good host. The food is all on the table, but there's still no sign of the three of them. You wait here, I'll go call them back." Xiaoyan glanced towards the courtyard gate, saw no one, took off her apron, rolled up her sleeves, and headed out. Yang Yidan immediately stood up as well. I'll come with you to have a look. Xiaoyan nodded. All right, I can show you around. And you can explore on your own this afternoon. Yang Yidan followed Xiaoyan out of the alley and, following the lively sounds, found Song Fei, who had spent the whole day with the children. Her face was smudged with dirt, her neatly done hair had come loose, and her clothes showed signs of being scuffed. As if she had taken a tumble on the ground, she had looked perfectly fine in the morning, but by noon, she was in this sorry state. What happened to you? Did you get into a fight with someone? The oldest kid here was only about 12 or 13, it's a bit embarrassing to admit, but a grown woman in her 20s was just bullied by a bunch of kids. Song Fei stood up, wiping her face roughly with her sleeve. It's nothing. What are you two doing out here? The scrapes on her exposed elbow were visible, and through the tear in her pants, you could see the injury on her leg. Xiaoyan glared at the group of children. How could you bully her? Do you want me to go tell your parents? At Xiaoyan's words, the group of children scattered and ran off in a flash. Song Fei quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, it wasn't their fault, I just tripped and fell. Is dinner ready? She asked, her eyes widening as she caught the scent of food on them, and just in time, her stomach was starting to growl. Yang Yidan handed her own handkerchief over. Here, wipe the mud off your face first. How did you manage to take such a nasty fall? Song Fei took the handkerchief and wiped her face haphazardly with a sheepish grin. I didn't see the pebble under my foot. Xiaoyan cut in. We have some medicine at home, and the clinic isn't far from here. Why don't we go there to get it disinfected properly? No need, I'll just put on some ointment. Song Fei waved her hand dismissively. She wasn't that delicate. Seeing her insistence, Xiaoyan didn't press the matter further. She had been about to go look for He Qingsong and Da Fei when the two of them happened to turn into the alley. Seeing the three of them standing there, what are you all doing here? Perfect, that saved them the trouble of having to go look. The five of them walked home, and when they asked about Song Fei's injuries, she had no choice but to brush them off with the same old excuse. Da Fei, could you run to the clinic and get some medicine? I'm worried we might not have any at home. Xiaoyan suddenly remembered. Da Fei was just about to get up and go buy it when He Qingsong stopped him. Let me go instead. Do you even know where it is? Xiaoyan asked, her voice tinged with concern. Da Fei was quite at ease, mentioning the clinic's slight frown to him. Song Fei's eyes lit up with an idea. Yidan, you go with him. I would have gone myself, but my wound is just too painful. With that, she flashed He Qingsong a perfect, eight-tooth smile, unaware of the two of them. Yang Yidan stood up to leave, only to be pressed back into her seat by He Qingsong. Let's eat first. We can go after the meal. I'm sure you can hold on until then. Right, he said, his face darkening with clear annoyance. Even as headstrong as Song Fei was, she knew how to read a room. She nodded immediately. Right. Let's eat first. My wound isn't hurting that much anyway. Yang Yidan noticed something was off about the two of them and narrowed her eyes slightly. After the meal, the two of them went out to buy medicine. Song Fei had initially thought the wound wasn't that painful and hadn't taken it seriously. However, after eating, her ankle began to swell, and there were many bruises on the back of her hand. After getting the full story, I found out that while she was playing with my kids, they started throwing stones at her. As an adult, she couldn't exactly retaliate against children. She got so angry from being hit that she wanted to grab one or two of them to teach them a lesson, but she tripped over a rock she didn't see at her feet. Just thinking about it makes Song Fei feel both furious and embarrassed. Yang Yidan got angry too after hearing this. How dare they? Those little brats have no respect. Just wait until I go and give them a piece of my mind. Forget it, we barely know them anyway, so let's not stir up trouble, even if I told someone. No one would believe that a grown adult like me could get so worked up over a kid. They're here to work, not to stir up trouble. Then you wait here for now. If you feel any other discomfort, let me know, and I'll go get the medicine for you. Song Fei leaned back against the headboard and explained her situation to her. When Yang Yidan stepped out, He Qingsong was already standing by the door. Let's go. On the way, she told He Qingsong about the incident. She insisted they had to inform the children's parents. Song Fei couldn't just take that beating for nothing. He Qingsong agreed. When we get back, I'll go ask Da Fei and have him take me to see those kids' parents. The two of them arrived at the clinic and described Song Fei's injuries. The doctor gave them some medication. Remember, the wound must be kept dry. Apply this ointment twice a day, help her massage the bruising on her ankle to disperse it. Then apply the medicine. Yang Yidan carefully noted down all the doctor's instructions, thanked him, and the two of them headed back. At the entrance to the alleyway, they ran into a few more kids. Yang Yidan watched as they, too, were hurling stones at another, much smaller child. She handed the medicine to the person beside her. A sapling won't grow straight without pruning. They must be punished. With that, she bent down, picked up a few stones from the ground, and threw them at the backsides of those children. The buttocks have the most flesh. If you hold back your strength, it won't cause injury, but it sure hurts like hell. Each of them got a smack on the rear, and they all turned their heads to glare at Yang Yidan. Who do you think you are, a grown-up resorting to a sneak attack? How shameless. Her eyes fell on the tall one leading the group, who appeared to be the oldest among them. Yang Yidan walked right past them, helped the child sitting on the ground to their feet, and pulled them behind her. So you only pick on those weaker than you, is that it? She glanced at the person behind her, who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. The tall kid said angrily, "Who are you? I've never seen you around here before." Yang Yidan threw the stone in her hand to the ground, rolled up her sleeves, and said in a cold voice, "I'm here to teach you a lesson." With that, she yanked the kid in front of her and proceeded to lecture him. The tall kid's head was about to explode. "Are you reciting the incantation of the golden hoop?" Hearing his words, Yang Yidan snorted coldly. "Let me tell you, if I ever see you bullying anyone again, a simple talking to won't be the end of it. The incantation of the golden hoop. You think your son Wukong, the great sage, is nothing like a bully like you. If he knew what you did, he'd smack you into the ground with his golden staff." The tall guy couldn't break free from her grip and could only glare at her in anger. He knew he was no match for the man standing before him. Yang Yidan released his collar, deciding it wasn't worth arguing with him any further. She followed He Chingsong into the courtyard, ignoring the sound of a child crying behind her. Bringing the medicine into the room, she said, "Let me help you with that, since it's difficult for you to manage on your own." Song Fei sat on a stool, resting her injured leg on another. Yang Yidan carefully applied the medicine for her. "If it hurts, just bear with it for now." The wounds on her body were easy to treat, but the one on her ankle was more troublesome. It probably didn't reach the bone, Yang Yidan said with concern. Looking at the swollen ankle, "If it's a bone injury, you'll have to make another trip to the clinic." Song Fei knew her injury well. "It's definitely not broken. I fractured a bone when I was young, and I still remember that kind of pain. This hurts much less than that did." Yang Yidan worked the bruise with firm pressure, then poured the medicinal liquid into her palm, warming it by rubbing her hands together before applying it. "You're a grown adult. If they're picking on you, you should know to keep your distance." After helping her apply the medicine, Yang Yidan cleaned up the trash and said with a sigh, "Song Fei didn't stoop to their level because they were just kids, but to be bullied like that and still stay put." "I was about to leave, but then I heard they were going to look for 2 kids. I thought I'd help them find their parents, and then the 2 of you showed up." She was afraid that if they left, the group would target another child. After all, she was an adult, able to handle more, and they didn't dare to go too far. Yang Yidan had just finished washing her hands and was about to head back to her room when she heard a commotion outside the door. Turning her head, she saw several parents, both men and women, walking in with their children. "Who did this to you?" The man at the front pushed the child forward, urging him to point out the culprit. Yang Yidan saw the tall guy with tear-streaked cheeks, his face bruised and swollen as if he'd been beaten up. Before she could even process what was happening, the tall guy pointed at her and shouted, "It's her." The children behind him also nodded in agreement. It was her. Those kids didn't look so good either. All of them were sporting bruises, with the tall one being the worst off. "You're an adult picking on kids. Have you no shame?" the tall boy's father said angrily. Yang Yidan's hands were still wet. She shook off the water droplets and asked, confused, "What? Look what you've done to our child. How could you be so rough?" Bolstered by the knowledge that they had backup, the children wailed in feigned distress. Their cries seemed loud enough to pierce the heavens, as if to summon the celestial beings from their seclusion to punish Yang Yidan for bullying those smaller than her. Her crying was driving her to distraction, her mind buzzing. "Who told you I hit them? Do you have any proof?" The child's injuries are right here, and she still refuses to admit it, the parent scoffed. They are hurt this badly. What more evidence do you need? Do you think my child is lying? Yang Yidan looked at her tall father, who was huffing and puffing with anger, and said with amusement, what else would it be? Someone who bullies the weak and gangs up on the defenseless. Do you think they'd hesitate to tell a lie? Who knows how they got those injuries? Maybe they're just so obnoxious that they got beaten up and are now trying to pin it on her. Da Fei had followed Xiaoyan, intending to rest. But hearing the commotion in the courtyard, he ran out to see what was going on. Whoa, what's going on here? Da Fei said in shock, looking at the aggressive crowd in front of him and the injured child beside him. The tall father pointed at Yang Yidan beside him. Who is this guy? He just showed up and hit my kid, look. He yanked the tall man in front of him and pointed at his face. Xiaoyan also recognized them as the group that had been bullying Song Fei. She quickly stepped in front of Yang Yidan. There must be some misunderstanding. She's an adult. Why would she ever lay a hand on a child? Forget about whether she could or not. Just the way they bullied Song Fei made Xiaoyan feel she was right to take action. But Yang Yidan just doesn't seem like that kind of person. What misunderstanding could there be? My kid says it was him. One child might lie, but you can't tell me all these kids are lying, Xiaoyan said with a smile, her voice low. It's precisely because there are so many of them that they feel bold enough. If it were just one person, they wouldn't dare. As soon as she finished speaking, the tall father's face instantly darkened. Fuming with rage, he wanted to confront Xiaoyan and settle the score. What did you say? What are you talking about? Da Fei took a step to the side, positioning himself between them. While his expression remained amiable, the force in his hands was considerable. Pushing the tall father back several steps, let's talk this out calmly. Let's talk this out, Da Fei said in a placating tone. Yang Yidan stepped out from behind Xiaoyan. Ignoring the parents, she fixed her gaze on the tall boy. I'm asking you, she said, tell me the truth. The tall boy knew she was talking to him, terrified. He immediately ducked behind his father, and it wasn't just him. The other kids scrambled to hide behind their parents too. They acted as if they'd seen the king of hell himself, scared that a single word from them would seal their fate. Not bad acting, any of them, Yang Yidan thought to herself. How dare you try to scare the child when we're right here? Seeing their child so terrified, the parents' heart ached. He Qingsong came out of the room and saw Song Fei standing at the door. What's going on? Why are they saying Yidan hit them? Song Fei asked him with concern. They went out together. So he must know what happened. He Qingsong shook his head and said, it's nothing. You should go back inside first. He walked over to Yang Yidan. While standing at the door earlier, he had pieced together the gist of the argument from their raised voices. Are those injuries from her? Or did you get them from someone you were picking on? The tall man shot him a glance and tightened his grip on his father's sleeve. His father stepped forward, blocking his view. What's the matter with you all? A bunch of grown-ups ganging up on a kid. He Qingsong looked at him. We need to get to the bottom of this. If she really did it, I'll cover your child's medical bills and any compensation. But if it wasn't her, then you'll be the ones paying the medical bills, plus compensation for emotional distress. The parents didn't understand the last word he said, but they knew it meant they had to pay up. What money are we supposed to pay? The tall father said angrily. He Qing turned sideways, gesturing towards Song Fei's dormitory. Because your child injured my sister, we haven't even come to you for the medical bills yet. And here you are showing up at our door first. They didn't realize the sister he referred to was an adult, assuming she was just a young child too. Isn't this proof enough? Your sister got our kids beaten up for revenge, just because our children hurt her first. One of the parents spoke up, though it was unclear who. Yang Yidan couldn't help but laugh. Well, at least you admit your kids hurt my sister, but I never laid a finger on your children. You're lying. You even threw stones at our backsides. I still have the marks on my butt to prove it. The child standing next to the parent who had just spoken pointed at Yang Yidan and said angrily. Yang Yidan glanced at him, raised an eyebrow, and said, oh, really? I had no idea. It's just lying. As if anyone can't do it, no one will know anyway. The child's cheeks flushed crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment was hard to tell. Why don't you take your pants off and let them see if the mark is still there? Yang Yidan said provocatively. The child snorted coldly and said nothing. Since you've admitted to injuring my sister, why not start by covering her medical expenses? We can deal with their issues later, He Chingsong said firmly. The tall father was clearly the leader of the group, with everyone's eyes fixed on him. He snorted coldly. How do I know you're telling the truth? What if you're just slandering my child? He Chingsong raised an eyebrow at the person hiding behind him. If you think it's a slander, why not just ask him yourself? They all stared at the tall guy, feeling the weight of their collective gaze. His legs began to tremble with fear. He's nothing but a paper tiger. The moment a crowd confronted him, he was too scared to utter a word. I don't know, don't ask me anymore. He hid behind his father, covering his face. Others might still be in the dark, but a father knows his son best. He understood the situation at a glance. The father's eyes shifted. Enough of this nonsense. What we're talking about is her hitting our child. Kids roughhousing and getting a little hurt is normal, but for an adult to lay a hand on them, that's just not acceptable. Hearing his words, Yang Yidan chuckled along with He Chingsong. The tall boy patted his father on the back. Dad, she's not a little kid. She's a grown-up too. We weren't bullying her. We just wanted to play with her. She's the one who fell over by herself. Upon hearing she was an adult, the man's expression instantly returned to normal. You lot are ridiculous. You're telling me these few kids were bullying a full-grown adult. I have to ask, is there any justice in this world? The other parents nodded in agreement. Exactly. How on earth could a handful of children possibly bully an adult? Yang Yidan stared expressionlessly at the tall guy. Was it you who threw the stone? The tall guy's eyes darted around before he flatly denied it. Wasn't me. I seem to recall the police station can do injury examinations. How about we go there and get it checked? If the officers find out you're lying, you'll all be taken away, Yang Yidan explained while simultaneously intimidating them. Do you have any idea what happens after you're taken away? You'll never see your mom and dad again. You'll be locked up with a bunch of murderers, and then we'll beat you up. The tall kid was spooked by her words. A younger one couldn't take the scare, clinging to his mother's leg. He cried, No, I don't want to be taken away. I want to stay with mom and dad, Yang Yidan said patiently. Don't worry, little one. You haven't done anything wrong. The police won't take you away. The child cried even harder, precisely because he knew what he had done, and that's why he was afraid. I didn't mean to do it. They said it would be fine to hit it a couple of times, so I did, but only once. I didn't dare do it again. The tall man glared fiercely at the person who was crying so bitterly. Yang Yidan raised an eyebrow at the tall father, then looked at the other children. If you confess now, I'll go easy on you since you're showing remorse. I won't send you to the police, but if you keep holding out and refuse to talk, don't you dare cry about whatever happens after I send you there. They were already timid to begin with, and knowing full well they were in the wrong, once someone had confessed, the rest of them all pointed the finger at the tall guy. That's bullshit. When did I ever force you? You thought it was fun to pick on an adult. So you're the ones who started it. Furious and on the verge of being held accountable, he naturally didn't dare. So you're finally admitting it, are you? Good. Apologize to my sister, and I'll let the matter drop. With that, Yang Yidan turned to the parents standing behind them and said, and we won't require any compensation from you. The parents, though not highly educated, were well aware of their children's true nature. Upon hearing that no compensation was needed, they all began thanking her profusely. He Chingsong took those children to apologize to Song Fei. Yang Yidan stayed there, looking at tall guy and his father. What happened to your injuries? The situation between them and Song Fei was already clear. There was no need to ask further. The tall man averted his gaze, looked down, and stammered for a long while without managing to say a word. It was his father who couldn't stand it any longer, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder. They're asking you a question. Just tell the truth. The tall guy's sudden shout made him burst into tears. I got hurt in a fight with someone, he sobbed, before Yang Yidan could speak again. The tall father angrily shouted, What did you say? Why didn't you say that earlier when I asked you? The tall man was sobbing uncontrollably, completely unable to answer him. The father glanced at them and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, I'll make sure to discipline him properly when we get home. I apologize for the trouble. With that, he grabbed the tall boy by the ear and dragged him outside. Seeing him try to slip away so quickly, Yang Yidan immediately called out, Wait a moment, it seems you've forgotten something, haven't you? She might let the others off the hook. But since he and his son were the main instigators of the group, she naturally couldn't let them go that easily. What is it? The man turned around, looking at her with utter confusion. A mischievous grin spread across Yang Yidan's lips. You still haven't compensated for my sister's medical bills, have you? The man furrowed his brow and said in a low, steady voice, didn't you just say you weren't going to press charges? Having anticipated his response, Yang Yidan cut him off before he could finish. That's right, I'm letting them off the hook, but that doesn't mean I'm letting you off. This whole scheme was your son's idea from the start. And I have a feeling you were the one who egged everyone on to come cause trouble for me. Out of everyone who showed up here, he was the most eager. It doesn't take a genius to figure out he's the one who rallied this crowd. The man didn't see anything wrong with his actions. That's right, my child was bullied. Is it wrong for me to confront you? I had no idea you were innocent too. Yang Yidan curled the other side of her lip. Are you really that clueless? Fine. Let's just pretend you didn't know. But now that you know your son hurt my sister, don't you think you should do something about it? Not even a single apology. At least the others had the decency to apologize. The man understood what she meant and said dismissively, is that all? Just an apology. Go on. Hurry up and apologize to your sister. He gave his son a shove. Yang Yidan stepped in front of them. Too late, we're not accepting apologies anymore. The medical bill isn't much. The medicine only cost 2 yuan. Surely you can afford to pay for that. The man clearly had no intention of paying up. In the end, the man did pay the money, but only because he was about to get a beating. After handing over the money, he stormed off, grumbling under his breath. Dafei's face darkened. Having just heard the man's insulting remarks, he nearly threw a punch. But, won't this cause trouble for you? Yang Yidan finally grasped the situation and asked with concern. Xiaoyan shook her head understandingly. It won't, we don't really have any dealings with them anyway, and they don't have a great reputation around here. Honestly, there's nothing to worry about overall, it's just that Song Fei's injuries are a bit more serious. At first, everyone thought it was nothing. But then her ankle kept swelling up, and in the end, it was puffed up like a steamed bun. When Dafei and Xiaoyan found out, they wanted them to stay a few more days so they could show them around some other places. Why don't you guys stay a couple more days? He Qingsong smiled and said, everything's settled, so we won't disturb you any further. Next time we come to visit, we'll stay with you for a few extra days. With that assurance, Dafei didn't stand on ceremony. It's settled then. Next time you come, bring Guoling along. Xiaoyan was with Yang Yidan and the other two on the other side. Your leg injury isn't fully healed yet. Are you sure it's okay to leave in such a hurry? Song Fei waved her hand with a smile. It's really no problem at all. Thank you for taking care of me these past couple of days. The three of them took a car to the train station. He Qingsong had queued up to buy the tickets the day before. On the ride, the three of them dozed off for a while. When they opened their eyes, they had already arrived at the station. As soon as they stepped out of the station, they saw Guoling waiting for them by the roadside. It was He Qingsong who had tipped him off. Spotting the three of them, he hurriedly rushed over. How did you get hurt so badly? Guoling moved to support Song Fei, but then remembered they were in the middle of a fight, and his hand froze mid-air. Song Fei seemed not to notice his movement, pressing her hands on his shoulders. Just let me lean on you for a moment. She braced herself against his shoulders, using his support to stand for a while. It's a long story. I'll tell you after we get back. After just a few days apart, the two of them inexplicably made up. Yang Yidan and He Qingsong exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to drop the subject. You all go ahead, I have one more thing to take care of, said Yang Yidan, who had originally intended to leave with them. Remembering the watch, she decided to check on it first before heading back. Song Fei was unaware of the situation and was simply worried about her being alone there. Where are you going? Do you want us to come with you? No need, I'll head back on my own in a bit. You all go ahead. He Qingsong knew where she was headed, so he took a step back to stand beside her. You go on ahead, I'll stay with her. The two people standing opposite them nodded in silent understanding. Got it, you two head back soon too. Their expressions seemed a bit off. Yang Yidan frowned slightly, but before she could ask, they had already left. What was that all about? Yang Yidan asked curiously, her eyes fixed on their retreating figures. He Qingsong's face darkened for a moment before he replied softly, don't mind them. take me to see the watch repair place, reminded by his words. Yang Yidan finally remembered and led him into the most secluded alley. Walking beside her, He Qingsong surveyed the surroundings. How did you find this place? This place looks incredibly remote. If you weren't a local, you'd never know it was here. How long must she have searched to find it? I asked some locals. Yang Yidan explained truthfully. They said this was the only place around that could fix it. Upon learning the truth, He Qingsong nodded with a hint of disappointment. But his mood returned to normal in just an instant. After walking a long way further, Yang Yidan pointed to a shop in the corner. This is the place. She knocked on the door and waited until she heard movement inside before pushing it open. Before she could even speak, the shopkeeper, who had seen her, said proactively, "Your watch isn't ready yet." Yang Yidan nodded and said, "I know. I just brought him to take a look. He's the actual owner of the watch." Peering over his reading glasses at He Qingsong, the old man turned and went back into the inner room. Bringing out the still unrepaired watch, Yang Yidan stared at the watch, which looked exactly the same as before. Isn't this just like it was before? They must have been going back and forth for about 5 days now, with absolutely no progress to show for it. Exactly. Didn't I say it would take a month to fix? The parts haven't even arrived yet, the old man explained, his reasoning sound. She didn't speak again. The profound quiet of the people around her felt strangely unsettling. She turned her head and found him staring blankly at the watch on the counter. For a moment, she could sense a palpable sadness emanating from him. He wasn't as indifferent as he pretended to be. After all, it was something important to him. Even if we repair this watch, we'd have to replace all the parts, including the dial. It would be like a brand new watch, the old man said to He Qingsong. He Qingsong snapped out of his thoughts and gave a slight nod. Understood, as long as it can be fixed. That's all that matters. He let out a heavy, silent sigh, his tone betraying no emotion. Come back for it in a month, the old man said, taking the watch back. With those words, he turned and went inside. Having seen all there was to see, they left the shop to find the sky outside had turned completely dark. With no coach back to town at that hour, they found a nearby inn to stay in for the night. In the early morning, Yang Yidan was woken by a commotion outside, as if two people were arguing. She tried to go back to sleep, but couldn't manage to drift off again. She got up, splashed some water on her face, and seeing that it was about time, decided to go find He Qingsong first. As soon as she opened the door, she saw him standing by the entrance next door, head bowed and leaning against the wall. Hearing the sound, he looked up. "Have you been waiting here all this time?" He Qingsong answered her question with a faint smile. "Not too long. They woke me up. I was going to call for you. But I was afraid you weren't awake yet." Yang Yidan closed the door. Her luggage had been taken away by Song Fei the day before, so she was now empty-handed. The two of them walked outside. "Shall we head back now? I thought she had other plans. Do you have something else to do? It's fine to wait until you're finished before heading back." She quickly shook her head. "I don't have anything else to do." He Qingsong had planned to have breakfast in the city before returning. But she was in a bit of a hurry, so, after leaving the inn, she went straight to catch a bus back to the town. The bus could only stop at the station, so they still had to walk the rest of the way back to the village. On the way, they ran into someone He Qingsong knew. Yang Yidan stood to the side, watching them greet each other. Their gazes would linger on her for a few seconds, but she pretended not to notice. Sensing he might have neglected her, He Qingsong said apologetically, "Sorry about that." He hadn't expected to run into them here either. Yang Yidan shook her head. Before she could say it's nothing, she spotted a familiar-looking figure approaching. As the person drew nearer, she realized it was the matchmaker who had been arranging a marriage proposal for He Qingsong. The matchmaker had spotted the two of them from a distance and had deliberately come over. He Qingsong saw her too. He gave the matchmaker a brief nod, then quickly tried to steer Yang Yidan away from the scene. "Hey! You little rascal, why are you running from me? I'm not some monster. I won't eat you." Sensing his intention, the matchmaker pretended to be annoyed and gave him a light slap. Then, her gaze fell upon Yang Yidan, who was standing to the side. What a lovely young lady. Big eyes, a high nose bridge. How old is she? Is she betrothed yet? Yang Yidan stood obediently, smiling at her and saying, "We're divorced." The person across from her paled instantly, their face turning a sickly shade of green. "What a shame," they said. Such a fine young lady. How could she have left? She was completely oblivious to how intrusive her question had been. Yang Yidan offered no reply. Ching Song stepped between them, blocking their view. Auntie Wang, we've got some business to take care of at the factory, so we'd better be going. We won't trouble you any further. With that, he put one hand behind his back and gestured to her, signaling for her to leave quickly, catching his hint. Yang Yidan took advantage of the matchmaker's distraction and quietly slipped away. Not long after she left, Ching Song followed suit. He didn't go far, and could still hear the matchmaker's voice. Song Fei insisted on coming to work, so Guoling had to help her to the office, where they happened to run into the two of them returning from the city. What took you two so long to get back? Song Fei asked. Leaning on her crutch and blinking in confusion, Ching Song said with a straight face. It was too late to catch a ride back last night. Didn't we get you leave? Why are you here? Song Fei gave herself a thumbs up. My body may be broken, but my spirit is strong. I'd rather die at my post than stay away. Before she could finish her sentence, someone beside her gave her head a gentle pat. Don't go saying things like that from now on. Guoling left Song Fei in their care and then departed. Yang Yidan and Ching Song stood on either side of her. Seeing how much she was struggling to walk, Yang Yidan said with concern, Are you sure you're okay like this? Maybe you should wait until your foot is a bit better before coming back. The doctor at the clinic had told her to rest, but here she was, running around before even a single day of proper recovery. Song Fei didn't think it was a big deal. Compared to her foot injury, work was more important. Oh, by the way, here's your stuff. I went straight home yesterday. So I didn't give your things to Mai. Song Fei took the backpack off her shoulder. Before coming, Dao Yao had specifically asked Da Fei for a few bolts of fabric first, to make a sample garment. I have the design sketches with me. I'll get them for you later. Under everyone's gaze, Song Fei was helped to her workstation by the two of them. She searched for a long time but couldn't find it. That's strange. I'm sure I left it right here. Seeing her growing frustration, Yang Yidan said. Don't panic just yet. Think about it. Could you have put it somewhere else? She insisted firmly. Impossible. I double-checked before I left. It was definitely here. She had practically turned her entire workstation upside down. But she still couldn't locate the design drawings. Yang Yidan's eyebrow twitched twice. I'll go back to the workshop to look for it first. It might be at my station. Carrying her things, she returned to the workshop. Lin Mai saw her come back and gave her a smile before settling back into her own seat. She placed her backpack by her feet and searched all around her workstation, but didn't find a single sheet of paper. The blueprint wasn't there either. She noticed a gaze on her and looked up to see Lin Yi. A sudden thought crossed her mind. She walked over to Lin Yi and asked, Song Fei's design drawings are missing. Did you take them? Lin Yi looked at her innocently and shrugged. Do you have any proof? If you think it was me, you're welcome to search my workstation. But if you don't find anything, you'll have to apologize to me. The people in the workshop kept working with their hands, but their eyes were fixed on the two of them. You'd better not be the one, said Yang Yidan, a hint of a smile in her eyes. With that, she returned to her desk. During the lunch break, she went to the dormitory first, but searched for a long time without finding the design drawings. With her foot injured, Song Fei found it inconvenient to go home often and had no choice but to eat at the cafeteria. Yang Yidan hurried to the cafeteria, where Lin Mai had already gotten her food and was waving her over. I couldn't find it, she said to Song Fei, shaking her head. Lin Mai was also aware that the blueprints were missing and said with concern, What are you going to do? How could they just disappear like that? Song Fei's face fell, and she said self-reproachfully, It's all my fault for not keeping them safe. I never should have just left them on my desk. Honestly, if they'd just blown away or gotten misplaced, it wouldn't be such a big deal. The real worry is that someone took them. If they fell into the wrong hands, it would be very difficult to explain to the client. Let's first ask the client for the previous design drafts and get the sample garment made. We'll figure out the rest from there. Yang Yidan thought it was highly unlikely for the same thing to happen twice. Last time, her design drafts were taken by Lin Yi, who passed them off as his own to the client. Surely, the same trick couldn't be pulled twice, could it? I'll go back and see if Guoling has any, Song Fei said, listlessly chewing on a dry bun she had no appetite for. The afternoon turned overcast again, gloomy and oppressive. Yet it stubbornly refused to rain. The workshop was lit by bulbs, their dim orange glow barely enough to see by, slowing everyone's movements to a crawl. Yang Yidan pulled the fabric from her backpack. With the design sketches missing, she had to rely on memory to rough out the general shape. Fortunately, she had just finished the design not long ago and still remembered how she had done it. "This fabric is so beautiful. It must be expensive," said Xue Di, her eyes lighting up with surprise. They were used to dealing with coarse cloth and simple garments. Few people used such fine material. Yang Yidan responded with a non-committal smile. "In a few days, you probably won't find it so novel anymore. Once you're bogged down with work, you won't be this happy either." Everyone understood what she meant and shared a knowing laugh. Who doesn't curse while rushing to meet a deadline? With not many people in the factory, we often run out of time and have to pull all-nighters to get the work done. "Foreman, when are we going to hire some more people? With just the few of us in this factory and so much work, we're completely swamped." Hiring new staff isn't under Yang Yidan's purview anymore, though she'd love to bring in a few more hands to share the workload. She just doesn't have the authority right now. Everyone was just teasing her. They all know there's nothing she can do about it. "Why don't you talk to the director? You never know, he might just say yes." "Exactly, I always see the two of you together. If it comes to it, just have a word with the factory director's daughter and ask her to speak to her father." The person who chimed in had an ulterior meaning in their words. The workshop, which had been amicable just moments before, gradually grew tense. Lin Maimai cleared her throat lightly. "If you're so capable, why don't you go and say it yourself?" That person immediately fell silent. Yang Yidan pretended not to have heard her, keeping her foot on the pedal of the sewing machine. For a moment, the only sound in the workshop was the hum of machinery. After her shift, Yang Yidan went to find Song Fei. She hadn't left yet, waiting for Guiling to come and get her. "Why aren't you going to eat?" Song Fei had made this mess herself, and she was going to have to clean it up. "I spent the whole afternoon trying to sketch out the design, but something just feels off about it." Yang Yidan pulled over a nearby stool and sat down beside her. "This looks no different from the last one." Song Fei was staring intently at the drawing paper, lost in thought. Hearing her words, she looked up, surprised. "Really?" She nodded with great sincerity. "Of course it's true. What would I gain by lying to you?" Hearing this, Song Fei chuckled softly. Yang Yidan had originally intended to see her home. Since Guiling was coming to pick her up, she decided to stay and wait with her for a while. "Aren't you going to eat? Aren't you hungry?" "I'm fine waiting here by myself. He probably won't be here for a little while yet." Song Fei glanced at the clock hanging on her office wall. "By the time Guiling gets to the cafeteria, there won't be any food left. It's fine, I've already eaten." She had too much for lunch and isn't very hungry right now. The two of them chatted while waiting for Guiling to arrive. He Chingsong passed by on his way home from work. Her office door was ajar, and he caught a glimpse of the two of them by chance. "Aren't you two leaving yet?" He Chingsong leaned against the doorframe and asked curiously. Yang Yidan explained the situation to him, and by the time she finished, Guiling had arrived as well. He glanced at Guiling, a slight frown creasing his brow. "What's with all the mud on you?" Guiling hadn't noticed until then. He looked down and only then saw the dirt on his clothes. He brushed it off casually. "It rained a bit this afternoon, and there were puddles on the road. I accidentally splashed some on my way here." It was obvious the three of them hadn't stepped outside all day. They had no idea it had rained. "We've been getting quite a bit of rain lately, and the weather isn't as sweltering. Let's go." Song Fei didn't take the cane he offered. She looked him up and down, then pushed herself up from the table. "Why don't you come back with us and have a meal together?" Song Fei said to Yang Yidan before leaving. Before she could refuse, he had already taken her arm and was leading her outside. She held up her design draft. "Something about this feels off. Let's go to my place to work on it." The three of them walked out of the office, with He Chingsong following close behind. Song Fei suddenly turned her head to look at him. "Why are you following us?" He Chingsong pursed his lips in exasperation. "It's the only way. If I don't follow you, should I just jump out the window? Why don't you just join us for dinner?" Guiling chimed in from the side, trying to prevent another argument between them. "You'd be eating alone anyway." Yang Yidan met his gaze for a second before he said, "No, thanks, I've got something on tonight. Maybe next time." They didn't press him any further. The four of them left together, parting ways at the door, the three of them spent the whole journey discussing the previous design draft, using the one Song Fei had drawn as a basis for further conversation. "You haven't been practicing these past few days, have you? Your skills have slipped again," said Guoling, holding her drawing and scrutinizing it with clear dissatisfaction. Song Fei had expected him to say that. She knew it herself. "I'll make sure to practice more diligently from now on." She wasn't naturally gifted, so she had to put in more effort than others during university. It was hard one to stand shoulder to shoulder with these talented individuals, but she knew she had to keep practicing diligently. Guoling, satisfied with her answer, gave a nod of approval. He then began quizzing Yang Yidan on various topics, much like a teacher conducting a pop quiz. Fortunately, Yang Yidan had a solid grasp of the subject and managed to jot down all the key points he mentioned. "You both need to practice regularly. Since you've started learning, you should master it, with a solid skill. You'll never have to worry about making a living." Guoling continued walking ahead on his own. He was so engrossed in what he was saying that he didn't notice the person behind him. Yang Yidan noticed Song Fei's expression had turned odd. Following her gaze, she saw a large tear in the back of Guoling's jacket. It didn't look like it was torn from a fall, it seemed more like someone had ripped it open. "Guoling, what happened to your clothes?" Song Fei hadn't really wanted to ask, given they'd just made up after their Cold War and she didn't want to start another fight. Prompted by her, Guoling reached back to feel the fabric. Only then discovering the damage and muttering a curse under his breath, "Must have snagged it somewhere. It's fine. I'll just take it to a tailor to get it fixed later." He was clearly avoiding telling either of them the real story. Yang Yidan was worried they'd start arguing again. At least last time, He Chingsong had been there. After all, the three of them were close, so she hadn't felt too awkward. But now she was alone. If they really got into it, she wasn't sure they'd listen if she tried to break it up. "I know a tailor's shop with pretty good craftsmanship." Yang Yidan interjected at just the right moment. Realizing she was still there, Song Fei fell silent. During the meal, the atmosphere between the two shifted once more, even though Yang Yidan could tell they were already holding back because of her presence. "Well, it's getting late, I should probably head home." After dinner, Yang Yidan helped them wash the dishes. She sat for a while. But the longer she stayed, the more uneasy she felt. She stood up to leave. Song Fei had wanted to see her out, but her leg was bothering her, so she had to ask Guoling to go instead. Guoling grabbed an umbrella from behind the door and handed it to her. "Looks like it's about to rain. You'd better take this." Just in case, Yang Yidan took the umbrella and thanked him. It was too dark, so Guoling thought it would be difficult for her to walk alone and decided to accompany her part of the way. He mentioned it to Song Fei, and she was completely on board. "Actually, that won't be necessary. The factory is quite close from here, and I know the way well." As the two of them stepped out the door, they ran right into He Chingsong, who had just arrived. "Are you two leaving?" he asked. Looking at them and making an educated guess, Guoling was pleased to see him and said cheerfully, "Perfect timing. Since you're here, could you see Yidan off?" With that, he didn't give either of them a chance to react. Turning around and heading back into the house, Yang Yidan thought that if he had come over despite being busy, he might have something urgent to discuss with them. "No need to see me out, I can manage on my own." Yang Yidan refused before he could even offer. He Chingsong's eyes lit up with a sudden thought. "I bet they've had another fight, haven't they?" "How did you know?" He had hit the nail right on the head, a little surprised. Yang Yidan asked. When he left, those two were still getting along just fine. He Chingsong fell into step beside her naturally, and the two of them walked together towards the mouth of the alley. He smiled mysteriously and said, "That's a secret." Yang Yidan couldn't help but laugh at the look of smug satisfaction on his face. The three of them got along so well, it was only natural they understood each other. The dirt on Guoling's clothes didn't look like it was just accidentally splashed on. And he had those injuries on his face earlier. He might have gotten into some kind of conflict with someone. Yang Yidan suddenly spoke up. She had noticed the injuries on Guoling's face earlier. Anyone with decent eyesight would have seen them. He must have been aware of it too, but there was no way to hide them. And he couldn't just avoid people forever. Every time Guoling was mentioned, He Chingsong's face would darken, and he would respond with a perfunctory Then, as if thinking better of it, he added, "If he's not saying anything, it means he doesn't want us to know," so he pretended not to notice. But that didn't mean he didn't care. Yang Yidan had given her warning. After all, they were the close friends. It was best she didn't interfere too much. I've already asked the client for a copy of the design drawings. They should be delivered tomorrow. Can we get the sample garment done in a week? Yang Yidan had almost forgotten about the design drawings. Good thing he had asked the client for them in advance. That shouldn't be a problem. Making just one sample garment, she could definitely manage it in 7 days if she put her mind to it. Halfway there, a light drizzle began to fall, carried by a gentle breeze. Yang Yidan opened the umbrella Guoling had given her. Where do you live? Let me drop you off first, Yang Yidan suggested. Thinking his place was probably closer, He Chingsong shook his head, insisting on seeing her home first. Back at the dorm, Yang Yidan left the umbrella with him. This is Guoling's umbrella, don't forget to return it to him tomorrow. Before leaving, she made sure to remind him one last time. Well, they live quite close to each other and see each other often anyway. Back in the dorm, Lin Yi was still awake. Sitting by the window lost in thought, she completely ignored the person standing by the window and was about to go to sleep when she suddenly heard Lin Yi's voice. I was the one who took the blueprints. Yang Yidan eyed the person before her with suspicion. Back in the workshop, no matter how she pressed, they hadn't admitted a thing. Now, suddenly coming clean, something was definitely off. Sitting on the upper bunk, she asked, "You bring this up out of the blue. Is there something you need from me?" Lin Yi turned around. "I want you to teach me design. The truth is, I've always loved painting, but my family didn't have the money. Even if they had the funds, they would have spent it on me learning some other useful skill, not painting. Let alone the fact that they wouldn't even let her learn any other skills." She had finally managed to break free from that home. Now, with nowhere else to go, she had to stay and make it work at the factory. Yang Yidan listened to her story with an impassive face, her heart completely unmoved. She had seen right through the person in front of her. They always played the victim card whenever they messed up. My skills aren't at a level where I can teach others yet. If you're serious about learning, you should go find Song Fei. However, given what she had done to Song Fei before, it was unlikely Song Fei would agree. You know perfectly well we don't get along, and yet you're telling me to go to her. Lin Yi said, frowning with displeasure. Yang Yidan found her words laughable. So you think we have a good relationship? If you really want to compare, their relationship isn't even as good as the one she has with Song Fei. Lin Yi thought for a moment. I can give you money. Yang Yidan maintained her previous stance. No. Don't always think you're the most pitiful one, and don't assume others will keep lowering their standards just because they feel sorry for you. She had genuinely felt sorry for Lin Yi's situation before, which is why she chose to forgive her even when she did some truly excessive things. But all she got in return was Lin Yi doubling down on her behavior. Yang Yidan was no pushover, she could let it slide once or twice. But a third time was absolutely out of the question. I let your past actions slide, but that doesn't mean I've forgotten. This is the last time. If you ever pull a stunt like that again, don't blame me for what comes next. After saying this, Yang Yidan lay down, pulled up the covers, and went to sleep. The room fell completely silent. She had no idea when Lin Yi finally came to bed. When she woke up, the bed beside her was empty. Back in the workshop, she searched for a long time. But the half-finished sample garment from yesterday was nowhere to be found. Has anyone seen it? Yang Yidan asked, looking at the group seated in the workshop. Lin Maimai cast a suspicious glance at Lin Yi. Was it you? Lin Yi said with an impassive face, don't just blame me every time something goes wrong. I'm not that bored. I've been losing things a lot lately, and it's not just in the dorm. I've heard people from other workshops say they've lost quite a few things too. Yang Yidan had just returned and wasn't yet aware of the recent events. No one had really brought up the missing items. After all, nothing crucial was lost, so they only mentioned it in passing to a few close friends. Why hasn't anyone mentioned this? Yang Yidan asked, a slight frown creasing her brow. Besides, what's the point of a thief stealing fabric? It wouldn't fetch much money. Not nearly as profitable as the machinery in the workshop. Lin Maimai suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right, I did send people to catch them back then. But they got away. I just assumed the thief had given up. Since no one brought it up again afterwards, she simply put it out of her mind. Lin Yi leaned back slightly, tilting her chin up as she looked at the two of them with a teasing, triumphant glint in her eyes. The two of them, who thought themselves so clever, realized they had misjudged the situation. The rare flash of shame on their faces was truly comical. What's going on here? Don't any of you have work to do? He Chingsong had come looking for Yang Yidan. Seeing them all huddled together, he cleared his throat twice, his voice laced with authority. Yang Yidan glanced at him sideways, composed herself, and explained the situation. He Chingsong gave Lin Yi a long, penetrating look and said in a flat, neutral tone, "Come with me to the office." Yang Yidan looked up and met his gaze, exchanged a glance with Lin Maimai, then followed him outside. "Is there something urgent you needed to see me about?" Yang Yidan asked. Trailing behind him, her eyes fixed on the back of his head, a flicker of unease in her heart. Before they even reached the office, she couldn't help but ask. He Chingsong turned his head to look at her, slowing his pace so they could walk side by side. "I was going to tell you that Director Song is keeping an eye on this order, but mentioning it now just seems like it'll add to your pressure. This could have been good news, if it was handled well. You might even have earned some praise from Director Song. But now, of all times, this had to happen, whether it added pressure or not, he'd already said it." Yang Yidan pressed her lips together and said flatly, "Thanks a lot. I've been losing things a lot lately. Let's get to the bottom of that first. I'll look into the fabric issue myself. She's the one who lost it, so she should take responsibility." He Chingsong turned his head to stare at her. Her face was tense, her eyes fixed firmly ahead, as if sensing her gaze. He turned his head and their eyes met. The other person immediately looked away, and he gave a light, deliberate cough into his loosely clenched fist. Yang Yidan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, why do you ask?" He Chingsong replied, looking confused. She stopped walking and pointed to her own face. "Your face is all flushed. Do you have a fever?" After saying this, she took another look at his awkward expression and suddenly came to a halt. Her eyes were half open, fixed on his retreating figure, her mind going completely blank. A subtle, complicated feeling spread through her, and the air grew thick with awkwardness. "Oh, I just remembered something I have to do. I should get going. You're here about Director Song, right? I understand. I'll take it seriously." Her mind couldn't keep up, the words just tumbled out. Without waiting for a reaction from the person beside her, she turned and scurried away. He Chingsong blinked his bewildered eyes as he watched the man's retreating back. He hadn't even said a word. Yet she was already this frightened. A wave of inexplicable frustration washed over him. Yang Yidan made sure the person behind her couldn't see her, took a deep breath, and then let out a heavy sigh. The moment she met his gaze, her blood seemed to boil, burning her cheeks crimson. Her heart, unable to withstand the heat, felt ready to burst from her chest. "I'm gradually calming down now. My head feels like it's steaming." Only then did I realize my reaction was a bit too intense. He hadn't even said anything yet, so why was I getting so worked up? It was just a look, wasn't it? What could that possibly prove? After coming to her senses, Yang Yidan's cheeks flushed an even deeper red, this time out of embarrassment. She didn't dare to imagine what expression He Chingsong must have had when he saw her in that state. She thumped her own head in frustration, feeling even more mortified. Just as she was silently berating herself, Lin Yi emerged from inside. "Why are you just standing out here? Come on in." Yang Yidan was still carefully replaying the events in her mind when a voice suddenly spoke up, startling her. Startled in turn by her overreaction, Lin Yi clutched her own chest and said with annoyance, "What's with all the jumping and shrieking?" She composed herself and waved a hand dismissively. "Sorry. What did you need?" Noticing her flushed cheeks, Lin Yi narrowed her eyes slightly. "What are you doing here? You look off." Lin Yi's thoughts began to wander, and suddenly, a bold idea popped into her head. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the person before her, seeing right through her. Yang Yidan said coldly, "Don't worry, it's not what you're thinking. If you know I'm fine, I'll just head inside first." Yang Yidan paid no further mind to Lin Yi's reaction and strode briskly inside. Upon reaching the workshop entrance, she touched her face with her hand, making sure it wasn't too flushed before going in. "The supervisor didn't give you a hard time, did he?" Lin Maimai asked with concern, leaving her workstation to approach her as soon as she saw her. Just moments ago, He Chingsong had been standing in the workshop, the atmosphere around him heavy and tense. If I didn't know he wouldn't resort to violence, I'd be terrified he was about to hit Yang Yidan. But just because he kept his hands to himself doesn't mean he kept his mouth shut. Seeing how upset she looked, Lin Mai guessed she had gotten a severe tongue lashing from He Chingsong. In reality, the two of them barely discussed the matter of the missing fabric at all. Yang Yidan shook her head at her, looking utterly distracted, then slumped into her chair and began sighing heavily. Looking back on her time here so far, it seemed like one bad thing after another kept happening, and she felt responsible for all of them. "Say something, please, you're really worrying me," said Lin Mai, standing beside her while she remained silent. Hearing her words, Yang Yidan snapped out of her thoughts, smiled at her, and said, "I was just lost in thought. The department head didn't scold me, so there's no need to worry. I've already promised the director I'd get to the bottom of this." Only after Lin Mai repeatedly confirmed she was all right did she finally feel at ease. Patting her on the shoulder, she said firmly, "I'll help you get to the bottom of this and catch that little thief." Yang Yidan gratefully patted her wrist. "Thank you," she said, with only 6 days left until the sample garment was due. There was no more time to waste. She had to find the fabric and complete the sample within those 6 days. Song Fei had heard about the incident and came hopping over on one foot. Any leads on the thief? As one of the people in charge, she also had a responsibility to catch the culprit. "Don't worry if we can't find it. Dafei's fabric should arrive in the next few days anyway, so you can just use the new shipment. The sample garment is the top priority. We can always track down the thief after it's finished." Yang Yidan understood what she meant. "I see," he said. Yang Yidan still hadn't found any leads on the thief these past couple of days. It was as if the thief knew someone was looking for him, as he hadn't been active as frequently lately. Lin Mai roughly tallied up the missing items. They were all just worthless junk. And she couldn't figure out what the thief even wanted with that stuff. You wouldn't make much money selling them anyway. Precisely because they were such worthless trinkets, nobody paid them any mind. Yang Yidan and Song Fei worked day and night, finally managing to finish the sample garments and submit them right on the deadline. The client sent it back almost immediately, even though they had followed the design specifications exactly. But now, the client isn't even happy with the design itself and has given them 3 days to come up with a new one. "How did this happen?" Song Fei said, her voice tinged with frustration as she listened to the client's demands. If they had voiced their dissatisfaction earlier, all the time and effort spent on the sample garment wouldn't have been wasted. Yang Yidan stood beside her, her gaze fixed on the dress lying on the table that had been rejected by the client. This was the dress she was most satisfied with, and the design was far superior to her previous work, yet the client was inexplicably unhappy with it. He Chingsong watched her hanging her head in silence. He called her name twice. "What are you thinking about?" Ever since she had fled in embarrassment last time, the two of them had hardly seen each other around the factory. Even when they were about to cross paths, she would dodge him, as if he were the plague. Yang Yidan was nudged by the person next to her and snapped back to reality. She lifted her eyelids slightly but avoided looking at the person across from her. "I have no opinion on the matter. Since the client isn't satisfied, we'll keep revising it until they are. That's the only way. We can't exactly go and force the client to change their mind right now." Song Fei understood perfectly well why she was angry. He could have spoken up sooner, but instead, he waited until they had invested all that time and effort into making the sample garment before declaring he wasn't satisfied with the design. "In that case, I'll have to trouble the two of you again. I've noted down all his requirements. Please make the revisions according to his feedback." He Chingsong pushed the sample garment towards them. A piece of paper was resting on top of the clothing. Yang Yidan picked up the paper, then gathered the sample garment in her arms and left. Even without looking up, she knew He Chingsong was watching her. His gaze was so palpable it was impossible to ignore. The awkward tension between them didn't escape Song Fei's notice. She glanced from He Chingsong to Yang Yidan. After Yang Yidan had left, she finally asked, "Did she turn you down when you confessed?" He Chingsong's hand, holding the teacup, froze mid-air. He shot her a cold look, took a sip of tea, and said, "Got nothing better to do, have you?" His attitude clearly shows I was right. Song Fei initially struggled to hold it in, but finally couldn't contain herself and burst out laughing. "So even you can get rejected," seeing that her mind was about to wander off if he didn't explain. He said, "I didn't confess to her. Instead of wasting time on gossip, you'd better focus on revising your design drafts. If I recall, the thief who stole your fabric still hasn't been caught. Right, your father has been keeping a close eye on this matter." Upon hearing this, Song Fei slammed the table in anger and stood up abruptly. "This was deliberate, absolutely deliberate. Let me meet that person. I have a few choice words for him." She rolled up her sleeves. Looking like she was about to get into it with the client, Guoling reached out a long arm and pulled her down onto the stool. "Your foot just got better, so sit still, will you?" Yang Yidan was amused by her previous action. "Whatever," Song Fei said with a dismissive shrug, "the money's in hand now anyway. I know my own body best. It's not as serious as you all make it out to be." She grinned, ready to take up the conversational thread. Director Song also didn't want to scold her in front of outsiders, especially in front of her friends, as it would cause her to lose face. He snorted coldly, warning her with a look. Song Fei understood his meaning. He would deal with her once the other two were gone. "How's my mom doing? Why didn't she come with you?" Director Song took a deep breath, reining in his anger, and said in a low voice, "She's doing fine. You don't need to worry about her. I was passing through on a long trip and thought I'd stop by to see you." Suddenly remembering something, he shot a cold glance at Guoling. From start to finish, aside from bowing in greeting, Guoling had made no other impression. He was like thin air. No one had even noticed he was there. Yang Yidan sat to the side, quietly observing the three of them. When Director Song looked at Guoling, she sensed a simmering anger in him, his expression tinged with a hint of disdain. At first, she thought she might have misread him. In her memory, Director Song simply had an imposing presence, which naturally made his speech and actions seem stern, but seeing that flash of contempt directed at Guoling, she truly hadn't expected him to show such an emotion. It was gone in an instant, though. Guoling had clearly noticed it too, which was why he hung his head even lower. "Dad, when are you leaving?" The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, and Song Fei couldn't help but ask. Director Song averted his gaze. "I just got here. Are you in such a hurry to see me off?" Song Fei chuckled. "Of course not. I'd love it if you stayed and kept me company. I'm leaving soon, and I'll be keeping a close eye on everything you do here, so don't cause any trouble. I'll be checking in regularly." With that, he stood up to leave, and the three of them immediately rose to see him out. Halfway across the room, Director Song suddenly stopped, turned around, and gave Guoling a nod of his chin. "I need a word with you. Come with me." Without another word, Guoling nodded and followed him out. Yang Yidan watched Guoling's stiff posture, his back as rigid as a board, following mechanically behind. It was clear the two of them wanted to talk privately. So Yang Yidan stayed with Song Fei and didn't follow. Back in the room, Yang Yidan waited for a moment, glanced at the time, and realized it was almost time to start the afternoon shift. "I need to get back to the factory right away," she said, hurriedly getting up to leave. Song Fei didn't stop her. "I won't see you out. I took the day off today." Her ankle had just healed, so she still needed the crutches for a while. Yang Yidan nodded. "I know this place like the back of my hand. No need to walk me out. Let's just leave these things at your place for now." She glanced at the items on the table before leaving. "The thief in the factory still hasn't been caught. If you take it back, it might just get stolen again." Song Fei had no objections. "Sure, come and get it whenever you need it." She had no guard up around the two of them. Her home felt just like their own. Yang Yidan had just stepped out of the alley, one foot already in the street. When she spotted Director Song and Guoling, she stopped in her tracks. She found a spot to hide herself, peeking out with one eye to watch them. She saw Director Song's face darken with anger as he pointed a finger at Guoling. Whatever was said, it made Guoling's face instantly pale before he lowered his head even further. Guoling's hands hung at his sides, clenched into tight fists, his jaw set and teeth gritted in silence. The atmosphere between them grew intensely strange, so much so that Yang Yidan feared they might come to blows at any second, but Guoling kept forcing himself to hold back, struggling to rein in his emotions no matter what the other person said. Yang Yidan felt a twinge of guilt about her actions. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted a figure approaching in the distance. He Ching Song walked over to the two of them. With a warm smile, he exchanged a few words, and Director Song's stern expression softened noticeably. Director Song turned and left with his entourage. You know how he is, just let whatever he says go in one ear and out the other, He Chingsong said. Patting him on the shoulder, his voice low, his tone was less flippant than before, Guo Ling's face darkened. Without a word, he shifted his shoulder to avoid the other's hand. The two of them were about to leave. Yang Yidan was thinking she'd wait until they left before going out, so she wouldn't have to worry about being spotted. Watching the two of them walk away right before her eyes, she had just stepped out when she heard someone clear their throat behind her, turning her head. She saw He Chingsong standing with his arms crossed, a knowing smile in his eyes as he watched her. Well, look who it is, it's you. Yang Yidan had no idea how she'd been found out. Her eyes darted nervously, caught red-handed eavesdropping, and she stammered out a flimsy, transparent lie. I got lost. She couldn't even believe the words coming out of her own mouth. Right now, she wished she could go back in time and give herself a good slap. She had fully expected He Chingsong to call her bluff. But he just nodded in understanding. Then let me show you out, so you don't get lost again. No need, I remember the way now, I'll be going. With that, she practically fled the scene. Footsteps echoed persistently behind her. She knew exactly who it was, forcing herself not to turn her head to look. The market was so crowded that the person behind her closed the distance. Not here, He Chingsong said abruptly. Yang Yidan looked at the market teeming with people and immediately spotted the matchmaker buying something at a stall. She remembered the last time she was dragged along and couldn't get away. It's pretty crowded here too, so it'll probably take her a while to get through. So, I followed He Chingsong and took a shortcut. Even though this way is shorter, you should avoid it on your own. It's not very safe around here. He Chingsong led the way from the front, offering this kind advice. Yang Yidan listened to her words and nodded. Just as they were about to reach the factory, the person ahead suddenly stopped. I have a question, and only you can help me understand. Her mind instantly went on high alert, yet her expression remained perfectly calm as she looked at him. Did I upset you? Or have I done something wrong? Why have you been avoiding me? He Chingsong asked without turning around to look at her, watching his retreating figure. Yang Yidan felt a pang of guilt wash over her. He hadn't done anything wrong. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she had to acknowledge that she had been avoiding him lately, whether consciously or not. She shook her head and said, No, it's my fault. She didn't know how to explain it to him. If this has caused you any trouble, I'm sorry. He Chingsong took a deep breath, pushing the gloom from his eyes, then turned with a smile and said, I'm just glad you're not angry. After their last heart-to-heart talk, their relationship returned to normal. At least, to everyone else, it seemed they had made up. Only they themselves could feel that their bond had actually grown stronger than before. Yang Yidan ultimately decided to leave the factory, even though staying meant a secure, lifelong job with no worries about work, food, or clothing. She had long harbored the idea of starting her own business. After a few years at the factory, she had saved up enough capital. After leaving, she tried her hand at street vending, and the money she earned was nearly enough to open a small clothing shop in the city. When Lin Mai learned she was leaving, she held her and cried for a long time. Director Liang had tried to talk her out of it, but seeing how determined she was, he didn't press the matter further. For the grand opening of Yang Yidan's clothing boutique, she made a point of inviting Lin Mai, Song Fei, and a few others. Remember 2 years ago? When you were leaving, I tried to talk you out of it. Good thing you didn't listen to me, Lin Mai said with relief, setting the clothes rack aside, rolling her sleeves up to her elbows, and placing her hands on her hips. If she had actually listened to me back then, she probably never would have opened this shop. Yang Yidan emerged from behind the house and patted her on the shoulder, asking, What are you muttering to yourself about, seeing that she hadn't heard? Lin Mai was about to say something else when Song Fei appeared in the doorway, holding a bouquet of flowers she had bought on the way. This is all I've got. You'll have to make do. Song Fei placed the nameless flowers in Yang Yidan's hands, rubbing the back of her head as she spoke with a hint of embarrassment, taking the flowers from her. Yang Yidan said cheerfully, They're lovely. I'll go find a vase right away. As long as they liked them, that was all that mattered. Song Fei sat on the stool, taking in her surroundings. The place wasn't large. Clothes hung on the walls, and 3 rows of clothing racks stood on the floor, one on each side and one down the middle, extremely clear and concise. The two of them took a day off to help. On opening day, he vented all his fury on Yang Yidan. Convinced it was because of her that he was being targeted by He Chingsong, Yang Yidan clearly never expected that, despite having no connection to Guan Anfu, she would still end up on his bad side. In the days following the opening, Yang Yidan was at the shop by herself, though Song Fei and Lin Maimai would drop by when they had time. With more customers than usual, she ended up closing the shop half an hour later than her usual time, and as fate would have it, it was during that very half hour that trouble struck. At first, she caught a faint whiff of smoke but paid it no mind. Exhausted from the long day, she had dozed off at her desk. Later, a sense of unease jolted her awake, and she found herself staring at Guan Anfu standing outside the door. The firelight flickered across his face, and a cold, menacing visage burned itself into Yang Yidan's eyes. Her house was a standalone structure, so the fire wouldn't spread to other buildings. Besides, the place was packed with highly flammable fabrics. The flames erupted in an instant. Yang Yidan reacted almost immediately, but as she darted out from behind the counter, the shelves, unable to withstand the intense heat, came crashing down, collapsing to either side as they hit the floor. Trapped and unable to dodge in time, she was pinned beneath the fallen shelving. Just as panic set in, He Chingsong burst in from outside and pulled her free from the tangled heap of clothing. "Let's go," He Chingsong urged, pulling her along as they ran for the exit. The doorway was already engulfed in flames, trapping them inside. Yang Yidan grabbed a cloth, doused it with water, and draped it over their shoulders. Thick smoke filled the room. If they didn't get out soon, they'd suffocate even if the flames didn't reach them. She led him toward the backyard, only to find the path blocked as well. He Chingsong was accidentally burned and inhaled a large amount of thick smoke when he rushed in, leaving him barely conscious. Yang Yidan's ankle was also crushed by a fallen rack, leaving her immobile. The two of them sat in the very center of the room. "We're not getting out of here," Yang Yidan said, frowning as she glared fiercely toward the outside. A sliver of reason remained in He Chingsong. "I'm sorry, leave me, get out of here." "Don't say that now," Yang Yidan said, her voice eerily calm. "Neither of us is getting out of here," just as they were truly convinced they would die there. A noise came from outside. Someone had found them. When Yang Yidan woke up, she was in a hospital bed. He Chingsong was still unconscious. As soon as she was able to get out of bed, she stayed by his side, and many friends came to visit him during that time. After being in a coma for a week, He Chingsong finally regained consciousness. The moment he saw her, the corner of his stiff mouth lifted slightly. "We're not dead, are we?" he said. Looking at the hospital room ceiling, Yang Yidan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, could finally settle. He Chingsong confessed his feelings to her the day before autumn began. It wasn't until Yang Yidan was ready to open her heart to a new relationship that the two of them finally got together. Guan Anfu was also sent to prison for intentional homicide. They were together for several years before getting married, saving up to buy a house in town. Yang Yidan's days fell into a familiar rhythm, going to work at the shop, and coming home to find him already in the kitchen preparing dinner. Life was simple, yet perfectly happy, sitting on the sofa. Watching the busy figure in the kitchen, she felt her heart slowly filling up. She got up, walked behind him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and rested her cheek against his back. The wounds from her marriage were slowly beginning to heal. He Chingsong turned his head slightly to look at her. "Dinner's almost ready. You must be exhausted."